Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Son Goten seized the opening and drew his hands back in a practiced motion. Came Pai, Kai, Gong, Wave. A deep blue torrent of energy erupted from his palms and tore through the sky toward Broly. No! From within Frieza's ranks, Let's screamed in desperation. A-H-H-H. Broly roared and threw both arms forward, forcing himself to block the incoming blast. But the Kamehameha was overwhelming. Despite his resistance, the sheer force drove him backward. Boom! The beam detonated high in the sky. A massive blue storm exploded outward, ripping through the air like a hurricane. Violent shockwaves spread in all directions. Sun Wukong and the others instinctively raised their arms, shielding their eyes from the blinding light and crushing wind. A-H-H! Broly's scream echoed as the explosion tore through him. Thick black smoke swallowed his body completely. Is he dead? Frieza muttered coldly. Almost immediately, a figure fell from the smoke. It was Broly. His Saiyan combat suit had been completely shredded. His body had returned to normal, battered and broken, and he lost consciousness as he fell. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Broly. Learned, B-R-L-Y. Let's sprinted forward without hesitation, racing toward where Broly was about to crash. Let's! Remo followed right behind him. Seeing the battle was over, Frieza turned away without even a glance back and headed for his spaceship. King Frieza. One of his captains called out. Frieza paused and nodded. We're leaving, withdraw from Earth. Then, King Frieza, what about the two soldiers who ran toward Broly? Frieza's eyes turned icy. Do I really need to explain myself? The captain froze in fear. Why yes, King Frieza. With that, Frieza and his remaining forces boarded the ship and fled Earth. Ha! Goten watched them retreat, but made no move to chase. He powered down and shifted back to normal, his gaze settling on Broly lying on the ground. Broly! By now, Let's had reached him. Broly! Wake up! At the sound of his voice, Broly slowly opened his eyes and looked at Let's and Remo. Remo. Let's nodded hard. Yeah, thank goodness, you're alive. Whoosh! Tap! Goten descended from the sky and landed in front of them. The moment Let's saw him, his expression hardened. He stepped in front of Broly without hesitation. What are you doing? I won't let you kill Broly. Remo immediately moved to stand beside him. Goten smiled faintly. If I wanted him dead, do you really think you could stop me? This, even if we can't stop you, Let's said through clenched teeth, we still won't allow it. Before they realized it, Goten had already moved. In an instant, he was standing behind them. Broly struggled to his feet, barely able to stand. Don't hurt them, he said weakly. This has nothing to do with them. Goten took out a small green bean and handed it to Broly. Eat this, and I won't kill them. No, Broly, Let's shouted. Broly didn't hesitate. He swallowed it immediately. Bang! In an instant, Broly's wounds vanished. His strength surged back, flooding his body. Broly, are you okay? Let's asked urgently. Yeah, my injuries are gone, my strength too. It's real. Let's stared at Goten. What did you just give him? Goten smiled. Senzu beans. Eat one, and your injuries and stamina recover completely. You're really not going to kill Broly. When did I ever say I would? Then what do you want? Do you want Broly to become your subordinate? Goten tilted his head, amused. Then how about you? Do you want to be my subordinate? No way. At that moment, figures approached from the distance. Goten, Gohan called out. Goten nodded. Goten, Goku asked, what are you planning to do with Broly? I'm not sure, Goten replied. Dad, any ideas? How about this? Goku said after a moment. Yumi and Broly train together on Lord Beerus' planet. That could work, Goten said, but will Wise agree? No problem, Goku grinned. I'll talk to him. Goten turned back to Let's and Ramo. What about you two? Going back to Frieza's army or staying? Let's thought for a long moment. I'll go with Broly. What about you, Ramo? I'm coming too, Ramo said without hesitation. Frieza abandoned us anyway. After everything was settled, they went their separate ways. Broly first took Let's and Ramo to a mountain to bury Paragus. No matter how much they tried to comfort him, Broly still broke down in tears. Afterward, Sun Wukong contacted Wise and brought Broly, Let's, and Ramo to Beerus planet. Vegeta stayed behind. He wanted to spend time with his daughter. Universe 7. After returning, Frieza's hatred for Sun Wushan burned hotter than ever. From that day on, he devoted himself entirely to training. He would become stronger, and one day he would kill Sun Wukong and the others. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Earth, Mount Paozu. After the battle with Broly, Sun Wushan had already decided to grow stronger. Yet his current power far surpassed Sun Wukong's. For Goku and the others, advancing further would not be easy, unless they crossed time and space itself. Dragon Ball AF time-space. After Sun Wukong defeated the evil dragon and ascended to godhood, Earth had remained peaceful for 7 years. Even Xiaorofang was now in high school. Outside West City, a man stood in the air, light skin, long green hair, pointed ears, a dark mark on his forehead, clad in black. His name was Marple, the new king of the demon realm. Beside him floated a short man with black hair and leaf-shaped markings on both sides of his chin. Chiuku, his subordinate, bored of the demon realm, the two had come to Earth with a simple goal: to conquer it. The moment they appeared outside West City, they shot forward, and chaos followed. Just as the two demons were wreaking havoc, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were Goten, Trunks, and Oob from the AF time and space. Marple sensed their arrival and slowly turned, his eyes settling on them. "Who are you?" Trunks stepped forward, his gaze sharp. "Then let me ask you first. Who are you?" Marple smiled calmly. "My name is Marple. I am the king of the demon realm. Now tell me, who are you?" Goten frowned. "Isn't the king of the demon realm supposed to be Dabura?" Marple snorted. "He's dead. Which means the throne is mine now." "Then why are you attacking Earth?" Goten asked. Marple spread his arms slightly, as if stating something obvious. "To rule it, of course." "I see." Trunks didn't say anything else. He shot straight into the sky. Goten and Oob immediately followed. Marple sneered. "Trying to run." He and Chiuku chased after them. Whoosh! Tap! After flying for some distance, the 3 landed on a mountain range outside West City. Marple and Chiuku followed and touched down moments later. With the Dragon Balls no longer usable, Trunks had deliberately drawn them away from the city to reduce casualties. Marple glanced around and chuckled. "So this is where you chose to die?" Trunks snorted. "Whose grave this is hasn't been decided yet." "Is that so?" Marple turned his head slightly. "Chiuku, you take care of the pineapple head. I'll deal with the other 2. "Yes, Lord Marple." Chiuku shifted his gaze to Oob. "Ha!" Trunks exploded with power and transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching himself at Marple. Goten followed close behind. The 2 appeared in front of Marple in an instant, fists striking like a storm. Marple twisted and weaved, blocking and dodging as he fought both of them at once. On the other side, Oob and Chiuku rushed toward each other. Their fists and kicks collided at lightning speed, shockwaves rippling through the air. Just as the battle intensified, the sky suddenly distorted. A black vortex opened above them. A slender figure stepped out. It was Goten. The moment he appeared, everyone's attention was drawn upward. AF Trunks froze for a split second. That face, it was Goten. But younger. Why was he here? Bang! In that moment of distraction, Marple surged forward and slammed his fist into Trunks' abdomen. "Trunks!" AF Goten shouted. Marple didn't stop. He twisted his body and drove his right fist into Goten's stomach. Goten was sent flying, crashing straight into the mountain behind him. Boom! Dust and rock exploded outward. So weak. Goten from another time shook his head as he landed calmly in front of Marple. This time-space version of me anyway. Marple narrowed his eyes. Kid, who are you? Before the words fully left his mouth, bang, Goten vanished and reappeared directly in front of him. His right fist slammed into Marple's abdomen. AAAGH. Marple's body shot backward like a beam of light and smashed into a distant mountain. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Lord Marple, Chiyoku shouted in shock. That moment of distraction was fatal. Oob's fist crashed into Chiyoku's face. Boom. Chiyoku was blasted into the mountainside, rubble collapsing over his body. So strong, AF Goten and Trunks stared in disbelief at the Goten who had just appeared. But suddenly, damn it! Marple roared as he burst from the rubble, rage twisting his face. Golden energy flared in his palm as he fired a beam straight at Goten. Goten calmly raised his left hand. The golden energy vanished on contact, erased by the power of destruction. Marple's eyes widened with fury. He charged. In an instant, he was in front of Goten, fists moving like a furious storm. Goten shifted slightly, dodging every strike with minimal movement. Then, his right foot snapped out. Marple's body was sent flying sideways, crashing into the ground hundreds of meters away. Damn it! Marple staggered to his feet, humiliation burning in his chest. The king of the demon realm, unable to defeat a human child. If the demon realm knew of this, his throne would be finished. His eyes darkened. Illusion activated. Goten's vision shifted. Standing before him now was Wise. Wise. Goten laughed. Angels didn't exist in this time-space. Marple, unaware that his illusion had already been exposed, continued pouring power into it. Fear weakens the enemy. That was his belief. But flash. Goten appeared in front of Marple. His right fist slammed upward into Marple's chin. Marple was launched into the sky. Goten clasped his hands together. Came Pai Kai Gong Bo. A deep blue wave of energy surged from his palms and blasted into Marple midair. Marple's expression changed instantly. Bang! The Kamehameha drove his body higher. Boom! The beam exploded in the sky. A massive storm of energy erupted outward, tearing through the air. AF Trunks raised his arms to shield his eyes. Marple screamed as his body was completely engulfed and destroyed by the blast. When the light finally faded, the sky returned to silence. Lord Marple, from below, Chiyoku stared upward, his face filled with despair. Ding, congratulations to the master for defeating Marple and learning illusion. Ha! Just when Chiyoku was sad, AF Time and Space Boo clenched his fist and rushed towards Chiyoku. Chiyoku immediately came back to his senses from sadness and used illusion on AF Time and Space Orb. AF Time and Space Orb's eyes sank, and when he looked at Chiyoku again, Chiyoku's appearance had turned into Son Goku. Wukong. AF Time and Space Orb saw Son Goku and immediately stopped in front of Chiyoku. Long time no see, Orb. It seems that your strength has increased a lot. Son Goku smiled and said to AF Time and Space Orb. AF Time and Space Orb nodded. Wukong, isn't your body hanging by a thread because you absorbed too much negative energy from the evil dragon? Yes, but I'm fine now. AF Time and Space Orb muttered to himself. AF Time and Space Son Goten looked at AF Time and Space Orb with a puzzled look. Trunks, what happened to Orb? I think he should be under an illusion. Illusion, what should we do? I don't know, let's try now. Can we wake him up? AF Time and Space Trunks said. Okay. AF Time and Space Son Goten said. Alb, wake up, that's not Dad, that's just an illusion. AF Time and Space Son Goten shouted at AF Time and Space Orb. Although AF Time and Space Orb was under an illusion, his ears could still hear the sounds around him. This is Goten's voice. AF Time and Space Orb looked at Son Goku in front of him and said, What, Goten? What are you talking about, Orb? Son Goku said to AF Time and Space Orb with a smile on his face. Yeah, Alb, he's not Uncle Goku. Just as the words fell, the voice of Trunks from AF Time and Space came from a distance. You're not Goku. Alb from AF Time and Space clenched his fists and shouted at Son Goku. What are you talking about, Alb? Don't you want to fight me? Son Goku laughed. Fight! Alb from AF Time and Space heard about the fight, and his heart immediately became a little excited. He immediately threw the words of Son Goten from AF Time and Space behind. Son Goku is very powerful, and he can know whether Son Goku is real or fake as long as he fights him. Thinking of this, Alb from AF Time and Space immediately made a battle gesture and said, "Then Goku, let's start fighting now." Okay. Son Goku showed a wicked smile on his face. After that, the two immediately rushed towards each other. Swoosh, bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two rushed to each other, fighting fist to fist and foot to foot. As they fought, they moved quickly around. Wherever they passed, a huge piece of sand and dust would be raised on the ground. Trunks, Alb should have heard what we said, right? Son Goten in AF Time and Space said. Trunks in AF Time and Space nodded. I think he should have heard it. Just then, Son Goten flew over from a distance and landed in front of the two. Who are you? Trunks in AF Time and Space asked Son Goten. Although Son Goten and Son Goten in AF Time and Space looked exactly the same when they were young, he was not sure whether he was Son Goten. In AF Time and Space, Trunks' strength was above Son Goten. But the strength shown by Son Goten was obviously above him. Son Goten smiled and said, Trunks, I'm Goten. You're Goten. Yes, Goten nodded. It's just that I'm from another time and space. Another time and space. By the way, where's Dad? Goten asked himself in AF Time and Space. Dad is in the Kaioshin realm now, but his life is hanging by a thread. Hanging by a thread. Yes, what's going on? After hearing this, AF Goten immediately told Goten about the AF Time and Space. It turned out that Goku didn't die under the attack of one-star dragon because he reached a certain agreement with Shenlong, which allowed him to break through the barrier of life and death. However, although Shenlong helped Goku break through the barrier of life and death, it came at a price. The price was that Goku had to use his body to purify the negative energy in the Dragon Ball. At first, Goku's body could still bear it. But recently, Goku's body can no longer suppress the negative energy in his body. This means that the evil dragon sealed in Sun Wukong's body may be resurrected and will be stronger than before. Once the evil dragon is resurrected, it will be another dangerous disaster for the Earth. In order to become stronger, Vegeta in AF Time and Space has gone to the Kaioshin realm to practice. Evil dragon. Yes, by the way, Goten, how old are you this year? AF Time and Space Trunks asked Son Goten. 13, almost 14. 10, 13. AF Time and Space Trunks was shocked after hearing this. He thought that Son Goten was like Son Goku in AF Time and Space, and was made smaller by someone using the Dragon Ball, otherwise he would not have such a strong strength. Unexpectedly. He was not made smaller by someone, but he was really that small. You know, Son Goten and Trunks in AF Time and Space are now almost 30 years old, but their strongest strength is only at the level of Super Saiyan 3. One person. Yes. Then Goten. What level of strength have you reached now? AF Time and Space Trunks asked. About Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. The two were shocked after hearing this. Goten is less than 14 years old now, and he has already cultivated to Super Saiyan 5. The gap between them and Goten is really huge. In AF Time and Space, Goku was nearly 50 years old before he cultivated to Super Saiyan 4. Now Goku told them that he cultivated to Super Saiyan 5 before he was 14 years old. Anyone would want to say that he is a monster or a pervert. Yeah, what is Dad's strength? Goten asked in AF Time and Space. Probably Super 4 level. Super 4, Goten was shocked in AF Time and Space. Goten is less than 14 years old now, and Goku in the main time and space is only 40 years old. Cultivating to Super Saiyan 4 at the age of 40 is also stronger than Goku in their time and space. Yeah, just when the three of them were chatting, AF Time and Space Orb was knocked to the ground. Alb. AF Time and Space Goten and Trunks saw Orb being knocked down, and both showed a trace of surprise on their faces. Although Orb's strength was not as good as AF Time and Space Vegeta, it was about the same as their strength. But he was defeated by Chiyoku, who was not as strong as him. In fact, it was not that AF Time and Space Orb could not defeat Chiyoku, but he thought Chiyoku was like Sun Wukong and felt that he could not defeat him. Alb. AF Time and Space Trunks saw that Orb was defeated and immediately flew over with Sun Wushan and the others. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chiyoku immediately wanted to retreat. Sun Wushan raised his hands, making Chiyoku unable to move. Ah! Just at this moment, AF Time and Space Orb suddenly roared loudly, exuding an extremely amazing aura from his whole body, and quickly rose upwards. The ground around was affected by the aura of AF Time and Space Orb and shook violently. Alb! AF Time and Space Sun Wushan and Trunks were shocked. Seeing this, Sun Wushan put down his hands and let Chiyoku's body resume movement. The body has recovered. Ha! Before Chiyoku was happy, AF Time and Space Orb, whose strength had greatly increased, quickly rushed towards him. Bang! AF Time and Space Orb hit Chiyoku's face with his right fist, and Chiyoku's body, like a ray, crashed into the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately smashed into a lot of sand and dust. Ah! AF Time and Space Orb shouted, and condensed a huge energy wave with his hands and hit Chiyoku. Boom! With a huge explosion, Chiyoku and the mountain behind him were blown to pieces. At this time, AF Time and Space Orb also woke up and looked around. Goten, Trunks, the two nodded. Goten, Trunks, where is Goku? Alb, there is no Uncle Goku here, you were just hit by an illusion just now. Illusion? Yeah, AF Time and Space Trunks nodded. He is. AF Time and Space Orb looked at Son Goten. In Dragon Ball AF Time and Space, Alb first met Son Goten. Son Goten had grown up, so he didn't recognize the young Son Goten. He is Goten, but he is the Goten of another time and space. Is that so? Yes. Trunks of AF Time and Space nodded. Son Goten, Trunks is my father in the Kaioshin realm now. Yes. Trunks of AF Time and Space nodded. I want to go see him. Okay, I think my dad should have finished his training now. Training? Yes, because Uncle Goku's body can't bear the negative energy of the evil dragon, so we decided to release the evil dragon in advance so that we can save Uncle Goku's life. But as I just said, the evil dragon will become more powerful after it comes out of the seal, so I and Orb are training so that we can be more confident in defeating the evil dragon. Is that so? Then I will take you to the Kaioshin realm. Can you teleport, Goten? AF Spacetime Trunks asked. Son Goten smiled and nodded. I'll go with you too, AF Spacetime Orb said. Son Goten nodded again. Then a teleportation brought AF Spacetime Son Goten and the others to the Kaioshin realm. Goten. Old Kai was startled when he saw the four people suddenly appear. AF Spacetime Son Goten nodded. Aren't you the Goten from childhood? Could it be that you are the Goten from the past? Old Kai looked at Son Goten and said, No, I am the Goten from another parallel spacetime. Parallel spacetime. Yes, Son Goten nodded. But why did you come to our spacetime? If I say I am bored and come here for a walk, would you believe it? No. Old Kai shook his head. Then Old Kai, do you know the time, Kai? Old Kai was shocked. Do you know the time, Kai? Old Kai, who is the time, Kai? AF Spacetime Trunks asked. The time Kai is the god responsible for managing all spacetime. How should I know that? Old Kai was speechless. He is not responsible for managing spacetime. How can he know? What is your relationship with the time king god? Old Kai asked Son Goten. Friend. Then why are you here? I heard from Trunks that my father's life is hanging by a thread because he sealed the evil dragon with his body. Old Kai nodded. But this is a matter of our time and space. If you intervene, it means changing time and space. Son Goten smiled. But since I came to your time and space have changed, right? But with your strength, you can't help us at all, Old Kai said. Old Kai Goten is very powerful and can already transform into Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. After hearing this, old Kai, Jebbit, and AF Spacetime Vegeta were immediately shocked. Goten looks only in his teens, but he can already transform into Super Saiyan 5. How terrifying is his training talent? Yes, really, Goten. Old Kai asked Goten for confirmation. Goten nodded. Seeing this, old Kai glanced at AF Spacetime Gohan and Vegeta, who had already completed their training, and said, "In that case, I will release the evil dragon sealed in Goku's body." Yes, everyone nodded. If it weren't for AF Spacetime Goku, their Earth would have been destroyed long ago. So they have to save Son Goku today. Then God Jebbit, you bring Goku here. Okay, my dear ancestor. After a while, God Jebbit brought Son Goku from AF Time and Space. Son Goku from AF Time and Space has been using the purification of negative energy in his body for these years, so his face is pale and he has become extremely thin. Dad, Uncle Goku. Son Gohan from AF Time and Space, and the others burst into tears after seeing this scene. Even Vegeta from AF Time and Space, his eyes became a little red. If it weren't for Son Goku, he might have died at the hands of Frieza, not to mention that he can have an extremely warm home now. In the years when AF Son Goku disappeared, he has always missed Son Goku very much. Okay, Gohan, now is not the time to be sad. What we have to do now is to defeat the evil dragon. Yeah. Son Gohan from AF Time and Space nodded heavily. Then I will remove the seal and disperse the 7 evil dragons to different planets, and then let God Jebbit take you there. Old Kai continued. AF Spacetime Son Gohan. Okay. Seeing this, old Kai immediately chanted a spell to remove the seal on AF Spacetime Son Goku. Suddenly, 7 red lights flew out from AF Spacetime Son Goku's body. The 7 red lights are the Dragon Balls. After the Dragon Balls appeared, because the old Kai had already set up a barrier in the Kai realm, they did not scatter in the Kai realm, but fell on 5 planets in the universe under the control of the old Kai. The 5 planets are called Zuno Planet, Kamu Venus, Dark Demon Realm, Katachi Planet, and Azure Planet. Ha! The old Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, they have been sent to the planets with barriers, where no matter how you fight, the planet will not be destroyed. AF Time and Space Son Gohan nodded heavily. Then, Jebbit God, you send them to these 5 planets. Okay, old ancestor. Jebbit God said, walked to Son Goten and the others, and sent them to each planet. AF Time and Space Son Goten was the first to be taken away and brought to Azure Planet. Is this Azure Planet? AF Time and Space Son Goten murmured. As soon as the voice fell, an evil dragon with green skin, a face that looked a bit like a pig, and many black thorns behind it appeared. He was the Super 5-Star Dragon. 5-Star Dragon. AF Time and Space Son Goten saw the 5-Star Dragon Ball on the forehead of the Super 5-Star Dragon and immediately recognized his identity. Super 5-Star Dragon smiled and said, "You are Son Goku's son, Son Goten, right? Yes, you are produced by some negative energy. I am the one you made a wish to revive the humans destroyed by Cell. So that's it. It seems that you are not the original evil dragon. The original evil dragon has been destroyed by your father. Of course, if he defeated the evil dragon by his own strength, we might not appear. Unfortunately, he defeated the evil dragon with the help of the power of Shenlong." AF Time and Space Son Goten snorted coldly. "No matter what, he has defeated you evil dragons." "Indeed, but we won't lose to you again this time." "Really?" AF Time and Space Goten immediately clenched his fists and rushed towards Super 5-Star Dragon after hearing this. Super 5-Star Dragon chuckled and rushed towards AF Time and Space Goten as well. Goten's figure flashed and went behind Super 5-Star Dragon. Super 5-Star Dragon turned around quickly and punched AF Time and Space Goten. AF Time and Space Goten clenched his fists hard, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, and he quickly rose up. Bang! With an extremely amazing aura, AF Time and Space Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. On Katachi Star. AF time and space, Vegeta was looking around with his arms around his chest at this time. An alien who looked like a fishman appeared and rushed towards AF time and space Vegeta. AF spacetime Vegeta moved, and the fishman alien's body immediately split into two halves. Zuno planet. AF spacetime Trunks was standing on a grass field looking around. An obese, evil dragon with a long thorn on its head and a white thorn on both sides of its face appeared. There were 2-star dragon balls on the head of this evil dragon. He was the Super 2-star dragon. AF Spacetime Trunks' expression immediately became serious after seeing the Super 2-star dragon. Ha! With a loud shout, AF Spacetime Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super 2-star dragon smiled and rushed towards AF Spacetime Trunks quickly. AF Spacetime Trunks saw this and also rushed towards Super 2-star dragon. Soon, the two came to each other at the same time, fighting fist to fist and foot to foot. On Kamu, Venus, AF Time and Space, Orb was looking around at this time. An evil dragon with green skin, pig nose, huge body and 2 huge horns on its head appeared. On the head of this evil dragon, there was a 6-star dragon ball. He was the Super 6-star dragon. This guy is really big. AF Time and Space Orb said, and immediately clenched his fist and rushed towards the Super 6-star dragon. The Super 6-star dragon chuckled and rushed towards AF Time and Space Orb as well. Soon, AF Time and Space Orb came in front of the Super 6-star dragon and attacked with both fists. The Super 6-star dragon dodged to the side, and an elbow strike from his right hand hit AF Time and Space Orb's body heavily. AF Time and Space Orb screamed loudly and was knocked to the ground, but he quickly stood up from the ground and retreated. Huff! AF Time and Space Orb gasped and looked at the Super 6-star dragon with a serious expression. Ha! With a loud shout, AF Spacetime Orb rushed towards the Super 6-star dragon again. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, AF Spacetime Orb came in front of Super 6-star dragon and punched Super 6-star dragon with both fists. Super 6-star dragon attacked AF Spacetime Orb as if it had completely sensed his attack and attacked AF Spacetime Orb. Bang! Super 6-star dragon swung his right fist and hit AF Spacetime Orb, knocking him out with one punch. At the same time, after a fierce battle, AF Spacetime Son Goten and Super 5-star Dragon finally defeated him, and AF Spacetime Trunks, who was fighting Super 2-star Dragon, was in a tough battle. Super 2-star Dragon's strength was unexpectedly strong. Ah! With a huge roar, AF Spacetime Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Dark Demon Realm. At this time, AF Time and Space Son, Gohan was facing a woman with a pair of long horns on both sides of her forehead and long green hair on her head. There was a 3-star dragon ball on the forehead of this woman. He was the Super 3-star dragon. AF Time and Space Son, Gohan looked at the Super 3-star dragon, clenched his hands, and exuded an extremely amazing aura from his whole body and quickly rose upwards. Zizzy. Bang! With an extremely amazing momentum, AF Time and Space Son, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Super 3-star Dragon chuckled and rushed towards AF Time and Space Son Gohan quickly. AF Time and Space Son, Gohan clenched his right fist and hit the Super 3-star Dragon that was rushing over. Super 3-star Dragon dodged to the side. AF Time and Space Son, Gohan moved his body and suddenly found that his body was entangled by an almost transparent line without knowing when. The 3-star dragon laughed loudly and used both hands to manipulate the string to tie up the body of AF Time and Space Son Gohan. Damn it, AF Time and Space Son, Gohan said angrily. Super 3-star dragon smiled and said, "Let me see how you can attack me like this." Super 3-star dragon said, and punched AF Time and Space Son Gohan's face and body with both fists. Ah! Under the attack of the Super 3-star dragon, AF Time and Space Son Gohan immediately let out a loud scream. After seeing this, the Super 3-star dragon laughed even more proudly in his heart. AF Time and Space Son Gohan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Ah! With a huge roar, AF Time and Space Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 5. What? Super 3-star Dragon was shocked. In the Kaioshin realm, Son Goten was facing a man with green skin, pointed ears, 2 horns on both sides of his forehead, a huge long thorn on both sides of his shoulders, and a 7-star dragon ball on his forehead. He was the Super 7-star Dragon. He looked a bit like the original 1-star Dragon. Hey, send me back to where I came from, Super 7-star Dragon said to Son Goten arrogantly. Son Goten smiled. If you can beat me, I'll send you back. Super 7-star Dragon snorted coldly. Then don't regret it. By the way, what negative energy produced you? I was produced by resurrecting the destroyed humans after you defeated 1-star Dragon. That was the last wish. Well, in that case, let me make up for this mistake. Ah, Goten said as he clenched his fists, exuding an amazing aura from his whole body, and quickly rose upwards. Bang! With an amazing aura, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What? Super 7-star Dragon was shocked. Just when Super 7-star Dragon was surprised, Goten flashed behind Super 7-star Dragon, raised his right foot, and kicked hard at Super 7-star Dragon's body. With a bang, Super 7-star Dragon's body was like light and slammed into the mountain in front of him. The mountain was immediately smashed with a lot of sand and dust. Damn! Super 7-star Dragon gritted his teeth and climbed out of the mountain. Just at this moment, a purple destructive energy was launched from a distance, and the Super 7-star Dragon was hit by the destructive energy before it could react. Super 7-star Dragon screamed loudly and was destroyed by the purple destructive energy. A red 7-star Dragon Ball fell to the ground. So powerful, God Jebbit said in shock. Ding, congratulations to the master for defeating the Super 7-star Dragon learned. Zuno planet. AF Time and Space Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 3, but still lost to Super 2-star Dragon. Hoo-hoo. At this time, Trunks in AF Time and Space was breathing heavily and looking at Super 2-star Dragon. He now regretted that he did not practice well in peacetime. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Trunks in AF Time and Space. This person was Son Goten in AF Time and Space. Goten, AF Time and Space, Son Goten nodded. Trunks, let's fuse. Yes, okay. AF Time and Space, Trunks nodded heavily. Super 2-star Dragon sneered. Do you think I will let you do what you want? Ah, AF Time and Space, Son Goten clenched his hands and burst out an extremely amazing breath from his body, quickly rising upwards. Zizzy, bang. With an extremely amazing momentum, AF Time and Space Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Super 2-star Dragon showed a trace of solemnity on his face. Ha! With a loud shout, AF Time and Space Trunks and Son Goten rushed towards Super 2-star Dragon together. Although Super 2-star Dragon was strong, it kept retreating in the face of the joint attack of the two. Bang! After a while, AF Time and Space Son Goten clenched his right fist and punched Super 2-star Dragon back hundreds of meters away. AF Time and Space Son Goten and Trunks took this opportunity to quickly retreat and perform the fusion dance. Fusion. With a white light, the two merged into Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Although it was only Super Saiyan 3, the power of the two merged was amazingly powerful. Super 2-star Dragon felt the powerful aura emanating from Gotenks and gritted his teeth. Gotenks chuckled and rushed towards Super 2-star Dragon quickly. But in the blink of an eye, Gotenks appeared in front of Super 2-star Dragon and attacked Super 2-star Dragon with his fists like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Under the powerful force of Gotenks, Super 2-star Dragon was constantly beaten back. Suddenly, Gotenks jumped into the air with both feet and kicked Super 2-star Dragon's chin with his right foot. Bang! With a loud noise, Super 2-star Dragon was kicked and crashed into the mountain behind him. Gotenks took this opportunity. He quickly put his hands together and said, Came Pai Kai Gongbo, a deep blue air wave condensed from Goten's hands and hit Super Two-Star Dragon. Boom! With an extremely loud explosion, Super Two-Star Dragon and the mountain behind him were blown up together. A lot of dust and smoke immediately covered the ground. After the smoke cleared, a red two-star dragon ball appeared on the ground. Gotenks walked forward and picked up the two-star dragon ball and said, "Great, I got the two-star dragon ball." On Kamu Venus, AF Spacetime Orb was in a tough fight because his attack could not cause damage to Super Six-Star Dragon. Huff. At this time he was panting and looking at Super Six-Star Dragon. Super Six-Star Dragon looked at the embarrassed AF Spacetime Orb and immediately couldn't help laughing and said, "To tell you the truth, your positive energy attack will not work on me." Positive energy attack. Yes. Super Six-Star Dragon said, and his hands condensed a huge negative energy trajectory. This energy ball is a negative energy ball. Humans like you who have righteous energy should have been completely extinct. Goodbye. After saying this, Super Six-Star Dragon immediately shot the negative energy bullet at the seriously injured AF Spacetime Orb. Because AF Spacetime Orb was seriously injured, he had no way to dodge, so he could only use his hands to withstand the attack. Bang! The negative energy bullet hit AF Spacetime Orb's hands violently. AF Spacetime Orb only supported for a second, and his body was pushed out by the negative energy bullet. After seeing this scene, Super Six-Star Dragon immediately couldn't help laughing. AF Time and Space Orb heard the Super Six-Star Dragon laughing and suddenly fell into a coma. When he opened his eyes and woke up, it was pitch black all around. AF Time and Space Orb looked around, and a long-sealed part of his mind suddenly woke up. Ah! Suddenly, he woke up and let out an extremely loud roar. A large amount of black breath emanated from his body like lightning. Boom! The ground around the two people was affected by AF Time and Space Orb and shook violently. AF Time and Space Orb's eyes turned black, and his pupils turned black and red. Orb is the reincarnation of the evil demon Boo, and he has a lot of evil energy in his body. However, this evil energy has not been stimulated because of the warmth of his family. The negative energy bomb that Super Six-Star Dragon just attacked just stimulated the evil energy in AF Time and Space Orb. What? Super Six-Star Dragon was shocked. At this moment, the negative energy bomb attacked by Super Six-Star Dragon was offset by the powerful aura emitted from AF Time and Space Orb. Super Six-Star Dragon's expression became serious, and his body quickly rushed towards AF Time and Space Orb. AF Time and Space Orb roared loudly, emitting a lot of black aura from his body, and rushed towards Super Six-Star Dragon. Soon, the two came in front of each other, and their fists were as fast as lightning, attacking each other. Because AF Time and Space Orb's attack is no longer a positive energy attack, his attack is no longer invalid. Moreover, in the demon state, his strength is stronger than his normal state. Bang! After the two fought for a while, AF Time and Space Orb hit Super Six-Star Dragon with his right fist and knocked him out. Damn it! Super Six-Star Dragon gritted his teeth and looked at AF Time and Space Orb with anger on his face. This human's strength was obviously not as good as his before. How come he was stronger than him all of a sudden? Ah! Just when Super Six-Star Dragon was thinking, AF Time and Space Orb, who had lost control, rushed towards him again. Super Six-Star Dragon clenched his fists and rushed forward. Swish! Bang, bang, bang! The two fought fist to fist and foot to foot. Because AF Time and Space Orb was completely out of control, he didn't know what pain was. So his attack with Super Six-Star Dragon was almost a battle of injury for injury. After a fierce battle between the two, Super Six-Star Dragon was finally knocked to the ground. Ha! With a loud shout, AF Time and Space Orb clasped his hands forward, condensed a pink energy wave in his hands, and hit the Super Six-Star Dragon. No! The Super Six-Star Dragon was very unwilling and roared loudly. But even so, the pink energy wave still hit him. Boom! With an extremely huge explosion, the Super Six-Star Dragon was destroyed and turned back into a normal Six-Star Dragon Ball. The old Kai, who was in the Kaishin realm, frowned after seeing this scene. Although AF Time and Space Orb defeated the Super Six-Star Dragon, he also became the evil Demon Orb. Right. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said to God Jebbet, "God Jebbet, bring the super divine water and pour it on Orb." Super divine water. Yeah, the old Kai nodded. Okay, I understand. Dark Demon Realm. After AF Time and Space Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 5, he beat up Super 3-Star Dragon. In anger, Super 3-Star Dragon transformed into an evil dragon that looked like a spider. He only had 8 legs and 2 eyes and looked extremely ugly. "So you look so ugly," AF Time and Space Son Gohan said. After hearing this, Super 3-Star Dragon said angrily, "It's so noisy, that's why I don't like transformation. I won't let anyone who has seen this transformation go back alive." After Super 3-Star Dragon finished speaking, his body moved quickly while spitting silk at AF Time and Space Son Gohan. AF Time and Space Son Gohan dodged the silk spitted by Super 3-Star Dragon while rushing towards Super 3-Star Dragon. Soon, AF Time and Space Son Gohan came in front of Super 3-Star Dragon and fired a jet of flames from his right hand, attacking Super 3-Star Dragon. Ah! With a violent scream, the body of the Super 3-Star Dragon was instantly destroyed by the jet-like flames fired from the right hand of AF Time and Space Son Gohan. A normal 3-Star Dragon Ball fell to the ground. Dragon Ball. AF Time and Space Son Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball on the ground and couldn't help but recall the past. "Dad, I will be able to revive you soon." Carter's star. After killing the fish man, AF Time and Space Vegeta saw a man with black skin, pointed ears, a pair of long horns on his head, a white face, and a white armor on his body. On the chest armor of this man, there was a 1-star Dragon Ball. He was the Super 1-Star Dragon. Seeing this, AF Time and Space Vegeta clenched his hands hard, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing breath and quickly rose up. Ah! With a huge roar, AF Time and Space Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 people. Wow, this is really, really great. The significant increase in strength is really interesting. When Super 1-Star Dragon saw AF Spacetime Vegeta transform, he was not afraid but laughed instead. AF Vegeta snorted coldly and rushed towards Super 1-Star Dragon quickly. Super 1-Star Dragon laughed evilly and rushed towards AF Spacetime Vegeta as well. Swish! Bang, bang, bang! Soon, the two came in front of each other at the same time and fought with each other with fists and feet as fast as light. Bang! After the two fought for a while, Super 1-Star Dragon clenched his right fist and hit AF Spacetime Vegeta's abdomen heavily. AF Spacetime Vegeta screamed loudly and was beaten back hundreds of meters away. "Damn it!" AF Spacetime Vegeta screamed angrily and rushed towards Super 1-Star Dragon quickly. Soon, AF Spacetime Vegeta came in front of Super 1-Star Dragon and punched Super 1-Star Dragon with his right fist. Super 1-Star Dragon dodged to the side and hit AF Spacetime Vegeta's face with his right fist. Bang! With a violent sound, AF Spacetime Vegeta was knocked to the ground 1,000 meters away. AF Spacetime Vegeta gritted his teeth, and his body quickly stood up from the ground, wiping the wound on the corner of his mouth with his hand. Super 1-Star Dragon smiled, with a hint of playfulness on his face. "Damn it!" AF Spacetime Vegeta looked at Super 1-Star Dragon with an unhappy face. Then he clenched his fists hard, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing aura and quickly rose up. Ah! With a huge roar, AF Spacetime Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Uncle Vegeta. Dad. Because the aura of Super Saiyan 5 was too strong, Trunks and others on other planets also felt the strong aura emanating from Vegeta of AF Time and Space. Great. Great. After seeing this, Super One-Star Dragon was not afraid, but smiled. It's really beyond imagination. My whole body is numb. If I don't take it seriously, it will be terrible. Super One-Star Dragon teased Vegeta of AF Time and Space. AF Spacetime Vegeta listened to Super One-Star Dragon's words, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Ha! With a loud shout, AF Spacetime Vegeta clenched his right fist and came behind Super One-Star Dragon in a blink of an eye. So fast. Super One-Star Dragon was shocked. The next second, AF Spacetime Vegeta hit Super One-Star Dragon's face with his right fist and knocked him out with one punch. AF Spacetime Vegeta took this opportunity to condense a golden energy wave with both hands and hit Super One-Star Dragon. Boom! With a huge explosion, the energy wave hit Super One-Star Dragon. An extremely huge storm appeared and swept around. A large amount of dust and smoke immediately appeared around the explosion. After a while, when the smoke dissipated, Super One-Star Dragon took a defensive posture with both hands and resisted Vegeta's energy wave. What? AF Spacetime Vegeta was startled. Yeah. Super One-Star Dragon spun around in place and said happily. Great, really great. I've been waiting for this kind of power. Super One-Star Dragon said. His face became serious again. It seems a bit troublesome. Then I'll use my strength. Ah! Super One-Star Dragon roared loudly, exuding an extremely amazing breath from his body, and quickly rose upwards. Boom! The ground of the entire planet was affected by the breath of Super One-Star Dragon and shook violently. Even the old Kai who was in the Kai King God could feel the breath emanating from the body of Super One-Star Dragon. Wow, such a strong breath, God Jebbit said with a trembling voice. Old Kai nodded solemnly. Bang! At this moment, Super One-Star Dragon raised his aura to the highest level and said to AF Spacetime Vegeta with a smile on his face, Come on, let's start the final battle. AF Spacetime Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and rushed towards Super One-Star Dragon. Soon, AF Spacetime Vegeta came in front of Super One-Star Dragon and punched forward with his right fist. At the same time as AF Spacetime Vegeta punched with his right fist, Super One-Star Dragon also raised his right fist and punched AF Spacetime Vegeta. Bang! The two punched each other's face with their right fists at the same time, knocking each other back. Then, the two rushed towards each other at the speed of light. While the two moved quickly in the sky, they fought fiercely with each other. Immediately, huge battle sounds came from the sky. Swoosh! After the two fought for a while, the figure of AF Spacetime Vegeta suddenly disappeared in front of Super One-Star Dragon. Disappeared. Super One-Star Dragon. As soon as the voice fell, AF Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of him again and kicked him hard in the face with his right foot. Bang! With a violent sound, Super One-Star Dragon was kicked out. AF Spacetime Vegeta's figure flashed and quickly came in front of Super One-Star Dragon, punching Super One-Star Dragon with both fists like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Under the attack of AF Spacetime Vegeta, Super One-Star Dragon immediately screamed, and his body kept flying backwards. Ha! Suddenly, AF Spacetime Vegeta shouted, hit Super One-Star Dragon hard with his right fist, and knocked him to the ground with one punch. With a loud bang, a lot of sand and dust were immediately smashed out of the ground. After a while, when the dust on the ground cleared, Super One-Star Dragon stood in a deep pit on the ground, looking at AF Spacetime Vegeta in the sky with a calm face. I'm really surprised that it can get to this point. It seems that my full power is still no match for you. AF Spacetime Vegeta snorted coldly, rushed towards Super One-Star Dragon, and condensed an energy wave with his right hand, hitting Super One-Star Dragon's abdomen. Bang! With a golden flame-like flame, Super One-Star Dragon was destroyed and turned back into a normal one-star Dragon Ball. AF Spacetime Vegeta walked forward and picked up the one-star Dragon Ball. Great! Old Kai was very happy to see Super One-Star Dragon defeated. At this time, a short old man with yellow skin appeared. The old man has two yellow spikes on his head, a black spike in the middle, pointed ears, blue eyebrows with two blue spikes extending outward, and a blue four-star dragon ball on his forehead. He is the Super Four-Star Dragon. Super Four-Star Dragon. When the old Kai saw the Super Four-Star Dragon, recognized his identity at a glance. Super Four-Star Dragon laughed evilly and looked at Goten beside old Kai. Goten smiled and said, "You should be the last evil dragon." Ah. Goten said, clenched his fists, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his body, and he quickly rose up. Zizzy. Bang. With an extremely amazing momentum, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Ha! With a loud shout, Goten rushed towards Super Four-Star Dragon at the speed of light. Super Four-Star Dragon flashed and appeared in the sky in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Goten also flew into the sky. Soon, Goten came in front of Super Four-Star Dragon, and his fists were as fast as flashes, attacking Super Four-Star Dragon. Super Four-Star Dragon was startled, and before he could react, his face and body were hit by Son Wushen's fists. Bang, bang, bang. Under Son Wushen's attack, Super Four-Star Dragon immediately let out loud screams, and his body kept retreating. Bang! Son Wushen condensed a wave of energy with his hands and hit Super Four-Star Dragon's body. Super Four-Star Dragon's body was immediately knocked to the ground like a meteor. Then the energy wave exploded, and an extremely huge storm appeared, sweeping around. A lot of dust and smoke immediately appeared around the explosion. After a while, when the explosion's smoke dissipated, a huge deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Super Four-Star Dragon stood on a raised ground and said to Son Wushen with a serious expression on his face, "It's amazing. It seems that I have to be more serious." Ah! Super Four-Star Dragon said, clenched his fists, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from his body. "Dragon cover," Super Four-Star Dragon said in a low voice. After that, Super Four-Star Dragon immediately rushed towards Son Goten. Son Goten clenched his fists and also rushed towards Super Four-Star Dragon. Soon, the two came to each other at the same time, fighting fist to fist and foot to foot. Bang! The two grabbed each other's hands and fought hard in a deep pit on the ground. The two men simultaneously emitted an extremely powerful aura and violently collided with each other in the sky. The ground beneath their feet collapsed under the powerful force of the two men. Ah! Son Wushen shouted and pushed the Super Four-Star Dragon away. The Super Four-Star Dragon gritted his teeth, stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and quickly slowed down. Swish! Just at this moment, Son Wushen's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and came in front of the Super Four-Star Dragon. Without waiting for the Super Four-Star Dragon to react, Son Wushen hit the Super Four-Star Dragon's abdomen with his right fist. The Super Four-Star Dragon screamed loudly, and his body flew backwards like a ray. With a loud bang, the Super Four-Star Dragon's body crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately hit with a lot of sand and dust. Son Wushen took this opportunity to quickly put his hands together and said, "Kame Pai Kai Gongbo." A deep blue wave of air condensed from Goten's hands and hit the Super Four-Star Dragon. Boom! With an extremely loud explosion, the Kamehameha wave blew up the mountain that the Super Four-Star Dragon had crashed into. A large amount of rubble was scattered around under the impact of the explosion. After seeing this, God Jebbet and the others immediately covered their eyes with their hands. After a while, when the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the Super Four-Star Dragon stood in front of Goten in a very embarrassed state, with anger on his face. Goten smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be alive." The Super Four-Star Dragon gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Ah! Suddenly, the Super Four-Star Dragon opened his mouth, and a huge suction force appeared in his mouth, swallowing all the dragon balls that Goten and the others had obtained in the AF time and space into his stomach. Oh no! AF Spacetime Trunks' face suddenly changed after seeing this. After the Super 4-star dragon swallowed the Dragon Ball, his body immediately became as tall as Goten, and he looked much younger. 6 Dragon Balls appeared in front of his body. Ah! The Super 4-star dragon roared loudly and immediately exuded an extremely powerful aura from his body and quickly rose upwards. The ground around him immediately shook violently. Bang! After a while, the Super 4-star dragon released the energy gathered in his body and looked at Goten with a smile. Seeing this, Goten's body returned to normal, his eyes and hair turned silver, and his whole body exuded a large amount of silver-white aura. This is exactly the sign of Ultra Instinct. What? When old Kai felt the aura emanating from Goten, he was immediately surprised, because the aura emanating from Goten now is the aura of God. After seeing Son Wushen's appearance, Super 4-star Dragon was a little surprised, but he still rushed towards Son Wushen. Son Wushen moved his body, circled behind Super 4-star Dragon in a blink of an eye, and kicked Super 4-star Dragon's abdomen with his right foot. Super 4-star Dragon screamed loudly, and his body was like light, slamming into the mountain on his left. The mountain was immediately smashed into a lot of sand and dust. Ha! Son Wushen shouted loudly and fired a lot of energy waves with both hands, attacking Super 4-star Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. With huge explosions, the energy waves shot by Son Wushen, like a rainstorm, constantly bombarded the mountain. The mountain was soon shattered by the energy waves shot by Son Wushen, and the remaining energy waves all fell on Super 4-star Dragon and exploded. Under the attack of energy waves one after another, Super 4-star Dragon immediately let out loud screams. After a while, when the smoke from the explosion dissipated, many large and small deep pits appeared on the ground. The Super 4-star Dragon gasped and stood in one of the deep pits. "Is this your strength?" Son Wushen laughed. The Super 4-star Dragon gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. "Ha!" With a loud shout, the Super 4-star Dragon rushed towards Son Wushen as fast as a flash of light. Son Wushen moved his body and was about to rush forward. Suddenly, a large amount of silk threads spurted out of the Super 4-star Dragon's mouth and entangled Son Wushen. This move was exactly the move of the Super 3-star Dragon. Son Wushen was startled and flew towards the sky in a hurry to dodge. "Double Dragon attack!" The Super 4-star Dragon shouted loudly, and at the same time, he used his hands to condense a golden dragon and attacked Son Wushen. Son Wushen shouted loudly, and at the same time, he fired an energy wave from his hands and hit the 2 dragons. Boom, boom. With 2 huge explosions, the energy waves of the 2 people collided and exploded in the sky. Immediately in the sky, a lot of smoke from the explosion appeared. The 2 figures flashed, and they came to each other in an instant and hit each other. Swish! Bang! 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 The 2 moved quickly and fought in the sky. Because the 2 moved too fast, it seemed that there were a lot of ripples in the sky from a distance. Seeing this, AF Spacetime Trunks was watching the battle in the sky very nervously. Bang! At this time, Son Goten punched the Super 4-star Dragon away. Then he quickly came behind the Super 4-star Dragon and hit the Super 4-star Dragon's back with both hands. Bang! Boom! With an extremely violent sound, the Super 4-star Dragon's body fell heavily to the ground like a straight line. A lot of sand and dust were immediately smashed out of the ground. After a while, the dust on the ground dissipated, and an extremely huge deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Super 4-star Dragon lay in the deep pit in a very embarrassed state. Just at this moment, Son Wushen gathered his energy with his hands behind him and said, "Came Pai Kai Gong Wave." A deep blue air wave condensed from Son Wushen's hands, Super 4-star Dragon. Super 4-star Dragon was startled and quickly stood up from the ground, raising his hands to resist Son Wushen's Kamehameha wave. "Ha!" Son Wushen shouted loudly and hit forward with all his strength. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, the Kamehameha wave exploded on the ground. An extremely huge storm swept around. A large amount of dust and smoke immediately appeared around the explosion. Ah! Super 4-star Dragon screamed loudly, and his body was destroyed by the Kamehameha wave. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for defeating the ultimate 4-star Dragon and obtaining a Super Saiyan 6 advanced card. I learned. Master, do you want to use the Super Saiyan advanced card? Use. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Son Goten immediately felt an extremely powerful force in his body. Son Goten was happy for a moment and changed his body back to normal. At this moment, a little boy wearing a blue martial arts uniform and a crab hairstyle appeared. This person is Son Goku from Dragon Ball AF Time and Space. Dad, Dad. AF Time and Space Son Wukong's body did not change back after defeating 1-star Dragon, so he still looked like a child. AF Time and Space Son Wukong nodded. Thank you, Goten. You are Goten from another time and space, right? Yes, Sun Wushan nodded. Really, no wonder you are so strong, stronger than me. Grandpa. Just then, a woman's voice came from a distance. Sun Wushan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with twin ponytails. This person is Xyrofang when she grows up. Xyrofang looks very similar to her mother, BD Lee, but her pupils are black. Xyrofang. AF Time and Space Son, Wukong smiled at AF Time and Space Xyrofang. Although they haven't seen each other for many years, their appearance and voice have not changed much. AF Time and Space Xyrofang walked to AF Time and Space Son Wukong with tears on her face, hugged AF Time and Space Son Wukong with both hands and said, Great Grandpa, you are finally resurrected. Please never leave us again, okay? Okay. AF Time and Space Son Wukong said, and helped AF Time and Space Xyrofang wipe her tears. Okay, Xyrofang, don't cry anymore. AF Time and Space Xyrofang nodded and wiped her tears with her hands. Grandpa, who is he? AF Time and Space Xyrofang looked at Sun Wushan. He is Goten, but he is Goten from another time and space. His strength is much stronger than your Uncle Goten. AF Time and Space Sun Wushan, who was standing aside, blushed after hearing this. Oh, it turns out to be Uncle Goten when he was a child. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. AF Time and Space Xyrofang said. Then Grandpa, how could he appear in our time and space? Sun Wukong and the others were not surprised about the matter of traveling through time and space. Because future Trunks traveled back to the past and helped them change history, so they were able to survive. I don't know about this either, asked Goten. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, why do you still look like a child? AF Time and Space Xyrofang said with some dissatisfaction. She is already in high school, but Sun Wukong still looks like a child. I didn't ask Shenlong to change me back, so I have always been like this. Is that so? Then. Uncle Goten, why did you come to our time and space? AF Time and Space Xyrofang looked at Sun Wushan, who was younger than herself, and called him uncle reluctantly in her heart. Sun Wukong is younger than her, and now there is another Sun Wushan. Of course, Sun Wushan is really younger than her, because he is less than 14 years old. I said I just came here for a walk, do you believe it? No. AF Time and Space Xyrofang shook her head. Seeing this, Sun Wushan turned around and looked at Sun Wushan in AF Time and Space. Since Dad is fine, I'll go back. You're going back? AF Spacetime Trunks asked. Yes, Goten nodded. Okay, but I still want to say thank you again, otherwise we may not be able to defeat the evil dragon with our strength. Yes, Goten smiled and nodded. What the evil dragon was defeated by Uncle Goten. AF Spacetime Xyrofang was shocked after hearing this. Yes. Just when AF Spacetime Xyrofang wanted to ask Goten, Goten had already moved in an instant and disappeared in the Kaioshin realm. Afterwards, everyone stopped paying attention to Goten because Goku was resurrected in AF Spacetime. AF Spacetime Kiki and others were extremely happy after learning the news of Goku's resurrection. Because the super evil dragon was defeated, the Dragon Ball was restored to use. However, although the Dragon Ball was restored to use, Goku and others sealed it in the heaven. Never use the Dragon Balls unless it is absolutely necessary. Main time and space. Son Wushan has returned home at this time. Because he was out for half a day, it is already noon time. After having lunch at home, Sun Wushan was arranged to take care of Xiaofang in the afternoon. Although Sun Wushan was helpless, he could only agree. In the following days, Sun Wushan would practice whenever he had time. Time passed in a flash, and a year passed in a blink of an eye. Everything was very calm during this year. Although Sun Wushan is now very strong, he faces a huge problem. This problem is studying. During this year, Kiki has asked Sun Wushan to study in Zidu more than once, but was always rejected by Sun Wushan with various excuses. During this year, Sun Wushan thought of many ways to make Kiki stop him from studying, but none of them worked. In the past, when I saw others in the Dragon Ball time travel novel, it is said that money can get Kai. But in fact, it is too much. The Dragon Ball world has Dragon Balls. As long as Son Goku collects all 7 Dragon Balls and wishes for endless wealth, his family may become the richest in the world in an instant. But Kai's idea is not like this. She thinks that you can't get something for nothing. You must rely on yourself to make money. If you have money, you must know how to keep it. Of course. The most important thing is the face problem. Kai likes to compare with her neighbors. Children's education is also one of their comparisons. Son Goten had no choice but to agree to go to school when he was 17 years old. As for why it was 17 years old, it was of course because Son Gohan went to school in the city at the age of 17. How could he go to school in the city faster than Son Gohan? Because he would go to school in the city in 3 years, Son Goten set a small goal for himself. He hoped that he could break through to Super Saiyan 7 in 3 years. West Capital, Krillin's house Marin studied very hard because she heard that Goten would go to high school in 3 years and planned to skip 3 grades and go to high school in these 3 years. Universe 7, Destruction of the God Realm. Broly and Goku will basically not lose control after practicing in the destruction of the God Realm for a year. Without losing his mind, his strength is not very strong, and he can barely tie with Goku. Swish. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Goku and Vegeta were fighting on a grass field. After a year of practice, the two have further improved their control over Ultra Instinct and Ultra Self-Instinct. Without letting go, Goku, who controls Ultra Instinct, is stronger than Vegeta. In this way, the two fought for a while and ended in a draw. Broly, do you want to be a god of destruction? Beerus looked at Broly and said, God of destruction. Yes, once you become the god of destruction, the entire 7th universe will be under your control. After hearing this, Broly immediately hesitated. Beerus saw Broly hesitate and immediately felt unhappy. He once asked Son Goku and Vegeta if they wanted to be the god of destruction, but they both refused. The reason why he asked Broly today was because he had good talent. If he wanted to be the god of destruction, he should be able to take over his position soon. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Beerus, but I think I'd better forget it. After hearing this, Beerus gritted his teeth in anger. He had already decided in his heart that he would never ask a Saiyan to be the god of destruction again. Lord Beerus, what's wrong with you? Whis, who had just flown down from the palace, asked. Nothing. After hearing this, Wise was half believing and half doubting. Lord Beerus, Ramo has prepared the meal. Really? After hearing this, Beerus immediately flew towards the palace. Then Goku, Broly, Vegeta, let's go eat together. The 3 nodded. The 7th universe, the galaxy prison. This is where the most vicious criminals in the 7th universe are imprisoned, and it is also the most strictly guarded place. In addition to the Galaxy Patrol guarding this galaxy prison, no one else lives on the entire planet. Inside the galaxy prison, a goat-headed man with dark blue skin, a pair of horns on his head, and a long white beard on his chin was sitting on the floor of the cell. His name was Moro, and he was a prisoner here. 10 million years ago, Moro had fought with the Great Kai and the South Kai, and was defeated after the Great Kai's special skill, Magic Wave, sealed his magic power at the cost of consuming most of his divine power. Although he was sentenced to death by the Galactic Patrol, no one could execute the death penalty because of his strong fighting power, so he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Now he has little time left, and he may die soon because of the end of his life. Feeling that his life is coming to an end, Moro was full of reluctance. He was unwilling to die like this, and he was unwilling to die before he had revenged the Great Kai. But even if he was unwilling, he was trapped here and had no choice. Just when Moro was in despair, a new Galactic Patrolman opened the door and walked into the cell while confirming the identity of the prisoner. Moro looked at the new Galactic Patrolman, and his eyes swept over the key hanging on his waist. As long as he could find a way to get the key from the new Galactic Patrolman, he might be able to leave the prison. Thinking of this, Moro slowly waited for the Galactic Patrolman to come. After a long time, the Galactic Patrolman came to the outside of Moro's cell and looked at Moro and said, "Are you Moro?" Moro laughed evilly, and a suction force appeared in the palm of his right hand, sucking the Galactic Patrolman onto the cell railing in an instant. Without waiting for the Galactic Patrolman to react, Moro grabbed his neck with his right hand and used the remaining energy to suck out all the energy in his body. Then he searched the Galactic Patrolman for the key, left the cell, and rescued a deserter from Frieza's army, Killenbury. Soon after, the Galactic Patrol prison heard the sound of Moro's escape cry. A large number of Galactic Patrols were dispatched, vowing to catch Moro. The next day, Moro followed Killenbury to the planet Namek. "Killenbury, the Dragon Ball you said can really help me restore my magic power." "Of course." Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. In 3 days, Moro attacked 6 Namek villages and took away 6 Dragon Balls, and killed several Namek warriors who were assimilated by Namek people. As long as they find another Dragon Ball from Namek, they can successfully collect 7 Dragon Balls. Earth, West City, Bulma's house. Son Wukong and Vegeta haven't been back for a long time, so they came back today and tasted the food of Earth at Bulma's house. "It's delicious, it's delicious." While eating, Son Wukong praised the food ordered by Bulma. Beerus and the others nodded. Just when everyone was eating happily, a small spaceship landed from the sky. This spaceship was exactly Jack's spaceship. Swoosh! Tap! After the spaceship landed, Jack quickly jumped off the spaceship. Jack. When Bulma saw that the person coming was Jack, he immediately greeted him. After hearing this, Jack hurriedly ran to Son Wukong and said, "Wukong, something bad has happened. Did Moro escape from prison?" "Moro. He is a very powerful prisoner. Because he is too powerful, our Galactic Patrol has never been able to execute him, so he has been changed to life imprisonment. So I came to you, hoping that you can help us catch Moro." "Is he very powerful?" Son Wukong asked. "Very strong." "So where is he now? According to the intelligence, he should be on Namek now." "Namek?" Son Wukong's face changed when he heard this. "Could it be that his goal is the Dragon Ball?" "I think so." "Then Vegeta, Broly, do you want to go together?" On Namek, Mora and Cullenbury had just found the last Dragon Ball on Namek. And Cullenbury relied on the high technology of Frieza's army to control a Namekian and let him summon the Namekian dragon Porunga in the Namek language. Mora made 2 wishes to Porunga, one to restore his youth and the other to restore his magic power in his heyday. "Okay, you have made 2 wishes, and I will make the last wish." Killenbury looked at Moro and said, the reason why Moro rescued Killenbury during this jailbreak was because he had a deal with Killenbury. As long as Killenbury used the Namek Dragon Ball to help him restore his youth and the magic power of his youth, the last Dragon Ball wish would belong to him. After hearing this, Moro sneered, raised his right index finger, and a purple ray instantly emanated from Moro's fingertips, piercing Killenbury's body. Killenbury screamed, and his body suddenly lost its breath and fell to the ground. Moro looked at Killenbury, his eyes full of indifference and ridicule. and act like you wants to negotiate with me, Moro said, looking at the Namekian controlled by the machine, and said his last wish. As the wish came true, the dragon ball of Namek turned back into a dragon ball and fell to the ground. Moro laughed loudly, thinking about how to take revenge on the Great Kai next. Just when he was happy, a galactic patrol spaceship appeared in the sky. A man with purple skin, a white mushroom head, and a galactic patrol uniform jumped down from the sky and landed in front of Moro. This man is called Mel's, and he is the elite among the elites of the Galactic Patrol. Galactic Patrol. When Moro saw Mel's, the smile on his face subsided a little. Mel's looked at Moro, who had regained his youth, and his expression became a little solemn. But he still picked up the pistol in his hand and pointed it at him. Moro snorted coldly and was very disdainful in his heart. At this moment, Mel's rushed towards Moro. Moro saw that Mel's was not moving fast and showed a sneer on his face. Suddenly, Mel's slid down, passed under Moro, and went behind Moro. Moro was startled and turned around quickly. Bang! Mel's fired a shot, and a large net was fired from the gun, which immediately caught Moro's body. Damn it! Moro gritted his teeth and struggled in the large net. But this large net is not an ordinary net. It can bind the magic power in Moro's body. Useless Moro, this net is specially made to catch you. It can bind the magic power in your body. Mel said. Damn it! After hearing this, Moro screamed madly. He had just recovered his strength and was about to start revenge on the Great Kai. How could he be trapped by this small net? Moro. Seeing Moro struggling frantically, Mel's couldn't help but worry about the quality of this big net. Ah! At this moment, Moro used his brute force to tear a hole in the big net and escaped. Moro gasped and looked at Mel's with anger. He was almost caught by Mel's again. Mel saw the big net being torn into pieces, and his expression immediately became a little solemn. This capture net is his biggest reliance. Now that the net is broken, even he is not sure to catch it. Moro looked at Mel's and felt that he could not give Mel's another chance to catch him. He used magic power to absorb the energy of the planet Namek. Only when he becomes stronger, the effect of the net will become less and less for him. After seeing this, Myers immediately fired to stop it. However, Moro, who had suffered a loss once, would naturally not cast the capture net again. As Moro absorbed more and more energy, the flowers and plants around him turned yellow and withered, and the ground also had a certain depression. Just at this time, 4 figures suddenly appeared. These 4 people were Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Jack. Jack! Myers recognized Jack. Jack nodded. Jack, who are they? They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly. They are all very strong, and Son Goku also defeated Frieza. Is that so? Yeah, Jack nodded again. Jack, is that the Moro you mentioned? Son Goku looked at Moro and said, Yes. Then Vegeta, how about I deal with this Moro? Vegeta snorted coldly. No, every time there's a strong guy, you're the first to attack. This time it's almost my turn. Don't be like that, Vegeta. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? Vegeta thought for a moment and nodded. Then, let's start playing rock, paper, scissors now. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, I win, Sun Wukong laughed. Tusk! Vegeta looked at the scissors he had drawn and took his right hand back unhappily. Sun Wukong turned around and looked at Moro with a serious face. Although he had not fought with Moro, the aura exuded by Moro was indeed extraordinary. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is, Mers said in surprise as he watched Sun Wukong transform. This is a Super Saiyan. Jack said, Is this the Super Saiyan? Yes. Just as the two were chatting, Sun Wukong had already rushed towards Moro. In just a moment, Sun Wukong came in front of Moro and punched at Moro with his fists as fast as lightning. Moro's figure flashed and instantly appeared in the sky. Ah! Sun Wukong roared loudly and flew into the sky. Moro sneered, and his body was like light, and he went behind Sun Wukong. Without waiting for Sun Wukong to react, Moro condensed a purple energy wave with his right hand and hit Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong was hit by Moro's energy wave and exploded in the sky. A large piece of thick smoke immediately appeared in the sky, covering Sun Wukong's body. Wukong! Sun Wukong! After seeing this scene, Broly and Jack were a little worried about Sun Wukong's safety come. After a while, the smoke in the sky dissipated, and Sun Wukong put his hands in a defensive posture to resist the energy wave of Moro. What? Moro was shocked. Sun Wukong just made a defensive move at such a close distance. Ah! Just at this moment, Sun Wukong roared loudly. His hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his eyes turned dark blue, and his body was surrounded by blue aura and star-shaped particles unique to the breath of God. Water droplets flowed in the flame from time to time. The speed of the flame flow was much slower than that of humans and Super Saiyans, and it had very slight electric sparks. The flame was divided into 2 layers of flames, sky blue and white from the outside to the inside. This is exactly Super Saiyan blue. Is this also a Super Saiyan transformation, Jack? Mel's asked Jack. It seems. Right. You have to ask Vegeta and the others to know more about this. After hearing this, Myers looked at Vegeta, who was holding his arms. This is a Super Saiyan transformation with Super Saiyan God as the norm, Vegeta said. After hearing this, Myers nodded and did not ask any more questions. In the sky, Moro was also surprised by Sun Wukong's transformation. However, although he was surprised, he still did not take a young boy like Sun Wukong seriously. In his eyes, only the former great Kai King God could threaten him. Ha! Just when Moro was thinking this in his heart, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his body rushed towards Moro like light. Moro snorted coldly and stood still. Swoosh! Sun Wukong, who was rushing towards Moro, suddenly disappeared. Moro was startled and turned around quickly. Just as Moro turned around, Sun Wukong appeared from behind him and kicked at Moro's head with his right foot. Moro didn't see Sun Wukong below, so he turned around immediately. His face was just kicked by Sun Wukong, and he fell heavily to the ground like a ray. A large amount of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. After a while, when the sand and dust on the ground dissipated, Moro stood up from the deep pit on the island in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Damn it! Moro shouted angrily and fired a large amount of purple energy waves from his hands, attacking Sun Wukong. Swish! Bang! 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 While dodging, Sun Wukong slapped the attacking energy waves into the surrounding sea. Moro looked at it, stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and flew into the sky. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and rushed towards Moro as well. Soon, the two came in front of each other, and their fists and feet were as fast as light, fighting hard. Swish! Bang! 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 As the two fought fiercely, violent sounds came from the sky immediately. Bang! Sun Wukong clenched his right fist hard and hit Moro's face hard, knocking him out. Mo Luo clenched his fists, quickly stopped in midair, and looked at Sun Wukong. At this time, Sun Wukong's figure had already disappeared from the spot and appeared above him. Without waiting for Mo Luo to react, Sun Wukong fell down and kicked Mo Luo's body with his right foot. Mo Luo's body was immediately kicked into the sea like a ray. The sea was immediately stirred up by a huge wave. Sun Wukong's figure flashed and fell into the sea. Mo Luo, who had already fallen into the sea and drank a lot of sea water, saw Sun Wukong rushing into the sea and immediately launched an energy wave with both hands to attack Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body flashed to the side and dodged. Boom! With a huge explosion, 2 energy waves exploded in the sky at the same time. Mo Luo took this opportunity to rush out of the sea and landed on a nearby island. Hoo! Mara gasped and looked at him with anger. If his strength had not been fully recovered, Sun Wukong would not be his opponent at all. At this time, Sun Wukong also came to the island from the sea. Mara raised his right hand and used the magic power in his body to control the ground around Sun Wukong. Suddenly, the ground around Sun Wukong cracked, and a fierce burning sensation came from the ground. Sun Wukong was startled and flew into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge molten lava spurted out from the ground like a blood-red big hand, grabbing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong flew upwards, gathering his energy with both hands. Turtle sect Kai Gong wave. A deep blue air wave condensed from Sun Wukong's hand and hit the molten lava. Bang! Under the suppression of Kamehameha, the molten lava was beaten back to the ground. Sun Wukong was relieved. Suddenly, Moro appeared on the right side of Sun Wukong, and his right fist was as fast as light, hitting Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong screamed loudly and flew to the left. Moro took this opportunity to condense a large amount of energy waves with his hands and hit Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. With huge explosions, a large amount of energy waves hit Sun Wukong. A large amount of explosion smoke and fire immediately appeared in the sky. Moro snorted coldly and stopped the attack of energy waves. After a while, when the smoke in the sky dissipated, Sun Wukong stood in the sky with his hands in a defensive posture. Damn it! Moro gritted his teeth and became a little angry. Ah! Sun Wukong roared loudly, and a large amount of blue aura emanated from his body, and a layer of red aura appeared outside the blue aura. This is exactly the King Fist. 10 times the King Fist. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his aura surged. His body immediately turned into a red flash and rushed towards Moro. Moro was startled, and the next second his abdomen was hit by an extremely violent blow, and his body flew backwards like light. 20 times the King Fist. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his body flew over Moro at a faster speed and kicked with his right foot, hitting Moro's body heavily. Bang! Boom! With an extremely violent sound, Moro's body fell heavily to the ground of the island like light. The ground of the island was immediately stirred up by a large piece of sand and dust. Ha! Sun Wukong exhaled lightly, and the aura of the King Fist on his body slowly dissipated. After a while, when the dust on the ground dissipated, a circular deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared. Mara's body was buried under a lot of sand. Great, Mora is not Sun Wukong at all, Jack said happily. We can't be careless now. Mel said solemnly. Although Sun Wukong has the upper hand now, Mora has not used his magic power to absorb Sun Wukong's energy. If Sun Wukong's energy is absorbed, he has no way to stop it. Deal with him. Damn it. Mara looked at Sun Wukong in the sky, his eyes full of anger. At this time, he no longer dared to underestimate Sun Wukong, and even regarded him as an opponent of the same level as the Great Kai. Swoosh. Tap. Sun Wukong fell from midair and looked at Mara lying in the deep pit. Mara, you are not my opponent. I think you should surrender. Surrender? Mara laughed when he heard this. Since he escaped from the dark prison, he could not go back, even if he died. And he still had a killer move. Mara, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your naivety, Mara said, and got up from the ground. Even if I die, I can't go back to the galaxy prison. In that case, I can only knock you down and let them take you back to the galaxy prison. Then let's see if you have the ability, Moro said, and immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted and rushed towards Moro as well. Soon the two rushed to each other, and their fists were as fast as light, fighting hard. The ground around them was immediately lifted up by huge breaks under the fierce fight between the two. Bang! After the two fought for a while, Sun Wukong kicked forward with his right foot and kicked Moro away. Moro stepped on the ground with his right foot and quickly stopped on the ground. Sun Wukong raised his right fist and was about to rush towards Moro. But he saw another Moro appear next to Moro. This Mo Luo is of course not the real Mo Luo, but an environment created by Mo Luo with his magic power. Doppelganger. Sun Wukong chuckled and rushed towards Mo Luo quickly. Tricks like a Pelganger are already old tricks for him. Mo Luo sneered and went forward with the phantom he created. Soon, Mo Luo and the phantom he created came in front of Sun Wukong. Because Mo Luo and the phantom created by Mo Luo had the same aura, Sun Wukong could not tell which one was his real body for a while, and the only way was to attack Mo Luo and the phantom created by Mo Luo. Swish! Sun Wukong punched the phantom of Moro in vain. This is an illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Moro's right hand grabbed Sun Wukong's abdomen, and a deep blue energy flew out of Sun Wukong's body and was absorbed by Moro. Sun Wukong's body immediately returned to normal. Sun Wukong, Kakarot. After seeing this scene, the expression on Maya's face immediately changed. "It's bad. What's wrong, Myers?" Jack asked. "I just forgot to tell you that Moro can absorb the energy of organisms and planets." "Kakarot, you idiot." Vegeta cursed angrily and clenched his hands with great force. "Ah!" With a huge roar, Vegeta's hair turned purple, his eyebrows disappeared, and his brow bones were close to his eye sockets. His pupils turned golden, and a large amount of purple aura emanated from his body. This is the ultimate self-intention. This is... Mers was shocked. The next second, Vegeta disappeared from the spot and rushed towards Moro. Moro sneered and didn't take Vegeta seriously at all. In just a breath, Vegeta came in front of Moro, and his fists were like light, attacking Moro. Moro clenched his right fist and attacked Vegeta as well. However, Vegeta's fists hit him first. Bang, bang, bang. Under Vegeta's fierce attack, Moro's face and body were constantly hit, and his body kept retreating backwards, and loud screams came out of his mouth. Bang! After attacking for a while, Vegeta jumped up easily, kicked Moro in the face with his right foot, and kicked him out in an instant, and hit him hard on a hill on the left. Under the violent impact of Moro, the hill was immediately stirred up by a large amount of sand and dust. A lot of rubble rolled down from the hill and pressed on Moro. Vegeta snorted coldly, condensed a purple destructive energy in his right hand, and attacked Moro. Moro was startled and quickly stood up from the ground, trying to absorb the destructive energy with magic. However, when he wanted to absorb it, he felt that his soul was full of fear of the destructive energy that was about to rush over. Destructive energy can destroy everything in the world and is the nemesis of everything in the world. Damn it! Moro roared loudly and raised his hands quickly to resist the destructive energy that was attacking. Bang! The destructive energy was blocked by Moro's hands, but his body also retreated dozens of steps backwards. Vegeta sneered, condensed a golden energy wave in his left hand, and hit the destructive energy. What? Seeing this, Moro's face suddenly changed. Boom! With an extremely loud explosion, the destructive energy was detonated by the energy wave emitted by Vegeta's left hand. Instantly, an extremely huge purple storm appeared and swept towards the entire island. The entire island suddenly shook violently. The surrounding sea was affected by the explosion of destructive energy and rolled violently. Then, an extremely huge white mushroom cloud rose from the island. Moro's body was completely covered by the smoke from the explosion. After a while, when the smoke on the island dissipated, a huge round pit appeared on the ground of the island. Moro was gasping for breath at this time, and his body was lying in the pit in an extremely embarrassed manner. Moro looked at Vegeta standing in the distance with a trace of fear on his face. He was not afraid of Vegeta's strength, but his terrifying energy that he could not absorb. If he had not fully recovered his strength, he would not have taken the destructive energy seriously. But the most important thing for him now is to escape from here first. When his strength is fully restored, it won't be too late to seek revenge on Son Wukong and the others. Thinking of this, Moro immediately used his magic power to absorb the energy of the planet Namek. The explosion of the energy just now caused great damage to his body. He must absorb some of the planet's energy to restore his body. Not good, Vegeta. Moro is absorbing the energy of the planet Namek. Mers reminded Vegeta. What? After hearing this, Vegeta immediately rushed towards Moro in the deep pit. Damn it! Moro gritted his teeth, quickly climbed up from the ground and flew into the sky. Bang! Vegeta jumped with both feet, and his body came to the sky above Moro at a faster speed. Seeing this, Moro's expression changed. Vegeta fell down, kicked down with his right foot, and kicked Moro's body heavily. Moro screamed loudly, and his body was kicked back heavily like light. On the island was immediately covered with a large amount of sand and dust. Vegeta shouted loudly, condensed a large amount of destructive energy with his hands, and hit the island. Swish! Boom, boom, boom. With huge explosions, Moro screamed loudly due to the destructive energy. After a while, Vegeta stopped attacking with destructive energy with both hands and landed on the island, ready to kill Moro. Moro, who was already seriously injured, looked at Vegeta, who was walking towards him step by step, his eyes full of unwillingness. "Damn it, I'll fight you," Moro roared loudly, and the ground under Vegeta's feet suddenly sprayed a large amount of magma. Vegeta was startled and flew towards the sky. Moro flashed and quickly came to the sky. He used magic power to summon a huge meteorite from outside the space and attacked Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, and a golden energy wave condensed in his right hand, smashing the meteorite. Moro chuckled and rushed into the universe quickly. "It's bad." Vegeta's face changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly chased after him. But just when Vegeta was about to catch up, Moro suddenly fired an energy wave at him. In order to dodge this energy wave, Vegeta flew into the universe. Saiyans can't survive in the universe. "Damn it!" Vegeta was angry and clenched his fists. But now that things have come to this, even if he regrets it, it's too late. Thinking of this, Vegeta's body immediately returned to normal and fell back to Namek. "Vegeta," Son Wukong spoke to Vegeta. Vegeta nodded. "Let Moro escape. There's nothing we can do about it, Vegeta," Son Wukong comforted. After hearing this, Jack, who was standing by, looked bitter. If Son Wukong and his team didn't eliminate Moro, the Galactic Patrol would be busy again. Son Wukong, "Then let's go back to Earth first." "Okay," Vegeta nodded. "I'll go back with you too," Jack said. His spaceship is still on Earth. If he doesn't go back to Earth with them, he doesn't know how to get the spaceship back. After returning to Earth, Son Wukong told Wise and the others about Moro. "Beerus, space." "Yes, Lord Beerus, if it weren't for space, Vegeta would have destroyed him long ago." Beerus snorted coldly after hearing this. "Wukong, if you had used Ultra Instinct from the beginning, you might have defeated that guy long ago." Son Wukong smiled and scratched his head after hearing this. "I want to fight him first, so." "Forget it, these are all your mortals' business anyway. You mortals can solve it yourself," Beerus said, eating a skewer. "Yeah," Son Wukong nodded. Universe 7. After Son Wukong and the others left, Moro immediately used his magic to absorb the energy of the entire Namek planet. Namek planet also became a dead star. A week later, Moro came to a spaceship in the universe. This spaceship was snatched by Moro in the universe after he used the Dragon Ball from the planet Namek to make a wish to release the criminals in the galaxy prison. Because all the criminals in the galaxy prison were released, the Galaxy Patrol was fully mobilized to capture criminals in the universe during this week. The weaker criminals were quickly captured by the Galaxy Patrol. The stronger ones continued to roam freely in the universe. Lord Moro. A tall man with a pineapple hairstyle and a face like a gorilla spoke to Moro. The man's name was Sagambo, and he was a stronger criminal who escaped from the galaxy prison. Moro nodded. "Then, Lord Moro, what should we do next?" "I will recover my strength first, and when I fully recover my strength, I will go to Earth to eliminate those two hateful Saiyans." "Okay, Lord Moro," Sagambo nodded. Earth, Baozi Mountain. Goten had already learned about Moro from Gohan and the others. Originally, he planned to have Android 21 bring Moro to Earth and destroy him. But after thinking carefully, if Moro came to him and then defeated his subordinates and Sebensley, he could gain a lot of abilities. However, what he valued most was Sebensley's copying ability. Although Sebensley's copying time was only 30 minutes, if Goten used it to copy Gohan's mind, he would not have to worry about his future exams. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. In these 2 months, Moro absorbed a lot of planets to restore his strength. Just a few days ago, Moro learned from Sagambo that the Makaren brothers had sent a distress signal and lost contact. So Moro decided to send a stronger reconnaissance team to Earth to find out the situation, and ordered the elimination of the traitors who acted without authorization. After learning from the reconnaissance team that Son, Wukong, and Vegeta were practicing to improve their strength, Moro decided to go to Earth and eliminate them. Earth. As the advance team, Sebensley, Simulka, and Yunba have already arrived on Earth. Sebensley is a dark green skin, blue eyes, an oval purple gem on his head, and 2 oval purple small gems. Sebensley is not a human, but an artificial life form created by intelligent life on a planet with high technology, numbered OG-73I. Simulka is short, with pale yellow skin and a hair like grass. Yunba is tall, with black hair all over his body, round ears on his head, black eye circles, white face, palms, and soles, without any hair. After the 3 arrived, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth quickly felt his breath and rushed over. "Who are you?" Krillin asked as he looked at the 3. Simulka smiled and said, "Since you have discovered us, we will not hide it. We are the vanguard of Lord Moro." "Vanguard? Yes, our Lord Moro will come to Earth soon." "Really? In that case, we will get rid of you first," Pico said. As a former great demon king, he would not be scared by a few words from the other party. Simulka's face changed slightly when he saw that Piccolo and his men were not afraid of them. Although they are strong, Piccolo and his men have more people, and the 3 of them may not be their opponents. "Gohan, let's go," Pico said to Son Gohan. "Okay, Uncle Piccolo," Son Gohan said. Son Goten, who was standing aside, looked at it and rushed to Sebensley. Others he didn't care about people, but he had to deal with Sebensley himself. "Goten!" Gohan saw Goten take action and immediately rushed towards Simulka, and Piccolo rushed towards Yunba. Soon, Goten came in front of Sebensley, and his fists were as fast as light, attacking Sebensley. Sebensley was shocked, and before he could react, he was hit by Goten's fists. Bang, bang, bang. Under Goten's attack, Sebensley's body immediately flew backwards. Bang! Goten clenched his right fist hard and hit Sebensley's abdomen heavily. Sebensley screamed loudly, flew backwards, and hit a mountain behind him hard. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised by the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Sebensley and gaining the ability to copy for 30 minutes. Learn. Just then, the system voice came. Ha! After hearing the system voice, Goten immediately condensed a huge energy wave with his hands and hit Sebensley. Boom! With a huge explosion, Sebensley and the mountain behind Sebensley were destroyed together. A depressed road surface immediately appeared on the ground where the mountain was originally located. Goten! Krillin, who was watching the battle from a distance, was shocked. Although he knew that Goten was strong, it was rare for Goten to make a thunderous move like today. Ha! After dealing with Sebensley, Goten immediately looked at the battle between Gohan and Piccolo. Sebensley. When Simulka saw Sebensley being killed instantly, his expression changed immediately. Sebensley has the power of Moro stored in his body, and he is the strongest one in their group. Now even he was killed in an instant, not to mention them. Bang! Just when Simulka was distracted, Son Gohan hit him in the face with his right fist and knocked him out. With a loud bang, Simulka was knocked into the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately stirred up by a large piece of sand and dust, and Yunba, who was fighting with Piccolo, was not so easy to deal with because of his greater physical strength. Ah! With a loud shout, Piccolo punched Yunba and sent him flying. Yunba stomped his feet hard on the ground and quickly stopped on the ground. Swish, swish. Piccolo fired several energy waves with both hands and attacked Yunba. Yunba was startled and quickly raised his hands to block the energy waves from Piccolo. Bang, bang, bang. The energy wave hit Yunba and exploded on Yunba's body. The thick smoke produced by the large amount of explosion quickly covered Yunba's body. At this time, Son Gohan shouted and transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Simulka, who had just climbed out of the mountain, was startled. Son Gohan stomped his feet hard on the ground and quickly rushed to Simulka's front. His fists were as fast as lightning and attacked Simulka. Simulka raised his arms forward to resist Son Gohan's attack. Bang, bang, bang. Under Son Gohan's fierce attack, Simulka's body was knocked into the mountain. The whole mountain was also shaking violently under Son Gohan's fierce attack. Ah! Son Gohan shouted and punched Simulka into the depths of the mountain. Simulka immediately let out a loud scream. Son Gohan's figure flashed and instantly came in front of Simulka, punching him hard in the abdomen with his right fist. Simulka screamed loudly, and his body suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Simulka was a criminal who escaped from the galaxy prison, so Son Gohan did not kill him, but prepared to hand him over to the Galaxy Patrol. After Son Gohan defeated Simulka, Piccolo quickly defeated Yunba and tied the two together with a special rope. Suddenly, everyone felt an extremely powerful aura, which was exactly the aura of Moro. "Is it here?" Krillin said, looking up at the sky. After hearing this, Piccolo and the others also looked up at the sky. A huge spaceship descended from the sky and landed in front of Krillin and the others. Moro walked out of the spaceship with Sagampo and the others. "Is he Moro?" Krillin said. Krillin had never seen Moro, but only heard about it from Son Goku and the others. "I think so," Son Gohan said. "Lord Moro." Simulka and Yunba saw Moro as if they had seen a savior and shouted to Moro. After hearing this, Moro looked at the two of them coldly and said, "Where is Sebensley?" "See." "Sebensley was destroyed by them," Simulka said. "What?" Moro was furious after hearing this. The Sebensley was originally used by him to store energy in case of emergency, but it was destroyed by Son Goten and his men. Power bank. After being angry for a while, Moro gradually calmed down and said, "Where is Son Goku?" "Wukong, he is now training with Lord Beerus." "Beerus." As soon as the voice fell, three figures suddenly appeared. These three people were Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Krillin. Goku. "Son Goku," Moro said with a serious face. Son Goku smiled. "Moro, we meet again," Moro snorted coldly. "Son Goku, are you here to die?" "Of course not. I didn't use my full strength last time. This time I won't hold back at all." After hearing this, Moro smiled coldly. "Sagampo, you guys go deal with the others. Son Goku and Vegeta are left to me." "Okay, Lord Moro," Moro said, giving some of his energy to Sagampo. After getting Moro's energy, Sagampo immediately ordered a robot with a furnace in its belly. "Kuita, you go save Simulka and Yunba, and the others come with me to deal with the others." This robot is called Bigula Kuita, a metal man from the 7th universe, and is of the same race as the 6th universe's Votai Magetta, with the same characteristics. "Yes," the other criminals replied. After looking at it, Son Goku said to Broly on the side, "Broly, go help Gohan and the others." "Yes," Broly nodded. Krillin and the others saw Sagampo and the others, ready to rush towards them, and immediately made fighting gestures with both hands. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Piccolo rushed towards Sagampo first. Seeing this, Son Gohan and the others immediately followed and rushed forward. Soon, Piccolo arrived in front of Sagampo, and his fists were as fast as lightning, attacking Sagampo. Swish! Swish! Sagampo moved slightly to the side and easily dodged Piccolo's attack. Bang! Sagampo, the right knee hit Piccolo's abdomen with force. Piccolo screamed loudly and was thrown out. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan roared loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and rushed towards Sagampo. Sagampo sneered and stood still. Soon, Gohan came in front of Sagampo and attacked Sagampo with his fists as fast as lightning. Swish! Swish! Sagampo moved slightly to the side and easily dodged Gohan's attack. He hit Gohan's abdomen with his right fist and knocked him out with one punch. "Gohan!" Piccolo saw it and immediately came to Gohan's side. "I'm fine, Uncle Piccolo, but this guy is really strong." "Yeah," Piccolo nodded. At the same time, Krillin encountered a galaxy prisoner who looked like Sabo. His name was Yukin. "This guy really looks like Sabo," Krillin muttered. Yukin didn't know who Sabo was, so he raised his foot and attacked Krillin. Krillin raised his right hand and blocked the attack. Not far from Krillin, Goten was facing an alien with golden skin, no hair or ears on his body. His name was Zawu Yugi, and he was the staff officer of the Sagambo Galaxy Bandit Group. Goten's figure flashed, and he came behind Zawu Yugi in an instant and slapped Zawu Yugi's neck with his right hand. Zawu Yugi was immediately knocked unconscious. Goten yawned and looked at Simulka and Yumba, who were untied. When Simulka saw Goten, he immediately showed a trace of fear. Kuita didn't know that Goten was cruel, but he just saw Sebensly being killed. Although Simulka is a criminal, he is also afraid of death. Just as Simulka was thinking, Sun Wushan's body had turned into a phantom and came to his side, knocking him out with a palm. Simulka. Yumba was shocked, and his heart was filled with deep fear of Sun Wushan. But he was a criminal, and he knew that since he had embarked on this path, there was no turning back. After Yumba figured it out, he immediately clenched his fists and attacked Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan dodged to the side, and with his right hand, he knocked Yumba out with a palm with greater force. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Zawu Yugi, learned. After knocking the two unconscious, Goten looked at Kuita, who helped them untie the ropes. "You iron lump, you don't want to be a good person, but you have to be a criminal," Goten shouted at Kuita loudly. Kuita immediately fell to the ground and lost his fighting power after hearing this. Kuita, like Watai, Magetta, was very inferior. As long as others insulted him, he would immediately lose his fighting power. Broly sighed. After Krillin and the others found their respective opponents, Broly met 3 women. One woman had pink and purple twin ponytails. One woman had a light red shamat hairstyle, and one woman had long white hair in front and combed all her hair to the right. The 3 of them were called Misa, Evasa, and Chikaza, and they were the 3 sisters of the Sagambo Galaxy Bandits. The 3 were very weak, and Broly easily defeated the 3 with almost no strength. Sagambo sighed. Because Sagampo was too strong, Son Gohan had to transform into Beast Son Gohan to fight him. Ah! With a huge roar, Son Gohan's hair stood up, his hair and eyebrows turned silver, his eyes turned red, and a lot of silver flames with pink lightning emanated from his body. This was Beast Gohan. "What?" Sagampo was shocked. "Ha!" Sagampo shouted. His body turned into a purple light and rushed towards Sagampo. Sagampo snorted coldly, and his body also rushed towards Son Gohan. In just a breath of time, the two came to each other at the same time, and their fists and feet were like light, hitting each other hard. The ground around the two people was immediately lifted up by huge pieces of sand and dust. Bang! After the two fought for a while, Son Gohan hit Sagampo's face with his right fist and knocked him out. After watching the battle from a distance, Moro immediately shared his energy with Sagampo. Ah! After receiving Moro's energy, Sagampo immediately roared loudly, and his whole body's aura quickly rose. Moro can share his energy with others, but how much he can share depends on how much energy the person's body can bear. What? Sun Wukong was shocked and clenched his hands. His hair and eyes turned silver, and his whole body exuded a lot of silver-white aura. This is the Ultra Instinct. What is this? Moro asked. The last time he fought with Sun Wukong did not use the Ultra Instinct. This is called the Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong nodded, stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and kicked towards Moro with his right foot. Moro clenched his fists and hit Sun Wukong, who was about to rush over. Sun Wukong moved to the right and fell from the left side of Moro to his back. Moro was startled and turned around quickly to see Sun Wukong attacking him. Bang! Because Sun Wukong was too fast, Moro's chin was hit hard by Sun Wukong's punch before he could react, and his head tilted up. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his fists were as fast as flashes, hitting Moro's face and body. Bang, bang, bang. Under Sun Wukong's fierce attack, Moro's body was immediately beaten back, and he let out loud screams. Bang! Sun Wukong clenched his right fist hard and hit Moro's face hard, knocking him out with one punch. With a loud bang, Moro's body crashed into the mountain behind him like a ray. The mountain was immediately covered with a large piece of sand and dust. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly put his hands together and said, "Came Pai Kai Gong Wave." A deep blue wave of energy condensed from Sun Wukong's hands and hit Moro. Moro opened his mouth and sucked forward, sucking the energy of Kamehameha into his stomach. What? Everyone was shocked. Moro smiled and looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, thank you for the energy you sent. After hearing this, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Kakarot, how about I take over? He can't absorb the energy of destructive energy. Vegeta said. No need, Vegeta. If I really can't destroy him, it won't be too late for you to take action. Tusk. The seventh universe, destroying the divine world. At this time, Beerus and Wise were watching the battle on Earth through Wise's staff. Wise, why did you tell Goku and the others that Moro has come to Earth? Goten is so powerful that even if Goku doesn't go back, he should be able to destroy Moro. I know that, but if Goku and the others want to improve their strength, they must fight against a strong opponent. For Goten, Moro is not a big opponent. It is better to let Goku fight them. After hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. You don't want to comprehend a higher level of ultra instinct, do you? After hearing this, Wise immediately laughed. You saw through me, Master Beerus. Sun Wukong is Wise's disciple, so Wise will naturally consider this disciple. Humph! Beerus snorted coldly. Speaking of which, there are really few mortals who can comprehend ultra instinct, and Goku is a genius among geniuses. Well, Wise nodded. On Earth. Sun Wukong had already rushed towards Moro again at this time. Swoosh! Bang! 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 With the sound of fierce fighting, the two bodies were like light, constantly fighting in the sky. Thunderous sounds were immediately heard in the sky. Because the two moved too fast, from a distance, it seemed like countless silver and purple lights were constantly colliding in the sky. At the same time, after a hard fight, Krillin after that, he defeated his opponent Yukin. Although Yukin looks like Sabo, his strength is far superior to Sabo. Son Gohan, who was fighting with Sagampo, became very difficult to deal with because Moro helped Sagampo improve his strength. Piccolo saw that the situation was not good and immediately transformed into Orange Piccolo and fought together with Son Gohan. Although Sagampo was strong, he was gradually defeated by the two of them. In the sky. After fighting with Moro for a while, Son Goku punched Moro and sent him flying. Damn it! Moro gritted his teeth, condensed a large amount of energy waves in his hands, and attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged and slapped the attacking energy waves away. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of energy waves exploded in the sky and on the ground. For a moment, the sky and the ground were full of explosions and the smoke and fire produced by the explosions. Swish. Sun Wukong approached Moro and punched Moro's nose with his right fist. Bang! Sun Wukong punched Moro and sent him flying. Moro covered his nose with his right hand and found that blood was flowing from his nose. Moro, you are no match for me. I think you should surrender, Sun Wukong said. Surrender. After hearing this, Moro gritted his teeth. Sun Wukong, don't be too proud. I haven't lost yet. Really? In that case, I'll beat him down completely, Sun Wukong said, and immediately rushed towards Moro. In less than a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong came in front of Moro and rushed towards Moro with his fists and feet as fast as flashes. Moro raised his fists quickly and fought with Sun Wukong. Swish! Bang! 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 As the two fists kept colliding, a lot of heat emanated from Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong's strength continued to increase in the battle. Ah! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong kicked with his right foot, kicking hard above the waist. Moro screamed loudly, and his body was like light, crashing hard onto his left side. A large amount of sand and dust was immediately raised on the mountain. At this moment, a spaceship of the Galaxy Patrol flew down from the sky. After the spaceship landed, two people immediately walked out of it. These two people were Jack and Myers. "Jack, who is he?" Krillin asked Jack. "He is Myers, the elite among the elites of our Galaxy Patrol. Does this mean that he is better than you?" Jack glanced at Myers. "Just a little bit better than me." "Oh," Krillin said, looking at Moro. At this time, the sand and dust around Moro's body had dissipated, and Moro's body crashed into the mountain in a big letter posture. "Sun Wukong." Moro gritted his teeth and looked at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wushan flew to Sun Wukong from a distance. "Goten," Sun Wushan nodded. "Dad, he is no longer your opponent. How about I help you get rid of him? Don't you want to take him back?" Sun Wukong asked. "Do you think he will go back obediently?" "That's true." Just when the two were chatting, Moro had already climbed out of the mountain and looked at Sun Wushan. "Who are you, kid? How dare you say you want to get rid of me?" "I am not a kid. My name is Sun Wushan." "Sun Wushan," Moro said. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Sun Wushan in an instant. "Dark devouring!" Sun Wushan shouted softly, and a black vortex immediately appeared above Sun Wushan. A huge suction force appeared and sucked in all directions. Moro was startled, and his body stopped immediately on the ground. Because of the strong suction of the black vortex, a large amount of sand and stone on the ground was immediately sucked into the vortex. Not only Moro, but even Sun Wukong and the others felt the strong suction from the black vortex. Seeing this, Sun Wushan raised his right hand upwards, and the black vortex above him immediately disappeared with naked eyes. Moro looked at the disappearing black vortex and couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about Sun Wushan. He didn't know what the black vortex was just now, but he felt that if he was sucked into the vortex, even if he didn't die, he might be trapped in the other dimension. Ha! When Jack saw the black vortex disappear, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His strength was the weakest here. If the black vortex continued to absorb, he would definitely be the first to be sucked into the black vortex. The black vortex gave him a feeling that it was a bit like a black hole in the universe. If he was sucked into it, he might not be able to get out. The seventh universe, destroying the divine world. At this time, Beerus and the others also saw the dark swallowing used by Sun Wushan. "Wise, what is this move of Goten? I don't know, it looks a bit like a seal. Seal. On Earth." After thinking for a while, Moro immediately rushed towards Son Goten. Son Goten's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he came behind Moro and condensed a purple destructive energy with his right hand and said to Moro, "Destruction. Ah." As soon as the voice fell, Moro immediately let out a loud scream, and his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Krillin. Wow. So powerful, he actually destroyed Moro without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Jack nodded. Just at this time, the voice of the system came to Son Goten's ears. "Ding, congratulations to the Master for defeating Moro, learning to absorb." Lord Moro. Sagampo, who had been defeated by Son Gohan and Piccolo, shouted in disbelief after seeing Moro being destroyed. The seventh universe, destroying the divine world. At this time, Beerus looked at Wise with a serious expression. "Whis, Goten's strength seems to have increased a lot." "Yes," Wise nodded. "Goten can normally destroy Moro, who Goku had to use Ultra Instinct to deal with. It is conceivable what level Goten's current strength has reached." After Moro was destroyed, a large number of Galactic Patrol came to Earth to arrest Simulka and others and brought them back to the Galactic Patrol. "Thank you, Goku, Vegeta, Goten, and all of you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to arrest them." Myers thanked everyone. "Nothing." Goku smiled and scratched his head. "Then Goku, let's go back first." "Okay," Goku nodded. Seeing this, Myers immediately left with Jack and others. In the seventh universe, on a blue planet, there is an alternate dimension. This alternate dimension is very similar to the spiritual time chamber on Earth. If you practice here for a year, one day will pass outside. In this alternate dimension, there is a person practicing here at this moment. This person is Frieza. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Goten, Broly, I will make you look good, Frieza said to himself while practicing. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. The Galaxy King, who controls the Galaxy Patrol, in order to thank Sun Wukong and his team for helping them capture the Saganbo gang. Specially asked Jack to come to Earth today to invite Sun Wukong and his team to the Galaxy Patrol and award them the Galaxy Patrol Hero Medal. Sun Wukong and his team refused at first, but under Jack's pleading, they agreed to meet the Galaxy King. The Galaxy King is a green octopus with a crown on his head that symbolizes his status. Hello, Galaxy King, they are the Saiyans who defeated Moro, Jack said to the Galaxy King. The King of Galaxy smiled and spoke to Son Goku and the others. Hello, I'm Son Goku. Son Goku smiled and replied. Son Goku, are you the Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza? Yes, Son Goku nodded. Although it has been a long time since the battle between Son Goku and Frieza on Namek, there are still many people in the universe who remember Son Goku. Who are they? The Galaxy King looked at Vegeta, Goten, Krillin, and Gohan. He is Vegeta, Goten, Krillin, and Gohan. Oh, hello, thank you for helping us capture the criminals. Nothing, Gohan smiled. The Galaxy King nodded. To thank you for helping us capture Sagampo and the others, we specially award you the Hero Medal. Goku and the others nodded. Seeing this, the Galaxy King immediately asked someone to send the medals and put them on them. After seeing this, Jack, who was standing aside, felt sour. He had been a Galaxy Patrolman for so long, and although he had won many medals, he had not won the medals like Goku and the others. Because in order to win the medals like Goku and the others, you must have made great contributions. Maybe in the eyes of Goku and the others, they just defeated a Moro. But in the eyes of the members of the Galactic Patrol, Sun Wukong and his team eliminated the most terrifying criminals in the galactic prison. So it was not surprising that the King of the Galaxy awarded them the highest medal. After receiving the medal, Sun Wukong and his team took a tour of the Galactic Patrol base. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not interested in the Galactic Patrol, Sun Wuhan, who had become a scholar, was quite interested in the technology here. After a tour, Sun Wukong teleported and brought Vegeta and his team back to Earth. Theta is the location of the Theta organization. Right above Theta, a long spaceship was descending from the sky and landing on the ground of Theta. After the spaceship landed, a young man with long green hair, a blue left eye, an eye patch on the right eye, and a military green suit walked down from the spaceship. His name is Granola, and he is a mercenary of the Theta organization. He came here to submit the task and complete the bounty. After a while, Granola walked into the hall of the Theta organization. At this time, there were 3 men and 1 woman sitting on chairs in the hall. The 4 people all had blue skin, and their hair grew back like a thin rope. Sitting in the middle was a young man who was very tall and neither fat nor thin. His name was Elec, and he was the boss of the Theta organization. Sitting next to Elec was a short woman with purple hair. Her name was Maggie, and she was a member of the Theta organization. In front of Maggie sat a tall, fat man who had very little hair on his head compared to the other 3. His name was Oil, and he was also a member of the Theta organization. Sitting on the right of Elec was a short man. His name was Yaz, and he was also a member of the Theta organization. They were all wearing red clothes and white trousers, but the styles of the clothes were a little different. Granola. Elec saw Granola and immediately smiled, and Granola spoke. Granola nodded and threw a red cloth bag in front of Elec. What is this? This is the bolot you are offering a reward for. Oil, Elec shouted to Oil. After hearing this, Oil immediately stood up and opened the cloth bag to take a look. There was a human head inside, and this head was the head of Bolot. Elec, it is indeed Bolot. Maggie, give him the money. Maggie nodded and threw a bag of gold coins to Granola. Granola took the gold coins and put it away. Then, Elec, if there is nothing else to do, I will go back first. Wait, Elec said. What's wrong? I heard that Frieza is resurrected. Frieza is resurrected. Granola was shocked. Yeah, don't you know the news? Didn't he die? How could he suddenly come back to life? I heard that he was resurrected with Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Yes. Where is he now? Why do you want to take revenge on him? Tell me where he is. Granola shouted at Elec. I won't tell you unless you can beat him. How can you tell me about him? It's simple, beat him. Elec looked at Oil. Oil saw Elec's signal and immediately prepared his hands for battle. Okay. After hearing this, Granola immediately rushed towards Oil. Oil moved slightly to the side and dodged. Damn it! Granola gritted his teeth and kicked forward with his right foot with all his strength. Go! Oil raised his left hand and easily caught Granola's right foot. Granola was startled. The next second, Oil grabbed Granola's right foot and turned his whole body outward. Then he was thrown out. Bang! Granola was thrown hard to the ground in the hall, and a large piece of dust was immediately raised on the ground. Granola supported the ground with both hands and wanted to stand up from the ground. Oil pressed down heavily on Granola. Granola immediately let out a loud scream. Seeing this, Elec walked up to Granola with a smile. Look, Granola, with your current strength, even if I tell you Frieza's location, you are looking for death. Granola gritted his teeth after hearing this. Get up, Oil. Oil nodded and stood up from Granola's body. Granola lay still. After a while, Granola may have figured it out and stopped asking Elec about Frieza and turned to leave the hall. Elec, why did you tell him that Frieza was resurrected? Oil asked Elec. If Elec didn't say it, Granola might not know that Frieza had been resurrected. Nothing. I heard that his strength is growing very fast, so I want you to test his strength. Test strength. Yes, because only if he is not a danger to us he can continue to live. Yeah, Oil nodded. Cyril Star. After leaving the West Tower, Granola returned to Cyril Star, the planet where he was born. Because of Elec's words, Granola was thinking about Frieza's resurrection. 40 years ago, Cyril was invaded by Frieza's army. Cyril and his mother were all killed by Frieza's army and Saiyans. He was the only one who survived, so he was full of hatred for Frieza of Frieza's army. After returning to Cyril, Granola returned to his residence and saw an old man with blue skin and short stature. His name was Monet, a Namek. Monet is Granola's grandfather, but not his biological grandfather. Although they are adopted, Monet treats Granola as his own grandson. Granola, you're back. Yeah, Granola nodded. Granola, have you eaten? How about I make you some fried noodles? No need. Granola said, looking at the one-star Dragon Ball on the table not far away. This Dragon Ball is the Dragon Ball that Monet brought to Cyril Star. Unlike the Earth Dragon Ball, Monet only brought 2 Dragon Balls. As long as you collect 2 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon to make a wish like the Earth Dragon Ball. And after making a wish, the Dragon Ball does not need time to recover before it can be used again. The reason why this Dragon Ball is so powerful is mainly related to Monet's identity. Hundreds of years ago, the Namek people migrated from another world to the 7th universe. After a long time, the original Namek was destroyed by a mutation. Monet and a dozen of his compatriots fled to Cyril, where the Namek and Cyril lived in harmony. On a full moon night, Frieza's army attacked, and his compatriots were killed. Before his death, the Great Elder entrusted the Dragon Ball to Monet. This means that Monet's Dragon Ball may be stronger than the Dragon Ball of Namek. Of course, Dragon Ball can be continuously improved. Like the Dragon Ball of Earth, it was actually very weak at the beginning. Later, after the continuous improvement of Dendi, the Dragon of Earth became more and more strong. The improvement of the Dragon of Earth is the increase in the number of wishes, and the second is the release of potential, that is, Orange Piccolo. However, Monet only has 1 Dragon Ball in his hand. As for the other one, it is unknown where it fell on Cyril. Otherwise, Granola can use the Dragon Ball to make a wish and complete his revenge. Earth. Goten was called by Kai Kai to take care of Xiaorofang because Gohan and Videl were busy. Xiaorofang can walk now, but she can't talk much. Although Xiaorofang is only 2 years old, she is very powerful. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God for the first time with the help of Xiaorofang's power in Videl's belly. This means that Xiaorofang's potential is extremely huge. West City, Bulma's house. Just when Goten was taking care of Xiaorofang, Trunks didn't practice today and was called by Bulma to help take care of his sister Bra. Bra, like Xiaorofang, also has a very strong talent for practice. In Dragon Ball GT, Bra looks more like her mother when she grows up and is a rich lady. Judging from Vegeta's current daughter control, it is indeed unlikely that Bra will practice when she grows up. Hey, Goten is still good. He doesn't have to study, and he doesn't have to take care of his sister. Trunks looked at Bra standing on the grass and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Time flies, and a week has passed in a blink of an eye. Everything was very peaceful during this week. Frieza has completed his training in the other dimension and returned to the spaceship. At this time, Frieza was listening to his subordinates report about Moro. Devour planetary energy. Yes, but he was eventually defeated by Son Goku and his men. Son Goku. As soon as Frieza heard Son Goku's name, he clenched his fists tightly. In order to defeat Son Goku, he trained in the other dimension for a full 10 years this time. You know, it only took him 4 months to train to become Golden Frieza. This means that the time he spent training this time was 25 times that of the last time. Yes, King Frieza. After hearing this, Frieza gradually calmed down his anger. Is there any situation over at Sita? No, King Frieza. Oh, Cyril Star. Granola has no missions recently, so he has been looking for Dragon Balls on Cyril. Unfortunately, Cyril is too big, and it is like looking for a needle in a haystack for Granola to find a Dragon Ball on such a big planet. Because there was no harvest, Granola could only return home and watch the TV news on Cyril for a while. Suddenly, Granola saw a news. A boy who went to the mountains to observe insects found an incredible bead in the cracks of the rocks. This bead is an orange crystal with 2 stars inside, and now he is exploring the internal structure. This orange crystal is the 2-star Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball! Granola was overjoyed when he saw the 2-star Dragon Ball. With the Dragon Ball, he might be able to take revenge on Frieza. However, this 2-star Dragon Ball is now being used by Hugh, who lives on Cyril. The G people were guarding the 2-star Dragon Ball, so he had to steal it from the Zugo people. After making up his mind, Granola immediately set out to steal the 2-star Dragon Ball. The strength of the Zugo people guarding the 2-star Dragon Ball was average, and Granola easily defeated the guard and stole the 2-star Dragon Ball. After getting the 2-star Dragon Ball, Granola immediately returned home, took away the 1-star Dragon Ball at home, brought the 2 Dragon Balls to an open space far away from home, and summoned a long dragon with a golden body and red eyes and wings with a spell. His name is Trombo. Tell me your wish. Any wish can be realized, but only one can be realized. I want to be the first in the universe. Can't do it. Why? Didn't you just say that you can realize any wish? That's right, but if you want to gain powerful power, you must pay the price of your life. And the first power of the universe, even if you consume all your life, you can't achieve it. What about the second in the universe? Granola asked. Okay, but it may cost you 150 years of life. 150 years. Yes, in this case, you only have 3 years left. Then Trombo, help me become the second in the universe. Okay, but it may take a long time to realize this wish. Okay, I understand. Seeing this, Trombo's red eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, Monet, who was at home, saw that the sky of Cyril suddenly darkened and immediately felt something was wrong, because Cyril, like Namek, has no night. Could it be? Monet seemed to have thought of it and hurried to the hall of the house and saw that the Dragon Ball on the table had disappeared. Not good. Monet shouted, and the whole person ran out of the house quickly, flying towards the place where the golden light was emitting. Granola's sighed. After waiting for a while, Granola's hair, which was not long on his head, grew to his waist. "Well, you are now the second strongest person in the universe. We'll see each other later." After saying this, Trombo immediately transformed back into 2 dragon balls and spread them across the entire Cyril star. "Frieza!" Granola clenched his hands and said. At this time, a figure flew down from the sky, and it was Monette. "Granola!" After Monette landed, he immediately shouted to Granola. Granola glanced at him lightly and said nothing. "Granola, what's wrong with the hair on your head?" "I found another Dragon Ball and made a wish with the Dragon Ball, becoming the second in the universe." "The second in the universe?" "Yes, but the price is 150 years of life." 150 years of life? Monette was shocked. "Then you don't have much life left. The Cyril star has more than 200 years of life, which is much longer than the life of the Earthlings." Granola nodded. "Then, Grandpa, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." "Stop, where are you going?" "Revenge." "No, Granola, you can't go." After hearing this, Granola ignored him and flew directly into the sky. After seeing this, Monet immediately chased after him. But Granola's flying speed was too fast, and he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Theta Organization. Because of Frieza's resurrection, Elek's original plan to rule the universe with mercenaries fell through, so he is now discussing with Ozil and others how to deal with Frieza. Since Frieza's resurrection, the morale of Frieza's army has been greatly boosted, and the army has been greatly expanded in the past few years. It is likely that it will not be long before Frieza's army will regain its previous strength. Just when Elek was worried about this, a familiar figure walked into the hall. The person who came was Granola. "Elek, Granola," Granola nodded. "Granola, why did you suddenly come here today?" Generally, Granola only comes when he completes a mission, but they haven't issued any missions recently. "I came to ask you about the news about the Saiyans and Frieza." "Granola, didn't I tell you before? Unless you can defeat Frieza, we won't tell you about him." "Granola, Elek, I'm the second in the universe now." "The second in the universe?" Elek said, and suddenly found that Granola's hair had grown a lot longer. "Granola, what's wrong with the hair on your head?" "This is the price I paid for becoming the second in the universe." "The price?" "Yes, I made a wish with the Dragon Ball of Cyril Star and became the second in the universe at the cost of 150 years of life." "Dragon Ball," Elek said, as if he thought of something. "I can tell you about Frieza and the others, but you have to defeat Oil and the others." Oil and Maggie stood up from their chairs immediately after hearing this. "No problem, both of you come together," Granola said indifferently. "HMPH." Oil snorted coldly and immediately rushed towards Granola with a fist. Granola moved his body and appeared behind Oil in a blink of an eye. "Number, gone." Oil was startled. The next second he was hit hard on the back, and his whole body fell forward uncontrollably. Bang! Oil fell heavily to the ground. So fast. Elek was shocked. Maggie was also shocked after seeing this. At this time, Granola turned around and looked at Maggie. Maggie stepped hard on the ground with both feet and rushed towards Granola like the wind. Soon, Maggie rushed to Granola and punched forward with her right fist. At this time, Granola's body turned into an afterimage, so Maggie's right fist hit Granola's afterimage. Afterimage. As soon as the voice fell, Granola's figure appeared on her left, and her right palm slapped her neck, knocking her unconscious. "Maggie!" Wah, who had already stood up from the ground, saw Maggie being knocked down and immediately wanted to rush towards Granola. Elek suddenly said to Wah. "Stop, Wah!" Wah looked at Elek after hearing this. Although he was angry, he did not continue to attack. "Okay, Granola, you passed our test. We can tell you about Frieza." Granola nodded. Then Elek told Granola the news about the Saiyans and Frieza. Granola left the hall quickly after receiving the news. "Damn it!" Wah saw Granola Nora left, saying something very uncomfortable in his heart. Before Granola made a wish to the Dragon Ball, he had never defeated him. Oil, I know you are unwilling to be defeated by him, but his current strength is indeed stronger than ours. But he went to seek revenge on the Saiyans, and we can just use his power to make him and the Saiyans lose both. What if he defeated the Saiyans? Elec sneered. Even if he defeated the Saiyans, I have a way to destroy him. Elec, are you going to destroy him? Elec nodded. His current strength is out of control, and you will go to Zuno's planet with me later. Zuno, yes, I want to ask him about Cyril Star Dragon Ball. If everything goes well, Yars may become the first in the universe. Elec, do you want to? Time flies, and a week has passed in a blink of an eye. Granola drove the spaceship and arrived on Earth a week later. Because of the powerful aura emanating from Granola, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth quickly sensed Granola's aura and rushed over. Because Goku and the others were still practicing in the destroying God realm, only Gohan and the others came this time. Who are you? Gohan asked Granola. My name is Grano, and I'm here to find Saiyans, Granola said, looking at Goten. As for Saiyans, he only knew that Saiyans had tails. Although Gohan was a Saiyan, his tail had long been plucked out, and Trunks didn't have a tail left either. The only ones who had tails left were Broly and Goten. I'm a Saiyan, Gohan said. You are a Saiyan. Where is your tail? I pulled it off. I see, no wonder your aura is so strong. Why are you looking for Saiyans? Revenge? Really? After hearing this, Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly. Ah! With a huge roar, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Granola looked calm when he saw this. He is now the second in the universe, and ordinary opponents are not taken seriously at all. Ah! Gohan shouted, and rushed towards Granola as fast as lightning. Granola stood still. Soon Gohan came in front of Granola, and his fists were as fast as lightning, attacking Granola. Granola moved slightly and easily dodged Gohan's attack. What? Gohan was shocked. Bang! At this time, Granola clenched his right hand and hit Gohan's abdomen hard. Gohan screamed loudly, spit out a mouthful of bitter water, and his body returned to normal. Gohan! Piccolo and the others were shocked. But, damn it! Gohan covered his abdomen with his right hand, and a lot of cold sweat came out of his forehead. Where are Goku and Vegeta? Granola asked. According to the information provided by Elec, Goku and Vegeta are both of a certain age, and Gohan in front of him is too young, so he estimated that he was not Goku. Dad, not on Earth, Gohan said. Really? In that case, I'll get rid of you first, Granola said, and prepared to take action. Piccolo, who was standing in the distance, suddenly shouted and transformed into Orange Piccolo. Granola was shocked. Although he had just noticed Piccolo, he didn't expect that he could still transform. His grandfather was Monet, a Namek, and should be of the same race as the Namekians, but his grandfather's strength was very weak, but the aura that Piccolo exuded in front of him was very powerful. Ha! Just when Granola was thinking, Piccolo had already rushed over from a distance. Granola immediately regained his mind. In just a breath, Piccolo appeared in front of Granola, punching and kicking at Granola as fast as light. Granola dodged and retreated. Damn it! Piccolo shouted angrily, punching forward with his right fist. Granola raised his arms forward and blocked Piccolo's punch, but his body retreated hundreds of meters. Ah! Piccolo shouted, and fired a large number of golden energy waves with both hands, attacking Granola. Granola immediately retreated. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of energy waves fell in front of Granola, exploding one after another. The ground was immediately covered with thick smoke from the large number of explosions. Swoosh! At this moment, Granola's figure suddenly appeared on Piccolo's left. Piccolo was startled and quickly stopped the energy wave. Granola kicked Piccolo's abdomen with his left foot, and Piccolo's body immediately flew backwards like a ray. With a loud bang, Piccolo's body slammed into the mountain behind him, and the mountain immediately raised a large piece of dust. Uncle Piccolo. After seeing this scene, Son Gohan was extremely angry. Son Gohan clenched his hands hard, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing aura which quickly rose upwards. Ah! With an extremely loud roar, Son Gohan transformed into Beast Gohan. Ah! With a loud shout, Son Gohan's body turned into a purple light and rushed towards Granola. But in the blink of an eye, Son Gohan came in front of Granola, and his fists and feet were as fast as light, attacking Granola. Granola dodged and retreated. Ah! Gohan shouted and punched forward with his right fist. Granola's body suddenly turned into a shadow, causing Gohan's punch to miss. Gohan was shocked. The next second, Granola appeared behind Gohan and quickly raised his right foot and kicked forward with all his strength. Bang! A boom! With a bang, Gohan's body was like light and slammed into the mountain in front of him. A lot of sand and dust were immediately raised on the mountain. Gohan! Piccolo roared loudly and was about to rush towards Granola, but saw a figure appear in front of him. This person was Goten. Piccolo calmed down immediately when he saw Goten. Goten's strength far exceeded Goku's, and he should be able to defeat Granola easily with his strength. Thinking of this, Piccolo immediately changed his body back to normal. Granola, who originally didn't care much about Son Goten, immediately became serious when he saw Piccolo's body return to normal. "Who are you?" "My name is Son Goten." "Son Goten." Son Goten nodded and clenched his hands. "Ah." With a huge roar, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Krillin, Super Saiyan 4. Goten, why don't you just transform into Super Saiyan 5? I don't know, maybe like Goku, you want to test that guy's strength. Tine Shinhan said. Is that so? Anyway, there will be no problem with Goten's attack. Yeah, Tine Shinhan nodded. Granola saw that Goten was covered with hair, and some bad memories came to his mind. His body was as fast as light, and he rushed towards Goten. Goten stepped hard on the ground with both feet and also rushed towards Granola. In just a breath, the two came in front of each other at the same time and punched and kicked as fast as light, attacking each other. Swish! Bang, bang, bang! With a violent sound, the two punched and kicked as fast as light and hit each other hard. The ground around the two of them was immediately stirred up by huge pieces of sand and dust. Bang! After the two of them fought for a while, Sun Wushan clenched his right fist and hit Granola's face hard, knocking him out with one punch. Granola stepped on the ground with both feet and quickly slowed down on the ground. Sun Wushan chuckled, and his fists and feet were as fast as light, and he punched forward with force. Ripples appeared, transmitting Sun Wushan's attack to Granola's surroundings. Granola looked at the attacks from all directions and immediately showed a trace of surprise on his face, and his body quickly dodged to the side. However, although Granola was fast, facing the attacks from all directions, he was still attacked by Sun Wushan's attack and was knocked to the ground. Granola gritted his teeth, stepped back, and his body disappeared on the spot. Sun Wushan turned around quickly and kicked with his right foot towards a blurry figure. Bang! Boom! With a bang, Granola's body was kicked into the mountain behind him like a thread. A large amount of sand and dust was immediately smashed out of the mountain. After a while, when the sand and dust around the mountain gradually dissipated, Granola climbed out of the mountain with an embarrassed look on his face. "Granola, do you still want to continue to fight me with your clone?" "Clone?" Everyone was shocked. What Gohan and his friends had just fought was actually Granola's clone. Granola, who was in the spaceship, was also shocked. He originally created the clone Phantom to save his energy to fight Frieza, but he didn't expect that Goten would see through it. After being surprised for a while, Granola immediately removed his clone and came out of the universe. "Tine Shinhan, is this Granola's real body?" Krillin said. "I don't know, but I think it should be." "Goten, let me ask you, are Goku and Vegeta stronger than you?" Granola asked Goten. Goten was so strong that he was a little worried that Goku and Vegeta would be more difficult to deal with. "No, they are weaker than me." "Really? That makes me feel relieved." Granola said, and immediately took off the eye patch on his right eye, revealing his golden right eye. The Cyrillic people are a nation of snipers. Their right eyes are specialized for sniping, and they can easily see the fatal points on a person. Krillin, golden right eye. Yeah. Tyne Shinhan nodded. At this time, Granola raised his right index finger, turned it into a gun, and fired a finger bullet at Son Goten. Son Goten clapped his right hand, and the finger bullet was immediately slapped to the side and exploded. At this time, Granola's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Son Goten in the blink of an eye, punching Son Goten with his right fist. Just when Granola's right fist was about to hit Son Goten, he suddenly felt that the time around him seemed to have stopped for a while. When he came to his senses, Son Goten's right fist had hit him heavily in the abdomen. Granola screamed loudly, and his body flew backwards like light. With a loud bang, Granola's body crashed into the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately covered with a large amount of dust. Damn it! Granola gritted his teeth, quickly climbed out of the mountain, and rushed towards Sun Wushan. Soon, Granola rushed in front of Sun Wushan, and his fists were as fast as light, attacking Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan dodged while raising his hands to block Granola's attack. Granola shouted and kicked forward with his right foot. Sun Wushan immediately stepped back and dodged. Granola's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Sun Wushan and punched Sun Wushan with his right fist. Sun Wushan glanced back, and his body moved at a very fast speed, leaving a phantom on the spot. Granola punched the phantom with his right fist. By the time he reacted, Sun Wushan had appeared behind him, and his right hand condensed a purple destructive energy and hit him. Granola turned around and blocked the destructive energy with both hands. Sun Wushan stepped back and fired a golden energy wave from his right hand, attacking the destructive energy. Not good. Granola's face changed drastically. Boom! With an extremely loud explosion, the destructive energy exploded on the ground. An extremely huge purple storm appeared and swept around. A large amount of sand and stones on the ground were blown away. After seeing this, Krillin and the others covered their eyes with their hands. The thick smoke produced by the explosion covered the area around the explosion in an instant. After a while, when the smoke on the ground dissipated, an extremely huge deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Granola gasped for breath and stood in the deep pit in a very embarrassed state. Granola looked at Sun Wushan with anger on his face. He was obviously the second in the universe. Why couldn't he even beat Sun Wushan? Sun Wushan looked at Granola, and suddenly a faint smile appeared on his face. Granola, you are not my opponent. I think you should leave the earth. Not your opponent. After hearing this, Granola clenched his fists very hard. Sun Wushan, don't be too proud. I was just careless just now. I will fight you with all my strength next time. Really? After hearing this, Sun Wushan clenched his fists hard, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, and he quickly rose up. Ah! With a huge roar, Sun Wushan transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Could it be? Did he just not show his true strength to fight me? Granola was shocked. He just thought that Sun Wushan had already shown his true ability to fight him, but he didn't expect. He actually hid such a powerful strength. At this moment, Granola suddenly panicked. In order to take revenge, he spent 150 years of his life. Now he only had 3 years left to live, which meant that he had to kill his enemies in these 3 years. Otherwise, he would never have a chance to take revenge in this life. However, when he thought of Cyril and his mother being killed by the Saiyans and Frieza, Granola's eyes became firm again. However, no matter how powerful Goten was, he must defeat him. After Granola figured it out, he immediately rushed towards Goten. Goten stood still. Just when Granola was about to rush to Goten, Goten's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Granola. Granola was startled and continued to rush forward. Soon, Granola rushed to Goten again and punched forward with his right fist. Goten's figure flashed and disappeared again. Granola's right fist missed. Damn it! Granola gritted his teeth and fired a large number of finger bullets from his 10 fingers, attacking Sun Wushan. Son Wushan moved quickly on the ground and dodged. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of finger bullets fell on the ground and exploded one after another. Granola gritted his teeth, controlled a small mountain with both hands, let the mountain float in the air, and smashed towards where Son Wushan was. Son Wushan fired a purple destructive energy with his right hand and hit the mountain. With a loud bang, the mountain was directly blown up. Granola raised his right hand, and a large amount of molten magma suddenly sprayed out from the ground under Son Wushan's feet. Son Wushan's figure flashed and appeared behind Granola in an instant. Granola felt Son Wushan's breath behind him, and the expression on his face changed immediately, and his body moved forward quickly. Son Goten chuckled, and his right hand emitted a pink energy wave, which landed on Granola like an electric shock. Granola screamed loudly, and his body turned into a chocolate ball. Gee, Granola turned into a chocolate ball, Krillin said in shock. Yeah, Tine Shinhan swallowed his saliva and nodded. Son Goten's move was really scary. Swoosh. Just at this moment, Granola, who had turned into a chocolate ball, floated up from the ground. Can you still move? Goten's face showed a trace of surprise. He thought that by turning Granola into a chocolate ball, the opponent would lose his fighting power. It seems that Majin Buu's transformation beam is not as strong as he imagined. What did you do to me? Granola, who turned into a chocolate ball, asked Goten. Actually, it's nothing. I just turned you into a chocolate ball, Goten laughed. Damn it. Granola roared loudly and rushed towards Goten at the speed of light. Granola has now turned into a chocolate ball, and all other moves except collision cannot be used. Goten chuckled, dodged Granola's collision, and grabbed him with his hand. Damn it, let me go. Goten immediately let go of his hand after hearing this and changed him back. Granola saw that he was being turned back, and his body immediately retreated backwards. Okay, I've let you go. Will you leave the earth? Granola was stunned. You want to let me go? Yeah, is there a problem? No, but I won't leave the earth until I defeat you. Okay then, Goten said helplessly after hearing this. The reason why he didn't kill Granola was that he sympathized with Granola's experience and wanted Granola to fight his real enemy. Ha! Granola rushed towards Goten immediately after he finished speaking. Goten's figure flashed and appeared behind Granola in a blink of an eye. He slapped Granola's neck heavily with his right palm. Granola screamed and lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Granola and obtaining the golden right eye. Instant kill. Everyone was shocked. The opponent that even Gohan and Piccolo had difficulty dealing with was actually killed by Goten in one blow. At this moment, Son Gohan deeply felt the gap between him and Son Goten. Son Goten looked at Granola, who had lost consciousness, and immediately changed his body back to normal. After seeing this, Piccolo immediately took Son Gohan and the others over. Goten, if you don't kill this guy, what are you going to do next? Piccolo asked Son Goten. Compared to Son Goku and the others, Piccolo was the most decisive one. I don't know, why not wait and see? Wait and see. See if this guy has any accomplices. Well, okay. After a long time, a spaceship flew over from a distance. There are, really, accomplices. Piccolo was stunned when he saw the spaceship flying in the distance. After a while, the spaceship landed, and a thin, old man walked down from the spaceship. This man was Granola's grandfather, Monet. Granola! As soon as Monet got off the spaceship, he hurried to Granola's side. Piccolo, he should be a name, right? Krillin said. Yeah. Pico nodded. Ha, not dead. Monet touched Granola's nose and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Son Goten and said, Hello, my name is Monet, and I'm Granola's grandfather. Thank you for showing mercy and not killing Granola. In fact, Granola is a poor child. When he was very young, the people of Frieza's army and the Saiyans invaded Cyril. All the Ceruleans on Cyril, except him, died, including his mother, so he hated the Saiyans so much. Is that so? Krillin and the others expressed deep sympathy for Granola after hearing this. If it weren't for Sun Wukong, Raditz invaded the Earth, and the Earth might have been gone long ago. Monet nodded. But the people who killed his mother back then were not from the Frieza Corps nor the Saiyans, but from the Cetar organization. What is the Cetar organization? Krillin asked. The Cetar organization is a mercenary organization, and they have cooperated with the Frieza Corps. Krillin, have they cooperated with the Frieza Corps? Yes, Monet nodded. Just then, Granola woke up. Grandpa, you just said that Cetar and Frieza Corps have cooperated. Granola didn't know that Cetar and Frieza had cooperated, otherwise he wouldn't have worked for Cetar. Granola, in fact, the people who killed your mother back then were not from the Frieza Corps, nor the Saiyans, but from the Cetar organization. Grandpa, what did you say? Granola's head buzzed after hearing this. He had served Cetar for decades, and his grandfather now said that Cetar was the enemy who killed his mother. Ah, Monet sighed, having expected Granola to react this way. Granola, I didn't mean to hide it from you at the beginning. I also had my own difficulties. But now that things have come to this point, I can only tell the truth of that year. As Monet said this, the events of that year could not help but emerge in his mind. Back then, when Frieza's army invaded Cyril, my compatriots were killed. The Great Elder entrusted the Dragon Ball to me before he died, and I hid at home. At this time, a Saiyan named Bardock came to my house, bringing Granola and his mother Musli. Bardock said that Frieza was coming, and I was very surprised why Bardock, a Saiyan, wanted to save me. Bardock said that he had a sudden impulse and asked me to hide as much as possible and left. I asked his name, and he told me his name. Later, I caught up with Bardock to heal him. We talked for a while. Bardock's detector sensed the Cetar army, and we heard the conversation of the Cetar army. Musli found us. Granola also arrived and shouted Saiyan. I quickly knocked him out, and Bardock immediately asked me to take out the armor and pretend to clean up the primitive residents. Elec asked about Bardock's identity and got Bardock's answer. But when he was wondering why Bardock didn't take action, Bardock tried to delay. Then, Elec shot Musli to death with a gun, and Bardock turned around to attack the Cetar army and quickly hid with Granola with Monet. Then, Grandpa, why didn't you tell me at the beginning and let me work for them? Granola's eyes were red. It turned out that he was the one who killed his mother. Listen to me. Later, the three of us were found by Yars. Bardock held Yars and asked me to take you away. Seeing that Yars was difficult to defeat, I asked Bardock to leave quickly, and I would be executed by Yars with you. But Yars said that he would not let Bardock go. Bardock fought with Yars again and told me that this was his own battle. I felt that I was too much of a hindrance, so I ran away quickly. So I took you home, put you on the bed, took out the Dragon Ball, and hoped that the dragon would send Bardock away. But Bardock refused, so I had to persuade Bardock through telepathy that he didn't have to do this for me. Bardock replied that he would not listen to others. Monet had no choice but to ask Bardock if he had any other wishes. Bardock said that he hoped his children would grow up healthily. The wish is over. I felt that I almost made a big mistake, because the wish is to create hope for the future rather than satisfying selfish desires, which will lead to destruction. Looking at you who was unconscious, I decided to protect you. Just when Bardock was about to be killed by Yars, I blocked Yars' attack with my body. Bardock wondered why I helped him. I said that I had to help him to protect Granola, and I hoped that Bardock must defeat Yars. At this time, Yars was very angry when he saw that he was blocked again and again. He further liberated his instinct and rushed towards us. Bardock quickly saved me but was seriously injured, and I was knocked away and fainted. After waking up, I immediately looked for Bardock. After a long time, I saw Bardock, who was seriously injured. Later, Bardock asked me about the situation, and I told him that Granola was fine and Cetar had left. I thought it was all over, but a few years later, Granola and I met the Cetar army again. I was very angry about Cetar's arrival and told Elec not to take Granola away. Elec mocked me with disdain, and was a little curious why I didn't tell Granola that he was the one who killed his mother. I told him that I would not let Granola lose his life for impossible revenge. Elec threatened me not to tell the truth, otherwise he would kill both of us. I'm sorry, Granola. I was trying to protect you at the beginning. Monette apologized to Granola. Granola bowed his head after hearing this. No, Grandpa, you did nothing wrong. I should apologize. Monette sighed again after hearing this. Maybe everything is fate. If Granola hadn't obtained the second power in the universe with a lifespan of 150 years, he might never have told the truth in his life. He just wanted Granola to live and live well. But Granola only had 3 years left to live for revenge. At this time, Sun Wushan took out a Senzu bean from the system and gave it to Granola. Granola, this is a Senzu bean. As long as you take it, your injuries and physical strength will be restored. After hearing this, Granola hesitated for a while, took the Senzu bean given by Sun Wushan and swallowed it. After taking the Senzu bean, Granola's injuries and physical strength were immediately restored. Thank you, Granola thanked Sun Wushan. Although he hated the Saiyans, he changed his mind about the Saiyans after knowing that his mother was rescued by the Saiyans. Saiyans may not all be bad people. Sun Wushan nodded slightly. Then, Grandpa, let's go back. After hearing this, Monet nodded and looked at Piccolo and the others. Granola, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. If there is nothing else, we will go back first. Okay, Krillin nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, 4 figures suddenly appeared. These 4 people were Elec, Oil, Maggie, and Yars. Among them, Yars, who was originally thin, became taller than Elec. Elec! When Monet saw Elec, his expression changed instantly. He didn't expect that Elec would appear at this time. Elec. Granola's eyes suddenly turned red when he saw Elec. He originally wanted to seek revenge on Elec, but he didn't expect that he would come to him. Elec smiled and said, Granola, it seems that you already know the truth. In fact, if you don't know the truth, you may be able to live longer, but you must die here today. Humph, Granola snorted coldly. Elec, do you think you can still kill me now? Elec smiled. It's not me who killed you, but Yars. Yars. That's right, Yars is the one with the highest fighting talent among us brothers and sisters. We have made him the second in the universe through the Dragon Balls of Cyril. The second in the universe. Granola laughed immediately after hearing this, because he already knew who was the first in the universe. Granola, what are you laughing at? Elec frowned slightly. Elec, do you want to know who is the first in the universe? Who is the first in the universe? Yes, because I was just defeated by him. You mean Saiyans? Elec said, looking at Goten and the others. Where are Goku and Vegeta? Elec asked. Although he had never met Goku and Vegeta in person, he had seen photos of them. Goku, they are not on Earth, Krillin said. No, Granola, the number 1 in the universe you mentioned, could it be him? Elec looked at Son Gohan. Son Gohan is a Saiyan, much older than Son Goten. If what Granola said is true, Son Gohan may be the number 1 in the universe that Granola said. Not him. Yars, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke up. No, I think it should be that kid. Yars looked at Son Goten. Elec followed Yars' gaze and saw Son Goten, and the expression on his face became a little solemn. Yars, are you sure you can beat them both? If Yars is the no. 1 in the universe, he certainly is not afraid of anyone, but Yars is just the new number 2 in the universe. I don't know. Yars shook his head. In that case, let's kill Granola first, Elec said. Lanola already knew the truth of the past, which meant that Granola would not let them go, so he decided to strike first. As for Sun Wushan, GSC would beat him if he could, and retreat if he couldn't. Yeah, GSC nodded. After saying that, GSC clenched his hands, and his body rushed towards Granola like light. Granola stepped on the ground with both feet and also rushed towards GSC. But in the blink of an eye, the two came in front of each other at the same time, punching and kicking as fast as light, and hitting each other hard. Swish! Bang, bang, bang. Under the fierce fight between the two, the ground was immediately lifted up by huge pieces of sand and dust. Bang! After the two fought for a while, GSC kicked forward with his right foot, kicking Granola hundreds of meters away. Granola stepped on the ground with both feet and soon stopped on the ground. Ah! Granola shouted, and fired finger bullets at Yars with his 10 fingers on both hands. Yars jumped up with both feet and flew into the air. Granola gritted his teeth, and with both hands in a bow posture, he charged and fired a powerful arrow-shaped qigong wave at Yars. Yars snorted coldly, and a long spear appeared out of thin air in his right hand and threw it at the arrow-shaped qigong wave. With a loud bang, the arrow-shaped qigong wave exploded. The ground immediately raised a lot of dust because of the huge explosion. Then the two figures flashed and rushed towards each other at the same time. While rushing, Granola turned his right index finger into a gun and fired a finger bullet at Yars. Yars moved to the side and dodged. Taking this opportunity, Granola quickly got behind Yars. Yars was startled and turned around quickly, seeing Granola's right fist coming at him with all his strength. Yars raised his arms and blocked the blow. With a loud bang, Yars was blown hundreds of meters away. Ah! Granola shouted, and a huge stream of molten lava suddenly spurted out from the ground under Yars' feet. Yars was startled and moved quickly into the air to dodge. Swoosh! At this moment, Granola flashed and rushed towards Yars. Yars moved and rushed towards Granola as well. Soon the two flew into the air, punching and kicking at the speed of light, attacking each other. The two dodged and moved quickly around. Because the two moved too fast, Son Goten and the others could hardly see the fight between the two. Bang! After a fierce battle, Granola clenched his right fist and punched Yars away. After being knocked hundreds of meters away, Yars stopped in the air immediately. Granola snorted coldly. It seems that you, the second in the universe, are not so good. Yars gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Swish! Yars moved in an instant and appeared in front of Granola. Granola was startled and subconsciously raised his arms. Yars snorted coldly and kicked Granola with his right foot. Bang! Granola was kicked hard in the chest and immediately stepped back a few steps. At this time, a spear suddenly appeared in Yars' hands and stabbed at Granola. Swish! Swish! Granola dodged to both sides. After dodging for a while, Granola grabbed the front end of the spear with both hands and kicked at Yars with his right foot. Yars raised his left foot to block Granola's kick. Then he let go of the spear and kicked forward with his right foot. Bang! Granola was kicked hundreds of meters away. Granola! After seeing this scene, Monette immediately became a little worried about Granola. Granola looked at Yars and decided not to hold back and fight him with all his strength. Ha! With a loud shout, Granola's body appeared beside Yars in an instant. Yars was startled and punched hard to the side with his right fist. Granola dodged to the side and punched Yars' abdomen with his right fist. Yars screamed loudly and spat out a mouthful of bitter water. Yars! Seeing this, Alek's face changed. Granola snorted coldly and hit Yars back with both hands. Bang! Boom! With an extremely violent sound, Yars' body fell heavily to the ground. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. After a while, when the sand and dust on the ground dissipated, a huge deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. At this time, Yars was lying in the deep pit with an embarrassed look on his face. Alek gritted his teeth after seeing this scene. If Yars lost, they would only face the fate of death. So in this battle, Yars must not lose no matter what. But, damn it! Yars gritted his teeth, stood up from the ground and rushed towards Granola quickly. Granola raised his hands, and all his fingers fired finger bullets at the same time, attacking Yars. Yars dodged and approached Granola. Soon, Yars came in front of Granola, and a meteor hammer appeared in his hands, and he smashed Granola hard. Granola jumped up with both feet and jumped into the air. Yars threw the meteor hammer at Granola, and the 10 fingers of both hands condensed the finger bullets at the same time and fired them at Granola. Granola was startled and dodged to both sides. Suddenly, Yars disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Granola. Granola was startled, and his body moved in an instant and appeared behind Yars. Yars saw Granola disappear and looked around quickly. Granola kicked down with his right foot, hitting Yars hard on the body. Yars' body immediately fell to the ground like a meteor. A large piece of dust was immediately raised on the ground. After seeing this, Elek clenched his fists tightly and headed towards where Yars was. After a while, when the dust on the ground dissipated, a large, deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Yars' body was lying in the deep pit in a very embarrassed manner. Elek walked forward and took off the pendant on Yars' head. Oil and Maggie, who were standing in the distance, were shocked to see this. Yars was unable to control his own power at the beginning, which led to his own time and space, so Elek used this pendant to control his power. Now that Elek has taken off the pendant, Yars may lose control again and become unable to distinguish between friend and foe. If this is true, before Yars kills Granola, they may die at the hands of Yars first. Not only Oil and Maggie were surprised, but also Yars, because he also knew that it would be difficult for him to control his power after awakening. Just when Clin and the others didn't know what was going on, Yars suddenly screamed loudly. With a roar, an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, and he quickly rose upward. The ground of the entire earth shook violently under the influence of Gias's aura. Gias's muscles swelled and his clothes were torn, and this was Gias's awakening state. As Gias's aura gradually stabilized, the vibration of the entire Earth's ground gradually stopped. However, because Gias could not control the power in his body, he had become out of control. Gias roared loudly, and his body rushed towards Granola as fast as a flash. Granola's eyes condensed slightly, and he also rushed towards Gias. Swish! Bang! 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 But in the blink of an eye, Gias came to Granola, and his fists were as fast as a flash, attacking Granola frantically. Granola dodged while fighting with Gias. Because of the significant increase in strength, Gias quickly gained the upper hand. Bang! Yars punched Granola and sent him flying. Granola stomped his feet hard on the ground and quickly slowed down. At this moment, Yars came to Granola and poked Granola's eyes with his right index and middle finger. At this critical moment, a white figure suddenly appeared and grabbed Yars' 2 fingers that were poking Granola. This person was Son Goten in the state of Ultra Instinct. Yars roared loudly and continued to poke forward with his right index and middle finger. Son Goten exerted force with his right hand and directly twisted Yars' right hand to a fracture. Yars immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. When Elek saw Son Goten's attack, his expression changed immediately. He had thought that Son Goten and Granola were enemies and would not attack, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. After Gias screamed, he raised his left fist and swung it at Son Goten with great anger. But before Gias's left fist could hit Son Goten, his body was like a ray, knocking a big hole in the mountains behind him. Bang! After knocking through 3 mountains, Gias's body stopped on the 4th mountain, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Gias! When Elek saw Gias vomiting blood, he immediately became extremely afraid of Son Goten. Gias was the 2nd best in the universe, but Son Goten had no power to fight back. Could it be that what Granola said was true? Elek muttered to himself. He regretted bringing Gias to Earth. Originally, he thought that when Son Goten and Granola were both injured in the fight, he would bring Gias to reap the benefits, but he didn't expect. It wasn't as bad as he imagined, and Son Goten's strength was extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Gias, I learned. Just then, the voice of the system came to Son Goten's ears. Son Goten exhaled lightly and changed his body back to normal. Gias had a broken hand, and his body was seriously injured. With Granola's strength, he should be able to defeat him. Ah! Although Yars was seriously injured at this time, he was out of control and didn't know what pain was. He quickly climbed out of the mountain and rushed towards Son Goten. Seeing this, Elec hurriedly shouted to Yars, "No, Yars, I'm Elec." Yars stopped for a moment after hearing Elec's words, but soon he rushed towards Son Goten again. Granola's figure flashed and rushed towards Yars. But in the blink of an eye, the two came to each other at the same time and fought fiercely. Although Yars was strong, he had a broken hand, so he could only attack with one hand. The two fought evenly. "Yars!" Elec shouted to Yars again. With Son Goten here, they can't win this battle no matter what. So he planned to wake up Yars and let Yars take them away from the earth. Yars already has the second strongest power in the universe. As long as Son Goten does not intervene in the battle, Yars still has a chance to defeat Granola. As Elec shouted, the memory in Yars' mind was suddenly awakened. However, he was distracted by this and was hit hard in the abdomen by Granola and flew out. Bang! Boom! Yars' body, like a ray, hit a mountain behind him fiercely. Yars' pupils recovered and looked at Elec. Elec! Great, Yars, you are finally awake," Elec said happily. Yars nodded. At this moment, Granola fired finger bullets with 10 fingers on both hands at the same time, attacking Yars. Yars gritted his teeth, and his body quickly came out of the mountain and flew into the air. Boom, boom, boom. With huge explosions, a large number of finger bullets exploded on the mountain. "GSC, let's leave the Earth," Elec ordered GSC with a serious look. "Leave?" "Yes," Elec nodded. "Yes, I'll tell you in detail after we leave the Earth." After hearing this, GSC hesitated for a while, but still chose to believe Elec and flew towards where Elec was. Granola saw that GSC and the others wanted to escape, and immediately rushed towards GSC. "Clingy guy!" GSC gritted his teeth and rushed towards Granola. Soon, the two came to each other at the same time and fought fiercely. There were violent noises in the sky. Bang! Because GSC's right hand was broken, one hand could not keep up with the speed of two hands, and he was punched out by Granola. "Damn it!" Yars gritted his teeth. A spear appeared in his left hand, and he threw it at Granola. Granola moved to the left and dodged. Yars glanced behind him and quickly moved to the side of Elec and the others and teleported them to another planet. Escaped. Escaped. Klin was stunned. "Yeah," Picker nodded. "Damn it." Granola was immediately very angry when he saw Elec and the others escape. At this time, Monet came to Granola and said, "Forget it, Granola, let him go." Granola did not reply after hearing this, but looked at Son Goten in the distance. "Thank you for saving me." Son Goten nodded after hearing this and looked at the vast universe. After several teleportations, Yars brought Elec and the others back to Zeta. "Ha!" Wa was greatly relieved. "I just thought I would die on Earth." "Yeah, that short kid, I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying," Maggie said. "Kid, are you talking about that Saiyan?" Gia, because he was out of control, he didn't know what happened when he lost control. "Yeah," Wa nodded. "That kid just defeated you when you were out of control." After hearing this, Yars lowered his head, and a figure of a Saiyan appeared in his mind. This person was Bardock, who protected Granola and Monet. He fought with Bardock and was defeated by Bardock in the end, which became a shame for his whole life. Unexpectedly, this time when he went to Earth, he was already the second in the universe and was defeated by the Saiyan again. And the one who defeated him was a Saiyan kid. Yars, the Saiyan nation is indeed powerful. After you recover from your injury, we will find a way to get rid of Granola. Yars nodded heavily. Just at this moment, a figure flew down from the sky. This person was Frieza. Frieza. When Elec saw Frieza, the look on his face immediately became shocked. Frieza smiled and said, "Why are you surprised to see me? To tell you the truth, I already know all your plans." After hearing this, Elec gritted his teeth. "How do you know?" "Could it be that we have an undercover?" "Yes, you are quite smart," Elec snorted coldly. "Frieza, although you are strong, Yars is now the second strongest in the universe. If you take action, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Really? After hearing this, Frieza smiled coldly. In that case, should we take action and see? After hearing this, Elec remained silent. Yars is the second strongest in the universe, but he is now injured in one hand and cannot exert his full strength. Frieza saw that Elec was silent and immediately laughed. Since you are silent, I will take it as your consent. As Frieza said this, he clenched his hands tightly, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his body, and he quickly rose upwards. The entire ground of the Cetar planet shook violently under the influence of Frieza's aura. Ah! With an extremely loud roar, Frieza's entire skin turned black and gold except for his forehead, shoulders, and a purple gem on his chest. This is the new form that Frieza has mastered after 10 years of hard training, Black Gold Frieza. Elec was startled. Frieza sneered, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he came to Yars and punched Yars' abdomen with his right fist. Yars screamed loudly, and his body was thousands of meters away. Yars, Oil and Maggie, who were standing aside, changed their expressions. Although they have some strength, they are far inferior to Yars now. Yars, Elec shouted at Yars. Ah! Yars heard Elec's shout, clenched his hands hard, and suddenly a very powerful aura burst out of his body. Oh! Frieza looked at Yars with a little curiosity in his heart. As Yars' aura increased, his face suddenly became much older. This is Yars' last resort, at the cost of his own life, to get more powerful power. Ah! Yars roared loudly, and his body rushed towards Frieza as fast as light. Frieza sneered and rushed towards Yars. Soon the two came to each other and fought fist to fist and foot to foot. However, every time Yars threw a punch, his physical condition would become worse and worse. Puff! Yars spurted a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. His face suddenly became like a withered old man, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Frieza saw Yars getting weaker and weaker, clenched his right fist and hit Yars' abdomen with all his strength. Bang! Frieza punched through Yars' body with his right fist. Yars screamed loudly, and his body fell to the ground and died. Jeer! Yars! After seeing this scene, Elec and the others immediately trembled all over, because once Yars died, they would be the next one. Frieza looked at the dead Yars, smiled and turned around, looking at Elec. If I guess correctly, you should be the weakest among the four of you. After hearing this, Elec gritted his teeth and looked at Frieza. Although he was reluctant to admit it, his strength was indeed the weakest among the four. At this time, Frieza raised his right index finger and fired a purple beam of light from his hand, which instantly penetrated Elec's body. Elec screamed and fell to the ground without a breath. Oil and Machai were trembling with fear. At this time, Frieza's body suddenly returned to normal and looked at the two of them. Will you two join my Frieza Corps or be like them? Aye, we are willing to join your corps, Machai said. Frieza's mouth corners slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Earth. After Yars and the others escaped, Monet took out a combat power detector and gave it to Son Goten. What is this? This is the combat power detector left by the Saiyan who saved our Bardock. Bardock? Yes, you look a bit like him. Maybe you are his descendant. There is also a recording of his voice in this combat power detector. Recording. Yes, that's why I gave him to you. By the way, your father should be a Saiyan, right? Yes, his name is Son Goku. Son Goku, this shouldn't be a Saiyan name, right? His Saiyan name is Kakarot. Kakarot, Son Goten nodded. Afterwards, Granola and Monet said goodbye to everyone and left the Earth. The seventh universe, destroying the divine world. It looks like it's over. Although Wise didn't watch the battle between Son Goten and the others, he could sense their battle from the aura bursting from them. A week later, Goku, Vegeta, and the others returned to Earth. Goten took out the combat power detector that Monet had given him and gave it to Goku. Goten, isn't this a combat power detector? Yes, Dad. Why did you give it to me? This was given to me by a Namekian. Yes. Then Goten told Goku and the others the whole story. Bardock, isn't that Kakarot your father? Vegeta said. My father? Yeah, you don't even know your father's name. Goku smiled and scratched his head after hearing this. When I was very young, I broke my head, so I lost some of my memories. Wise, who was standing aside, laughed immediately after hearing this. Fortunately, Goku lost some of his memories, otherwise he would not have grown so strong. After hearing this, Vegeta remained silent. If it weren't for Son Wukong, he might not have become as strong as he is now, so everything is fate. Kakarot, do you want to turn on the combat power detector and listen to your father's recording? Vegeta asked. Yes, Son Wukong nodded. Time flies, and a year has passed in a blink of an eye. Sun Wushan is already 15 years old. Sun Wushan's body has grown a lot in this year. Finally, he no longer looks like a child. His body has grown to 6 meters. Thinking back then, when Sun Wukong was 15 years old, he still looked like a child, so Sun Wushan developed earlier than Sun Wukong. In this year, although Sun Wushan's strength has improved, it is extremely slow. Originally, his plan was to defeat Wise and gain more powerful power when his strength was almost improved. But with his current strength, he was not very sure, unless he could practice to Super Saiyan 6 full power, then he would have a better chance. But the further you practice, the more difficult it will be, and the same is true for the improvement of strength. Baozi Mountain. Goten's body was suspended in the air at this time, practicing. A figure suddenly fell from the sky. The person who came was Trunks. Goten. Trunks shouted to Goten. Goten opened his eyes immediately after hearing this. Trunks, Trunks nodded. Goten, how come you have been practicing all the time this year? No, I have less than 2 years to go before I start school, and I want to practice more. Otherwise, I won't have so much time to practice after school. But Goten, your current strength has already surpassed the god of destruction. Do you still want to surpass Wise? Why not? Okay, I can't catch up with you no matter how hard I practice. Trunks is also a motivated person, but no matter how motivated a person is, it's useless in front of a cheetah. Trunks, why are you here today? I came to find you to form a hero group together. Hero group. Yes, didn't your brother Gohan form a Super Saiyan Superman group with Sister Videl? Oh, then Goten, are you interested in forming a hero team with me? No, Goten shook his head. Don't be like this, Goten. If you become a hero, you will become as popular as Mr. Satan. No, I beg you, Goten, just form a hero team with me, Trunks begged. Okay, as long as you agree to form a hero team with me, I will give you any toy in my house that you like. But I still want to practice. How about you find Uncle Piccolo? No, Uncle Piccolo looks too scary and he won't agree. Goten, how about this? You study in the future, and I will help you finish your homework. Goten was a little moved after hearing this. If Trunks helped him finish his homework, he would have more time to practice. What do you think, Goten? Ahem, Goten coughed. Does that include college? Of course. Anyway, he can find someone to help him with his homework. Since you've said that, I'll reluctantly agree. But I have to make it clear in advance that you and I will form a hero team, and you can't take up too much of my time. In addition, after the team is formed, I will act with you at the beginning, and later on you will be the main one. I'm alone, then I will become a Lone Ranger, right? No, I mean, you will mainly show up later. This. If it really doesn't work, forget it. Okay, I promise you, I'll do what you say, Trunks said hurriedly. Now the team hasn't been formed yet, and the most important thing for him now is to trick Son Goten into it. Then Goten, since we are going to form a hero team, let's think of a name for our team, right? Okay, how about calling it a superhero team? Trunks asked. This one seems a bit ordinary. Then what good names do you have? What do you think of the Flying Man team? The Flying Man team, Trunks touched his chin with his right hand. This name seems a bit ordinary. The Wonderful Duo. This one is okay, but I'm not particularly satisfied with it. Just like that, after the two discussed for a long time, Son Goten suddenly thought of an anime he watched in his previous life. One Punch Man. How about we call ourselves One Punch Man? One Punch Man. Yes, it means that all enemies can be knocked down with one punch. This name is interesting, but how do we shout the hero slogan? A hero for fun, what do you think? A hero for fun. We are heroes for fun, that's it. What about our names? Names are not important. Didn't my brother tell me his real name? If it doesn't work, just use code names. I'm number 1 and you're number 2. Wait, why am I number 2? Trunks said dissatisfiedly. Because I got the name of this group. Even if that's the case, it won't work, and didn't you say that you'll mainly let me show up in the future? One is the boss, and the other is the second. Trunks naturally doesn't want to be the second. Then don't use code names. No, I want number 1. Just like that, after the two quarreled for a while, Trunks finally compromised. There is no way who made him weaker than Son Goten. By the way, Trunks, I suddenly thought of another heroic line. Do you want to listen to it? What line? In order to prevent the destruction of this world, to protect the peace of the world, to carry out the evil of love and truth, the lovely and charming decent characters, we say our names. We are the One Punch Man group that travels through the galaxy, the white hole, and the white tomorrow is waiting for us. After hearing this, Trunks was speechless. Goten, where did you see this Chunobiu line, or did you come up with it yourself? I saw it in a book. Book? What book? Novel. Then you should change the original line. Yes, I was wondering why it was weird. Since we are going to form a hero group, should we get a set of Superman clothes? Superman's clothes. For uniformity. That's fine, but how should it be designed? The first point is to cover the face. Cover the face. Yes, I don't want to be famous, and Trunks, you will take over your company in the future, so you definitely don't want too many people to know that you are a hero, right? That's right. Then what do you think of the design of the hero's clothes? How about a yellow jumpsuit with a cape? Yellow, is this color a bit earthy? I think it should be. No, Bruce Lee also wore a yellow jumpsuit, and it looked pretty handsome. Of course, everyone is different. For example, the most suitable clothes for Sun Wukong are the orange martial arts uniforms. How about black clothes? Sun Wushan talked about Lu Xiaoqian's flying costume in Magic Phone. Finally, the two decided to use Lu Xiaoqian's flying costume. In addition to Lu Xiaoqian's flying costume, the two thought Piccolo's costume was also good. When they don't want to wear Lu Xiaoqian's flying costume, they can also try to wear Piccolo's clothes. Although Piccolo has become the Sun family's nanny, he was also the Piccolo Demon King that countless people feared. His clothes also have the aura of the Demon King. Cyril Star. After Granola returned, he knew that Alec had been killed by Frieza, and Monet advised him to let go. Hatred, plus he didn't know where Frieza was, so he didn't go to seek revenge on Frieza. After a year, although Granola didn't completely let go of his hatred, he was not as persistent as before. He now has less than 2 years left to live. At this time, he was sitting on a big rock, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, the sky of Cyril became dark. Cyril, like Namek, has no daytime. Granola seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly flew towards the place where the golden light was emitted. But soon the golden light dissipated, and the sky immediately became bright. Have you made a wish? Granola said, and saw a medium-sized spaceship which quickly left Cyril. Earth. At this time there was an old man looking around with a confused face. This old man was Dr. Jiro, who was killed by Android 17. After Dr. Jiro died because of the resentment in his heart, he never reincarnated. Is this Earth? Just when Dr. Jiro was wondering why he was resurrected, a purple figure wearing a Saiyan combat uniform flew over from a distance. His name is Lip, and he is a soldier of Frieza's army. Who are you? Hello, my name is Lip, and I am from Frieza's army. You should be Dr. Jiro, right? Yes, I am Dr. Jiro. Did Frieza ask you to come to me? Yes, King Frieza said that he hopes to cooperate with you to fight against the Saiyans together. Dr. Giro thought for a while and said, "Then where is Frieza now? King Frieza is now in the southern Milky Way. Do you want to leave the Earth with me?" "I will leave with you." After hearing this, Lip immediately took Dr. Giro to his spaceship parked on the Earth and left the Earth with Dr. Giro. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. 3 days have passed, and Trunks has asked his mother to make Son Goten and his Superman suit. At this time, the two had already changed into the finished Superman suits. The Superman suit is black with a black cape, and the other side of the cape is red. In addition, there is a black helmet, sunglasses, and a red triangular scarf to cover the face. "Goten, where are we going to help punish the bad guys next?" Trunks asked Son Goten. "I don't know, let's walk around." "Oh." After that, the two immediately strolled around the West City slowly. In this way, after strolling for a whole morning, the two found that the West City was very peaceful. One of the reasons for this is Son Goten's brother Son Gohan. When Son Gohan was a hero because his strength was too strong, he scared away many criminals in the West City. "Trunks, it's noon, let's go back." Trunks nodded. "Then Goten, will you come to the West City in the afternoon? Let me take a look." "Okay then." Seeing this, Son Goten teleported and returned home. After seeing this, Trunks immediately flew into the sky. After a while, Trunks returned home. "Trunks, you're back," Bulma said to Trunks with a smile on her face. Trunks nodded with a depressed mood. "Trunks, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, Mom. It's just that Goten and I didn't encounter any criminals this morning." "Is that so?" Bulma smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing, Trunks. After all, you are not policemen." After hearing this, Trunks remained silent. "Trunks, if you really want to be a hero, you can find Mr. Satan or Videl. When Videl was studying, Mr. Police would contact her and ask her for help." "Yeah." In the afternoon, Trunks came to Son Gohan's house and found Videl wanting her to help. "You want to be a hero?" "Yes, Sister Beady, can you help?" "Of course, I just need to talk to the police officer about this." "Really? That's great." Beady nodded. Sun Wukong's home. Sun Wushan had just woken up and washed up and was about to go to Baozi Mountain to practice. Suddenly, he saw a very familiar figure. This person was Granola. "Granola," Granola nodded. "Granola, how do you know my home?" "I sensed your presence and found this place." "Is that so? Then why are you here?" "It's like this. 3 days ago, the Dragon Balls of Cyril seem to have been used. I suspect it was someone from Frieza's army." "Frieza's army?" "Yes, Frieza was responsible for the destruction of the Sitar organization, so I think he might know about the Dragon Balls of Cyril." "Is that so? Granola, do you plan to move to Earth?" "Earth? The Dragon Balls will move with the Namekians. If you and your grandfather move to Earth, the people from Frieza's army won't be able to use the Dragon Balls casually. I have to go back and ask my grandfather about this." Goten nodded. "Then Goten, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Okay." Seeing this, Granola turned around and left immediately. Not long after Granola left, Trunks came to Son Goku's house to look for Son Goten. "Goten." "Trunks." Trunks nodded. "Goten, Sister Videl gave me a smart watch, saying that if a criminal appears in Zidu, the police will contact us through this smart watch. Only one. Only one now. When I get back, I'll get you a smartwatch." "Okay." Because of the police connection, Goten and Trunks don't have to wander around like they did today. They will only go out to uphold justice when something happens, which greatly saves Goten's time. 2.5 days have passed. During these 2.5 days, Goten and Trunks basically stayed at home and didn't encounter any major events. In the afternoon, when Goten was about to practice, he suddenly received a call from Trunks and rushed to Zidu. "Goten, you're here," Trunks said with a smile. After hearing this, Goten nodded and looked at the jewelry store in front. At this time, in front of the jewelry store, there were 3 masked gangsters with guns, one of whom pointed a gun at a hostage. "What should I do, Goten?" Trunks asked Goten. "Watch me." Goten smiled, his figure flashed, and he came to the front of the gangsters in a blink of an eye, knocking the 3 of them to the ground in one go. because Goten's attack speed was too fast. No one saw Goten's move. The gangsters. All of them fell down suddenly. A policeman who was surrounding the jewelry store said. At this time, Goten loosened the rope that tied the hostages. Thank you for saving me," the woman said very gratefully. "Nothing. Then will you tell me your name?" "I'm a hero out of interest. Hero out of interest. Yes, you also call me One Punch Man. One Punch Man." "Yeah," Goten said, and immediately walked towards Trunks. "Go." Trunks wanted to call out Goten's name, but when he thought that the two of them couldn't reveal their identities now, he didn't say the second word. At this time, the crowd around also found that Trunks and Son Goten were dressed the same. A reporter walked up to Trunks and interviewed him. "Hello, I'm a reporter from Satan City. Your clothes are very similar to One Punch Man. Are you a team?" "Yeah," Trunks looked a little nervous. "Yes, we are the One Punch Man team. He is number 1 and I am number 2. One Punch Man number 1, One Punch Man number 2. Yes. Then why did you form such a team?" "It's out of interest. When we were young, who didn't want to be a hero?" Trunks thought so too. Maybe he was a little immature, but who didn't have high spirits when he was young. Maybe when he looked back, he would have some regrets, but that's youth. After answering some questions, Trunks felt that he had said too much, so he hurriedly took Son Goten away. After returning home, Trunks was very happy and lay on the grass at home. "Goten, we are famous. How do you feel about being a hero?" "Normally." Son Goten said lightly. Although he is about the same age as Trunks, his mental age is twice as old as Trunks, and he has long lost interest in being a hero. "Really? But after today's incident, I think we need to make a battle plan." "Battle plan?" "Yes, you didn't say anything today, and you stole all the limelight." "So, what kind of battle plan should we make?" "One person and 2 people fighting. One person doesn't need any plan. If 2 people fight, they need 2 people to cooperate, such as hand gestures and secret signals." Then, Trunks said what he was thinking. After Trunks finished speaking, Son Goten yawned. "Are you done, Trunks?" "Well, that's it for now." Time flies, and a week has passed in a blink of an eye. During this week, because of the news and Son Goten and Trunks solving several incidents, they have become famous in Zidu. Zidu, Baozi Mountain. At this time, Son Goten was practicing on a piece of grass, and a medium-sized spaceship flew down. After the spaceship landed, 2 people came out immediately. They were Granola and Monette. "Granola," Granola nodded. "Long time no see, Goten." Monette smiled and greeted Goten. "Long time no see, Monette. Are you planning to move to Earth to live?" "Yes, we think the environment on Earth is not bad." Monette smiled. "Where are you going to live?" "I don't know yet. How about I introduce a Namekian to you?" "Are you talking about Piccolo?" "No, not Uncle Piccolo, but another one. He is not a fighting Namekian like you." "Really? That's great." Seeing this, Goten immediately used teleportation to bring the 2 to the heaven. "Goten," Dandy said as he looked at the suddenly appeared Goten. "Long time no see, Dandy. Goten, who are they? Let me introduce them. This is Granola, and this is his grandfather, Monette." "Hello," Monette smiled and greeted Dandy. "Hello," Dandy replied. "They just came to Earth and have no place to live, so I brought them to you for a walk," Goten said. "Is that so? If you have no place to live, you can also live with me." "No need. Granola and I have found a place to live somewhere else on Earth." "Okay then." Then, Dandy and Monette had a long chat. It turned out that Monette knew the great elder on Namek, and they were still good friends. But because of the mutation of the original Namek, Monette was separated from them. However, although Monette and Dandy are of the same race, they are different branches. Monette was not the original inhabitant of the 7th universe, but migrated to the 7th universe from other worlds. Seeing that they got along well, Sun Wushan left the heaven. In this way, Granola and the others settled down on Earth. Time flies, and half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. Everything was very peaceful during these 6 months. In a white Namek-style castle, Piccolo was lying on the bed leisurely. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside, so he hurriedly got off the bed and flew outside the castle. He saw a black robot wearing a blue cloak and the logo of the Red Ribbon Corps on the armband. On the front of the robot's clothes, there was a big 2. This robot is called Gamma II, a justice robot created by Dr. Hyde, the grandson of Dr. Giro. Piccolo looked at Gamma II, and his expression immediately became serious. At this time, Gamma II fell from midair and came to Piccolo. "Who are you?" Piccolo asked. "My name is Gamma II, and I am a heroic robot created by Dr. Hyde." "Who is Dr. Hyde?" "You don't need to know this. You should be Piccolo the Great Demon King, right?" "Piccolo the Great Demon King." Piccolo looked at Gamma II with a puzzled look on his face. Piccolo the Great Demon King was what others called him 20 years ago, and now he has long recovered. "Yes, we have your information, and I am here to destroy you on the doctor's orders." "Really?" "Then I'll see if you have the strength," Piccolo said, and rushed towards Gamma II. Gamma II immediately raised the laser gun in his hand and shot at Piccolo after seeing it. Piccolo's body flashed to the side, and the laser immediately fell on the ground and exploded, and a black deep pit was immediately blown out of the ground. Piccolo was shocked by the power of the laser gun, and he didn't dare to underestimate Gamma II anymore. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Gamma II launched several attacks at Piccolo. Piccolo dodged quickly, causing the laser gun attack to miss. "Ah!" With a loud shout, Piccolo rushed to Gamma and knocked the laser gun in Gamma II's hand to the ground with one punch. Gamma II was startled and punched Piccolo's abdomen with his right fist. Piccolo screamed loudly and immediately retreated backwards. At this time, Gamma II flew in front of Piccolo and kicked Piccolo's body with both feet. Piccolo saw this and quickly raised his hands to resist Gamma II's kicks, and his body kept retreating backwards. After seeing this, Gamma II suddenly stopped the attack with his feet, flew into the air, gathered his energy with both hands, and condensed a huge blue energy wave in his hands and hit Piccolo. Boom! With a loud explosion, the energy wave hit Piccolo's body and exploded on the ground. A large amount of smoke and dust from the explosion immediately appeared on the ground. After a while, when the smoke gradually dissipated, Gamma II scanned the area below and found that there was no Piccolo below. "Is he dead?" Gamma II murmured. After a while, the smoke on the ground completely dissipated, and Gamma II's body fell from midair into the deep pit caused by the explosion. After confirming that Piccolo should be dead without a complete body, he turned around and left. Shortly after Gamma II left, a figure slowly walked out from the big rock behind the deep pit. This person was Piccolo. Piccolo looked at the direction where Gamma II left and followed quietly. After a long time, Piccolo followed Gamma II to a huge factory outside Zidu. "Is this their base?" Piccolo looked at the huge factory in front of him and thought secretly in his heart. Then Piccolo followed Gamma II into the factory and saw Gamma II flying in front of 3 men. One of them was short and fat, wearing a white suit. He was Dr. Hyde, who created Gamma II. Standing next to Dr. Hyde was a middle-aged man who was not tall, of medium build, with a big back hair, a moustache on his mouth, a red suit and a black sweatshirt, and a gold chain around his neck. His name was Mackinder, the son of Black Marshal, the commander-in-chief of the Red Ribbon Corps destroyed by Sun Wukong. Next to Maxender, there stood a very tall man with glasses, the same hairstyle as Weiss, and a red suit and red leather shoes. His name was Carmine, and he was Maxender's driver and confidant. Swoosh, tap, with a slight sound, Gamma II landed in front of Dr. Hyde. "How is it?" before Dr. Hyde could speak. Maxender, who was standing next to him, asked Gamma II first. Although the order to kill Piccolo was issued by Dr. Hyde also let Gamma II kill Piccolo under the threat of Maxender. "He's already killed." "What about his body?" Maxender asked. "He's already dead." Dead. Although Maxender had some doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to say much. because he still had to rely on Dr. Hyde to help him build Cell Max and complete his ambition to rebuild the Red Ribbon Army and rule the world. Just at this moment, a robot wearing a yellow dress, a red cape, and the Red Ribbon Corps logo on the armband, who looked the same as Gamma II, with a red number 1 on the front of the clothes, appeared. His name is Gamma I, also a robot made by Dr. Hyde. Compared with the more rash and reckless Gamma I is more mature and stable, and like Gamma II, he is loyal to Dr. Hyde. Gamma II, you're back. Gamma, I said to Gamma II lightly. Gamma II nodded. There's another one. Bick, who was hiding behind a pile of cement pipes, was startled. Afterwards, after listening to their conversation, Bick knocked out a staff member here and inquired about the situation here. Then he left the factory. Ziddu, Bulma's house. Bick found Bulma and told her what happened this morning. Dr. Hyde. Yeah, that's what I heard from them. I remember that Dr. Hyde seemed to be Dr. Jiro's grandson, but he seemed to have been arrested for stealing corpses. I think he was released not long ago. Bulma took a sip of coffee and said, Dr. Jiro, Bulma nodded. Is that android strong? Yeah, Piccolo nodded, but I should be able to defeat him if I use all my strength. In that case, why don't we let Goten and the others solve it? Goten and Trunks are just being heroes recently. Heroes? Yeah, they say it's called the One Punch Man combination. Oh, then Bulma, I'm leaving. After Piccolo finished speaking, he immediately turned around and flew into the sky. Bulma wanted to say something, but saw that Piccolo had already flown away. This guy is really like Goku. Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan's home. Son Gohan was using a laptop computer, typing away frantically, when suddenly there was a thumping sound from the window. Son Gohan turned his head to look at the window and saw a green figure. This person was Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan pushed the window open excitedly. If you were to say who loved him the most in the world, apart from his parents, it would be Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Uncle Piccolo, I'm very busy now. What's the matter with you coming here? Piccolo frowned after hearing this. Gohan, you haven't practiced for a long time now. I know, but I'm really busy now. If I have time, I will definitely practice. Piccolo sighed helplessly after hearing this. The genius boy who once defeated Cell is now became a part-time worker. Forget it, you go ahead. I'll go find Goten. After Piccolo said that, he immediately went to find Son Goten. Although he wanted to train Son Gohan, he couldn't train Son Gohan in his current state. Arriving at Son Goku's house, Piccolo told Son Goten what happened today. Cell phone? Yeah, Piccolo nodded. I heard from Bulma that you and Trunks are being heroes. Yes, now it's mainly Trunks who is a hero. Then Goten, do you want to go with me to destroy Cell Max? Not Trunks, Son Goten asked. Although Trunks is weak, it's okay to take him to see the world. Ah, if you want to call him, you can call him. Son Goten nodded, moved instantly, and came to Trunks' house. Goten, Son Goten nodded. Trunks' Uncle Piccolo was attacked by the androids today. Androids? Yeah, so we are going to destroy the androids' lair now. Do you want to come with us? Of course. Then I'll take you to my house. Goten said, and with a teleportation he brought Trunks to his home. Uncle Piccolo, Trunks greeted Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Then Goten, shall we go? Okay. After that, Piccolo immediately took the two to the Machinda factory. After a while, the three of them arrived at the factory. In order not to reveal their identities, Goten and Trunks put on their Superman suits early. Piccolo looked at the two's Superman suits and was a little speechless. Goten, can't you not wear these clothes? No, it's big news that we defeated the androids, and we still don't want our true selves to be exposed, Trunks said. Okay then. Just as the two were chatting, the workers in the factory had already discovered the three people. You, who are you? We too are heroes who are motivated by interest. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Because Goten and his friends have been heroes for more than half a year and have a certain degree of fame. A worker who works here recognized them and said, They are the hero of justice, One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Yes, they are very famous in the West. But why are they here? Just when several workers were discussing, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 came out of the factory. When Gamma 2 saw Piccolo, a trace of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Piccolo, you are not dead. Sorry to disappoint you, and my name is Piccolo, not Piccolo. One Punch Man combination. After hearing this, Gamma 2 looked at Goten and the others. Because Goten and the others are relatively famous in the West, Dr. Hyde once collected Goten and the others' information and entered the information into the Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 databases. Do you know us? After hearing this, Trunks was a little happy. I didn't expect that they are so famous now, and even the androids know him. Know what? Gamma 2 asked in confusion. Nothing. Then what are you and Piccolo here for? He is Uncle Piccolo, not Piccolo. I heard from Uncle Piccolo that you are creating Cell Max, so we are here to stop you from creating Cell Max. In the basement of the factory, Max Sender and Carmine had learned through surveillance that Goten and his team had broken into the factory. Damn it, why did they come to our door? Did Gamma AI get tracked this morning? Max Sender was angry and pounded the table in front of him. Carmine nodded. I think this is very likely. Damn it. If Cell Max is completed, it doesn't matter if they find out, but Cell Max is almost not completed. Outside the factory. After Gamma II learned from Trunks why they came to our door, he immediately explained to Trunks. 1. Punch Man no. 2. The Doctor created Cell Max to destroy Son Goku and his gang. Uncle Goku. What do you mean you call him Uncle? Are you also in Son Goku's group? No wonder you are so powerful. Trunks was speechless. He just called Piccolo Uncle, but this guy just realized that he and Son Goku were on the same team. The reason why Gamma no. 2 did not regard Trunks as a gang with Piccolo at first was that he and Trunks had a sense of justice, so he thought that Son Goten and Trunks were not Piccolo's accomplices at first. Maybe he was just used by Piccolo, although Gamma no. 2 is an artificial man. Dr. Hyde gave him a lot of heroic ideas when he created him, hoping that he could become a superhero. However, because Gamma number 1 and Gamma number 2 are loyal to Dr. Hyde, they can only obey Dr. Hyde's orders. Because in their hearts, Dr. Hyde is like a parent. Anyway, we won't let you create Cell Max. 1 Punch Man number 1, let's go. Goten nodded and rushed towards Gamma number 1 quickly. Trunks shouted, and a golden flame rose from his body. Super Saiyan. Gamma number 2 saw the golden light emanating from Trunks' body and immediately knew that Trunks was a Saiyan. Ah! Trunks shouted and rushed towards Gamma number 2 as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Gamma no. 2 retreated while taking out a laser gun from his waist and fired several shots at Trunks. Jew. Bang! 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 The laser gun's laser was dodged and fell on the ground, blasting out large black holes. On the other side. After Goten rushed towards Gamma 1, he soon arrived in front of Gamma 1 and punched Gamma 1's abdomen with his right fist. Gamma 1 screamed loudly, and his body was like light, knocking a big hole in the factory wall behind him. Dr. Hyde, who was in the laboratory on the 3rd floor underground, ran out immediately after hearing the huge noise outside. Bang! At the same time that Gamma 1 was knocked away, Trunks was kicked away by Gamma 2 because he underestimated the enemy. Trunks. Piccolo saw it and immediately transformed into Orange Piccolo and rushed towards Gamma 2. Gamma 2 was shocked. He didn't expect that Piccolo could also transform. Just when Gamma 2 was surprised, Piccolo had already rushed in front of him and punched forward with his right fist. Gamma 2 blocked with both arms forward and stepped back a distance. In the basement, Mackinder looked, seeing that Gamma 1 and the others were at a disadvantage. They immediately became anxious. What should we do? If Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 are defeated, our unfinished Cell Max is likely to be destroyed by them. After hearing this, Carmine adjusted the frame of his glasses. In that case, why don't we start Cell Max in advance? Start in advance, but will it get out of control? I don't know, but if we don't start it, when Gamma 1 and 2 are defeated, we will have no choice but to surrender. Surrender. Upon hearing these 4 words, Mackinda immediately made up her mind. Then let's start Cell Max. Yes, Carmen nodded. On the other side, Dr. Hyde had already come outside and saw the battle between Piccolo and Gamma 2. Although Gamma 2 was strong, it was still much weaker than Orange Piccolo. So Gamma 2 was completely at a disadvantage in the battle with Piccolo. As for Gamma 1, he had already been knocked to the ground by Goten and lost the strength to fight. Damn it! Trunks saw that his strength was far behind that of Gamma 1 and the others, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. His strength was still too weak. One-punch man combination. Doctor. Hyde immediately recognized the identities of the two after seeing Goten and the others dressed up. The two are now very famous heroes in the West, but how could they be in the same group with Piccolo? Could it be? Maxenda and the others deceived me. Doctor. Hyde thought to himself. 3 months ago, Dr. Hyde had just been released from prison. Because he had no money, he was bewitched by Maxenda to come here and create Cell Max for them. Of course, he didn't completely believe Maxenda's lies, but he had no research funds, so he cooperated with them. Today he asked Gamma 2 to kill Piccolo because Maxenda said that Goku and the others colluded with aliens and intended to rule the Earth. Doctor. Hyde didn't believe it at first, but later Mackinda showed Dr. Hyde some photos of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Majin Buu. Then she borrowed the photos and told Dr. Hyde some nonsense, and then Dr. Hyde was convinced that Dr. Hyde sent Gamma II to eliminate Piccolo. Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, the ground of the entire factory suddenly shook violently. What? Dr. Hyde was startled and looked at the factory behind him. The roof of the factory slowly opened, and a huge figure that looked very similar to Cell appeared. This huge figure was Cell Max. Cell Max's body was half red and half green, and his eyes were yellow. Cell Max! Dr. Hyde's expression changed immediately when he saw Cell Max. Cell Max is not yet completed, it is just a semi-finished product. If it is forced to start, it may destroy everything, even the Earth. With the appearance of Cell Max, the workers in the entire factory were immediately scared and fled. Cell Max! Picker and Gamma II, who were fighting, immediately stopped fighting after seeing Cell Max. Ah! Cell Max roared loudly and attacked all around with both fists. Gamma II immediately flew to Dr. Hyde's side. Dr. Hyde, isn't Cell Max not yet completed? Yes, I think it was forcibly activated by that guy Mackinda, that bastard. Dr. Hyde clenched his fists tightly. Then, Doctor, what should we do next? Stop him, otherwise the entire Earth is at risk of being destroyed. Okay, Gamma II said, and immediately rushed towards Cell Max. Bang, bang, bang. Gamma II picked up the laser gun in his hand and fired several shots at Cell Max. Cell Max's body did not dodge and let the laser hit him, emitting flames caused by the fierce collision. Cell Max roared loudly, and a golden energy wave came out of his mouth, attacking Gamma II. Gamma II was startled and moved quickly to the side. Boom! With a huge explosion, the energy wave hit the ground behind Gamma II and exploded. A huge, deep pit was blown out of the ground. Gamma II looked at the deep pit behind him with lingering fear. If he had not dodged just now, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Just at this moment, the figure of Cell Max suddenly disappeared from the spot. Gamma II was startled. The next second, Cell Max suddenly appeared in front of him, and his huge hands grabbed him fiercely. Because the distance was too close, Gamma II's body was directly grabbed by Cell Max. Gamma II, Dr. Hyde, and the fallen Gamma I said in unison. Cell Max exerted force with both hands, trying to crush Gamma II. Ah! Gamma II's body immediately made a series of gurgling sounds under Cell Max's hands. Damn it! Gamma II screamed in anger, ready to self-destruct and perish with Cell Max. Ah! Just then, the orange Piccolo standing in the distance suddenly became as big as Cell Max. Piccolo shouted, and rushed towards Cell Max at the speed of light. Seeing this, Cell Max immediately threw away Gamma II in his hand and rushed towards Piccolo. Because both of them were very huge, it looked like two giants fighting to Goten and others on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding ground and factory buildings were destroyed because of the fight between the two. Trunks flew to Goten's side. Goten, aren't you going to take action? It's okay, I'll take action when Uncle Piccolo can't beat him. Goten. Piccolo seemed to have heard the conversation between the two and shouted to Goten. I'm here, Uncle Piccolo. Goten responded immediately after hearing this. After saying this, Goten immediately rushed to Cell's body and punched Cell with all his strength with his right fist. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, Cell flew into the air like light. Goten took this opportunity to quickly put his hands together and said, Came tilde pi kai tilde gong wave. A deep blue kai wave condensed from Goten's hands and hit Cell. After seeing this, Cell immediately raised his hands to resist. But his body was still pushed upwards. Ah! Goten roared loudly and punched upwards with both hands. Bang! With Goten's full strength, Kamehameha pushed Cell Max out of the atmosphere and exploded outside the atmosphere. Boom! With a shocking explosion, Kamehameha exploded, and a huge white mushroom cloud appeared outside the atmosphere. The white clouds in the sky were blown away by the huge explosion. The explosion produced an extremely dazzling light in the sky. Trunks and others had to cover their eyes with both hands under the dazzling light. Ah! Cell Max roared loudly, and his body was torn apart by the powerful storm generated by the Kamehameha explosion. After a while, the strong wind and smoke in the sky dissipated, and everything returned to calm again. Eliminate. Extinguished? Piccolo asked. Son Goten smiled and nodded to Piccolo. After hearing this, Piccolo immediately turned around and looked at Dr. Hyde and Makada and Carmen, who were secretly trying to escape. What about them? Call the police and arrest them, Son Goten said lightly. Although Dr. Hyde was not a completely bad guy, he also broke the law. When Dr. Hyde heard the police, the expression on his face changed immediately. He just got out of prison not long ago, and now he has to go back to the sewing machine. Thinking of this, Dr. Hyde immediately ran to Son Goten, fell to his knees with a plop, and hugged Son Goten with both hands. Please, don't hand me over to the police. I was also deceived by the two of them, so I helped them make Cell Max. Son Goten smiled after hearing this. I really want to let you go, but those two guys will definitely confess you. After hearing this, Dr. Hyde immediately looked at Mackinda and the others. Then, can you just pretend that nothing happened here? Please, as long as you agree, I will agree to anything you want. But there are a lot of witnesses. You still have to cooperate with the police in the interrogation. What do you mean? I have a way to keep you from going to jail, but you have to listen to me in the future. Okay, no problem, as long as I don't go to jail if you say east. I will never go west. If you say south, I will never go north. After hearing this, Son Goten smiled but said nothing. Goten, are you really going to help him? Trunks asked. Yeah, what's wrong? No, I just think this guy is not very trustworthy. Yes, he looks a little unreliable. Dr. Hyde's expression changed immediately after hearing this. I don't have any other advantages, but I'm loyal. Is it true? Trunks asked. Of course it's true. How do you prove it? How do you want me to prove it? Then kowtow to me 10 times. After hearing this, Dr. Hyde immediately kowtowed to Trunks 10 times. Okay, we believe you. Trunks waved his hand and said. After hearing this, Dr. Hyde immediately stopped kowtow. After seeing this scene, Mackinda, who was standing not far away, immediately ran to Son Goten and the others and knelt down in front of Son Goten. One Punch Man, please let us go. As long as you let us go, we will listen to you. I can give you all my money. After hearing this, Son Goten looked at Trunks on the side. Trunks, is your family short of money? TR. Trunks, are you the son of the Universal Capsule Group, Trunks? Trunks' family is the richest in the world, and his family will not be short of money no matter who is short of money. You know me. Of course. I know. Everyone knows the Universal Capsule Company. Oh, then, can you let me and Carmen go? Trunks looked at Goten on the side. No, Goten smiled and shook his head. Why? Why can you let the manufacturing of Cell Max go, but you can't let us go? You are treating us differently, Mackinder said, indignantly. Yes, we treat you differently. Dr. Hyde is a genius, and you are just a rich second generation. When Trunks heard this, he felt that. Goten seemed to be talking about himself, but he is good at martial arts and can also make and repair machines, so he should not be the one being talked about. Mackinder gritted her teeth after hearing this. Although he is a rich second generation, he also has the ambition to rule the world like his father, Marshall Black. Otherwise, he would not have asked Dr. Hyde to manufacture Cell Max. But at this point, it would be useless for him to say more. Because in front of Goten and the others, they had no ability to resist at all. It seems that the only way is to escape from prison, Mackinder thought secretly in her heart. It is very difficult to escape from Goten and the others, but if you escape from the prison in Zidu, there are still some opportunities. After a long time, the police arrived. After Goten and Trunks explained the situation to them, the police took Dr. Hyde and the others away. Piccolo did not want to contact the police, so he left before the police arrived. After seeing Dr. Hyde and the others being taken away, Goten also left with Trunks. Goten, you said you want to help Dr. Hyde. How do you plan to help him? I have to meet your mother first to know. My mother. I plan to ask your mother for help. If your mother is incapable or unwilling to help, I will find the Dragon Balls and ask Shenlong for help. I see, but is he really worth your help? I don't know, but the Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 he created are very powerful. If he can create an army of androids to protect the Earth, they can protect the Earth even if I am not there in the future. You are not there. Goten, do you want to leave the Earth? No, I just have a bad feeling that the Earth may face stronger enemies in the future, more and more powerful. After hearing this, Trunks was thoughtful. After a while, the two came to Trunks' house, and Son Goten told Bulma about Dr. Hyde. You want to help Dr. Hyde? Yes, if you can't do anything, forget it. I can't guarantee this, but I can contact the police to see if I can save him. Then I'll trouble Aunt Bulma. Nothing, Bulma smiled. When there is news, I will let Trunks call you. Yes, Goten nodded. Afterwards, Goten sat in Trunks' house for a while and went back. After Goten left, Trunks said to Bulma with a firm look on his face, Mom, I'm going to go to the Spirit Time House in the heaven to practice for a day. Spirit Time House, Trunks nodded. Goten is right. The enemies that appear in the future may become stronger and stronger. I can't even beat a cyborg, let alone catch up with Dad and the others. Okay, but don't force yourself. There are still Dad and the others. Trunks nodded, turned around and looked at the sky. Then, Mom, I'm leaving. Yes, do your best. After hearing this, Trunks immediately flew into the sky. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Trunks has already come out of the Spirit Time Chamber. After a year of training in the Spirit Time Chamber, Trunks' strength has greatly improved. Because he spent a year in the Spirit Time Chamber, Trunks has obviously become much more mature than before, and his height has also grown a lot. Baozi Mountain. Sun Wushan looked at Trunks, who suddenly visited, and said with some surprise in his heart, Trunks, before people said that a day of absence is like 3 autumns, I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. After hearing this, Trunks immediately laughed. Goten, I only went to the Spirit Time Chamber to train for a year. How could it be as long as you said? 3 autumns, that's 3 years. But you have really changed a lot, and now you look as calm as you will in the future. Goten, what do you mean by this? You mean I was not calm before? No, just calmer, Trunks snorted. That's more like it. By the way, my mother told me that Dr. Hyde has been bilaid out now. By the way, my mother told me that Dr. Hyde has been bilaid out now. By the way, my mother told me that Dr. Hyde has been bilaid out now. By the way, this guy has a criminal record, and this incident is related to him. If this incident had not caused any casualties, he might not have been bilayed out. He is in my company now. What do you plan to let him do? Goten smiled. Didn't I say before that I plan to let him create an army of androids like Gamma 1 and Gamma 2? There are two types of androids. One is the androids transformed from humans, and the other is like Android 16 and Gamma 2. It is naturally impossible to transform humans into androids, so Goten plans to let Dr. Hyde create an army of androids like Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. Are you sure? I am sure. How many do you want him to make? Make a few hundred first. A few hundred. Goten, do you think it's so easy to make those powerful androids? No, I originally wanted to make tens of thousands of them. Goten, do you know how much it costs to make tens of thousands of androids? I don't know. Let me tell you this, even if we go bankrupt, we may not be able to make tens of thousands of androids. It costs so much. Yes, Trunks nodded. What about hundreds? A few hundred is no problem, but I don't think Mom will agree to make so many androids. That's true. Then Trunks, let's go to your company. Okay, Trunks nodded. After a long time, the two came to a 30-story building. This whole building is Bulma's company. Trunks took Son Goten to the company, and two uniformed security guards stood at the door of the company. When they saw Trunks, they immediately said to Trunks with a respectful look, "Master Trunks." "Yes," Trunks nodded. "Master Trunks, who is he?" "He is my friend Goten." "Hello, Master Goten." Goten nodded slightly after hearing this. "Then it should be okay for me to show my friend around the company, right? Number, no problem." After seeing this, Trunks immediately took Goten into the company. As soon as he entered the company, Goten saw many beautiful young ladies in uniforms. The Universal Capsule Company is the world's #1 company. To be able to work here, you need at least a college degree. A young lady standing at the front desk greeted Trunks. "Master Trunks." Trunks nodded politely. "Trunks, there are so many people in your company. Not bad," Trunks said lightly. "Trunks, which floor is Dr. Hyde on?" "On the 25th floor." "The 25th floor?" "Yeah." After that, the two immediately took the elevator to the 25th floor. Arriving at the 25th floor, Trunks brought Goten to the office of Android 21. Dr. Hyde was sitting in the office at this time. "Dr. Hyde." Goten smiled and greeted Dr. Hyde. "Yeah," Dr. Hyde nodded. "Are you One Punch Man 1? Because Goten was wearing a Superman suit that day, Dr. Hyde didn't know what Goten really looked like. Goten nodded. "Where are Gamma 1 and 2? They were both seriously damaged, so I didn't let them come with me." "Is that so? Then why are you here?" Dr. Hyde asked. "I plan to ask you an Android 21 to make an android," Goten said. "Create androids." "Yes, I plan to create an army of android heroes to protect the Earth." Protect the Earth. In the past few decades, the Earth has been constantly suffering from various crises. I don't know if there will be more powerful enemies in the future, so I plan to ask you to help create an army of androids to protect the Earth. Auntie, no. 21, are you willing to help? No problem for me, but it takes a lot of money to create androids. Do you have so much money? Android number 21 asked. Don't worry about the money, I have my own way. What about you, Dr. Hyde? I have no problem either. Then it's settled. Yeah, the two nodded. Then I'll come to you in a few days. Okay, Android number 21 nodded. After that, Son Goten immediately left the office with Trunks. Goten, how are you going to solve the money problem? Secret. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Goten came to Bulma's company again and took Android 21 and Dr. Hyde away. Goten, you said you already have money. Yes, Goten took out a golden card and gave it to Android 21. There are tens of billions in this card. You two can use it first. When you don't have enough, you can come to me again. Several. Tens of billions. Doctor. Hyde was shocked after hearing this. Goten actually has such a large financial resource. He remembered that Goten's family didn't seem to have much money. Goku's family didn't have such a large financial resource, but Goten defeated the Dark Dragon and gained the power of the Dark Dragon. So he only needed to use the Dark Dragon's magic power to have more wealth than Bulma's family. Yeah, Goten nodded. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. I will come to you again when the androids are made. Okay. Seeing this, Goten teleported and disappeared. Number gone. This is teleportation. Teleportation, so there is such a technique. Well, let's go to your research institute. Okay. West City, Bulma's house. At this time, Trunks was sparring with Gamma 1 on the grass in the backyard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two people fighting. This person was Goten. Goten! Trunks saw Goten and immediately stopped sparring with Gamma 1. Goten nodded. Goten, is everything done? Done. At this moment, a colorful light descended from the sky. When the light faded, 4 figures immediately appeared inside. These 4 people were Champa, Bardos, Kale, and Cauliflower. Goten, Lord Xiangpa. Long time no see, Goten. I didn't expect you to be so tall, Vardos said to Goten with a smile. Long time no see, Sister Vardos. Goten, do you still remember me? We fought at the Tournament of Power, Cauliflower said to Goten with a smile. Cauliflower, what about her? Cauliflower said as she put her arm around Kale's neck. Kale, look, Kale, he still remembers you, Cauliflower said happily. Yeah. Kale nodded. Lord Xiangpa, why are you here today? They said they were coming to see you, so I came by. To see me? Yeah, I want to ask you how you became so strong. Trunks, who was standing by, heard this and immediately felt that it sounded familiar because he had asked Goten this question before. It takes talent to cultivate this thing. Ordinary people on Earth cannot cultivate to your current strength even if they spend their entire lives. Sun Wushan said. Talent. Yes, in addition to talent, it is diligence. Diligence. Yes, my father's strength was not that strong at the beginning. He also relied on continuous cultivation to become as strong as he is now. But I heard from Sister Bardos that you seem to be able to help people bring out their potential. Then, can you help me bring out my potential? Cauliflower asked with a smile. But it takes a lot of time to help you bring out your potential. How long will it take? 1 day. So long. Cauliflower was shocked. Yeah, didn't Sister Bardos tell you? No, she just said that you can help people bring out their potential. Is that so? Cauliflower nodded and looked at Trunks. He is my friend Trunks, his father is Vegeta and he is Gamma 1. Vegeta, Cauliflower was shocked. Yeah, Goten nodded. Hello, I am Goten's friend Trunks. Trunks greeted Cauliflower. Hello, Cauliflower replied. Let's sit down and talk, Bardos, who was standing nearby, said with a smile. Okay, Goten said, and took them to sit down at the table in the yard. Trunks, where's your mother? Champa asked. My mother is taking care of Beulah in the house now. Beulah? Yes, she's my sister. Oh, Bulma gave birth to another child. This is normal, Lord Champa. Although Bulma is not young in human age, she can still give birth, Vardo said. I don't care if Bulma gives birth to a child, but I haven't tasted the delicacies of the Earth in the 7th universe for a long time. I want her to have some Earth delicacies sent over. Then I'll go find her in the house. Yes. Champa nodded. Goten, he's a robot, right? Cauliflower said, looking at Gamma 1 who was standing instead of sitting. He is a man-made man. Man-made man. Is he different from a robot? Gamma 1 is very powerful. Really? Then can I fight him? Of course I can, but this is Aunt Bulma's house. If you want to fight, can you go to another place? Is that so? Then can you help me bring out the potential in my body? In fact, I'm not the only one who can help people bring out their potential. The old Kai of the 7th universe can also do it. Old Kai. He is a Kai who has lived for a very long time, and of course he looks very old. Where is he? The Kai realm. Where is the Kai realm? The Kai realm is where the Kais live. Just as the two were chatting, Bardos walked out of the house with Bulma. Long time no see, Lord Champa. Bulma greeted Champa. Xiangpa nodded. Then, Lord Xiangpa, what do you want to eat? After hearing this, Xiangpa immediately reported a lot of dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised fish. That's all. Okay. Xiangpa reported dozens of dishes, and none of them were repeated. Then Goten, can you take me and Kale to the Kaioshin realm? Of course, but won't you taste the earth delicacies with Lord Xiangpa and the others first? That'll come later. It's more important to improve your strength now. Okay then. Goten said, and put his right index finger on his forehead. Cauliflower Kale, put your hands on my back. I'll use teleportation to take you there. Okay, Cauliflower said, and asked Kale to put his hand on Goten's back. Swoosh. Goten teleported and brought the two to the Kaioshin realm. You are Goten. East Kaioshin saw Son Goten and spoke immediately. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Long time no see, Lord Kaioshin. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Son Goten nodded. Goten, aren't they Kale and Cauliflower from Universe 6? East Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin also went to watch the Tournament of Power. Yes. Then why did you bring them here? Son Goku's family has always been a place where they don't come for no reason. I'm here to find Old Kaioshin. Son Goten laughed. Looking for me? Old Kaioshin, who was sitting not far away reading a comic, raised his head and said, Yes, Cauliflower wants you to help her bring out her potential. What? After hearing this, Old Kaioshin immediately became furious. You can help others bring out their potential, right? Son Wushan said with a smile. Old Kai, you know that the ritual takes a lot of time. You don't have anything to do, so why don't you help her? Who? Who said I'm fine? I'm busy too. Busy reading comics. No matter what I do, it's my freedom. Don't be like that, Old Kai. Goten put his right arm around Old Kai's shoulders. It's no use begging me. I won't help you if I say I won't. Is that so? I suddenly want to practice with you for a while. Maybe I'll ask Granola to be my sparring partner. Practice. The expression on Old Kai's face changed slightly when he heard this. Practice, I'll practice. At worst, I won't live in the Kai realm. You said that, then I'll practice here now. Ah. Goten said, clenching his hands hard, and his whole body immediately exuded an extremely amazing aura. Seeing this, Old Kai retreated quickly. Okay, I'm afraid of you. I promise to help her bring out her potential. Goten immediately restrained his breath after hearing this. So it's settled. Yes, Old Kai nodded. Goten looked at Cauliflower and Kale. Cauliflower, Old Kai has promised to help you bring out your potential. Kale, do you want to stay with Cauliflower? Yes, Kale nodded. In that case, I'll go back first. Goten said, and returned to Earth in an instant. Goten is a guy who only bullies an old man like me, Old Kai said with dissatisfaction when he saw Goten leave. Earth, West Capital, Bulma's house. At this time, Trunks was waiting for Goten to come back. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. This person was Goten. Trunks. Goten. Goten nodded. Goten, has Lord Kai agreed to help her bring out her potential? Vardos asked. Yes. The ritual takes a day, so when she wants to return to Universe 6, you can ask Wise to contact me. Okay, Sister Vardos. Goten, are Goku and Vegeta training with Beerus now? Xiangpa asked. Yes. Then Goten, I haven't seen you for a few years. Has your strength improved? Improved a little. Oh. After a long time, the dishes ordered by Xiangpa were delivered. Since they ordered a lot, Goten and Trunks also ate with them. After eating, Xiangpa and the others had nothing else to do, so they left. One day passed quickly. At this time, the old Kai had successfully brought out the potential in Cauliflower. Not yet. Cauliflower sat on a piece of grass with her right hand on her chin. It's already fine. The old Kai said to Cauliflower while flipping through the comic book on the ground. It's already fine. It's already fine. After hearing this, Cauliflower immediately stood up from the grass. Yes, then am I stronger now? You can try it yourself and you'll know. Okay, but you can't transform into a Super Saiyan. Don't transform into a Super Saiyan. Yes, it doesn't mean that transformation will definitely make you stronger. Your current strength is already stronger than when you transformed into a Super Saiyan before. Really? After hearing this, Cauliflower was half believing and half doubting. Then she clenched her hands hard, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from her whole body. Wow, so awesome. Cauliflower said as she felt the powerful force in her body. Old Kai nodded. Do you want to go to Earth now? I can ask Kai to send you back to Earth. Okay, then please send me to Son Goten's house. Son Goten. Yes, I'm stronger now, so I plan to spar with him. Old Kai looked at East Kai. Then send them to Goku's house. Okay, my dear ancestor. After hearing this, Kaya, who was standing not far away, hurried to Cauliflower's side. East Kai flew in front of the two and said, Then you two, put your hands on my back. After hearing this, the two immediately put their hands on East Kai's back. East Kai moved instantly and brought the two to the door of Son Goku's house. This is Goten's house. Really? After hearing this, Cauliflower immediately went forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks, a middle-aged woman opened the door. This person was Chicha. Who are you? Hello, my name is Cauliflower and I'm Goten's friend. Goten's friend. Chicha looked at Cauliflower's bad girl outfit and immediately thought that Goten had made bad friends. Yes, who is she? Chicha looked at Kale. She's my junior schoolmate, Kale. Junior schoolmate, are you still studying? No, we've graduated. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. East Kai said, Yes. Cauliflower nodded. Seeing this, East Kai teleported and left the Earth. Kai, so what is your relationship with Goten? What relationship? Not much, just ordinary friends. Just barely. Yes, I'm from the 6th universe, and I fought with Goten at the Tournament of Power. Is that so? I misunderstood. Kai was relieved immediately after hearing this. Then why are you looking for Goten? I'm looking for Goten to fight. Fight? Yes, is he at home now? He's in the back mountain now or at Trunks' house. Yes, it's the mountain behind my house. Okay, I know, I'll go find him now. Kaya, let's go. Yes, senior sister. After saying that, the two immediately flew towards the back mountain. After a while, the two came to the back mountain and saw Goten, who was meditating. Goten seemed to sense their arrival and slowly opened his eyes. Goten! Cauliflower shouted at Goten. Goten stood up from the boulder and walked over. Cauliflower, has old Kai helped you to bring out your potential? Yes, that's why I came to you now and want to spar with you. Although I know that I may still not be able to beat you, I want to know how big the gap is between the two of us. Okay, Goten nodded. Cauliflower stepped back and kept a distance from Goten. Seeing this, Kaya immediately stepped back to the side of the two. Cauliflower, then let's start sparring now. Okay. After hearing this, Cauliflower clenched her hands and rushed towards Goten. Goten stood there motionless. But in the blink of an eye, Cauliflower arrived in front of Son Goten, and her fists were as fast as lightning, attacking Son Goten. Son Goten was slightly moving to the side. He easily dodged Cauliflower's attack. Damn it! Cauliflower shouted angrily, raising her right foot and kicking forward. Goten raised his left hand and blocked the kick. Cauliflower saw this and immediately retracted her right foot and punched forward with all her strength. Goten stepped back and his figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. Cauliflower was startled. The next second, Goten's figure appeared from behind Cauliflower with his back to Cauliflower. Senior sister, behind you, Kale shouted at Cauliflower. What? Cauliflower gritted her teeth and was about to turn around. Goten kicked Cauliflower from behind with his right foot. Cauliflower screamed loudly, and her body, like a ray, crashed heavily into the mountain in front of her. The mountain was immediately covered with dust. Senior. After seeing this, Kale immediately became worried about Cauliflower. After a while, when the dust on the ground had cleared, Cauliflower crawled out of the mountain in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Cauliflower, you can't beat me. I think we can stop here, right? Cauliflower smiled and said, Goten, although you are very strong, I will not give up easily. Okay then. Ah! Cauliflower roared loudly, and a translucent aura rose from her body. The ground around her shook violently under the influence of Cauliflower's breath. Cauliflower raised her hands forward, and a large amount of energy waves were emitted from her hands, attacking Goten. Goten dodged while raising his hands to slap the attacking energy waves to all sides. Boom, boom, boom. With huge explosions, a large amount of energy waves fell around Goten and exploded. The ground was soon covered by the thick smoke produced by the explosion. Because there was too much smoke, even Goten's figure was covered by the smoke. Caulifla saw that Goten's figure could not be seen and immediately stopped the air wave attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Caulifla. Before Caulifla could react, she was kicked away by the figure who suddenly appeared. Bang! Boom! With a huge sound, Caulifla's body was kicked like light and flew to the mountain in front of her. The mountain was immediately stirred up by a large piece of sand and dust. "Senior!" Kale shouted at Caulifla, and a trace of worry rose in his heart. "It hurts, it hurts." After a while, when the dust on the ground dissipated, Caulifla climbed out of the mountain. Kale was relieved to see that Caulifla was fine. "Do you want to continue fighting?" Goten laughed. "No, your strength is too abnormal." Goten smiled but said nothing. "By the way, Son Goten, do you know Ultra Instinct? What's wrong with that? Do you really know it? Then can you teach me how to learn Ultra Instinct?" "I want to teach you, but Ultra Instinct is a state, so you can only understand it by yourself." "State?" "Yes, Ultra Instinct relies on the body's instinct to react on its own. It is very difficult to do this. Even Lord Xiangpa can't do it." "The body's instinct reacts on its own." "Yes, in this way you can greatly improve your own speed without thinking. It's so difficult. It is inconvenient to live. If you know that he takes Kalara to live, he will not kill him." "So where is your dad?" "I think that the potential is as long as the time, or if you borrow me, wait for the next time, I will return the money again." "Next time? Who knows when it is?" "Forget it, I'll take you to Trunks's house. His family is the richest on Earth. If you want to eat anything, just tell him." "Really? Well, I won't be polite if that's the case." Goten nodded. "Then put your hands on my back, and I'll use teleportation to take you there." "Okay," Caulifla nodded. West City, Bulma's house. Trunks was taking care of his sister Bra in the backyard of his home. 3 figures suddenly appeared. These 3 people were Goten and his friends. "Goten," Goten nodded. Trunks looked at Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla smiled and looked at Trunks. "Hello, Trunks, we meet again." "Hello." "Goten, I'm taking my sister to my house now." "What's the matter with you guys coming to my house?" "Nothing. The 2 of them want to taste the delicacies of our Earth. I thought it would be more convenient to order food from your house, so I brought them to your house." "Is that so? What do you want to eat? I'll call now and have someone send food over." Trunks asked the 2. "I don't know anyway, just have someone send delicious food from Earth," Caulifla said. "Okay." After hearing this, Trunks immediately took out his mobile phone and ordered a lot of food to be sent over. Caulifla was bored for a while and smiled at Bra. "Hello, my name is Caulifla. What's your name?" After hearing this, Bra grabbed Trunks' pants with a timid look on his face. "That, she can't speak much yet, so she doesn't know what you are talking about." "Is she a Saiyan?" Caulifla asked. "Yes, so you are a Saiyan too." "Yes." "Then why didn't you participate in the Tournament of Power?" Caulifla and Trunks started chatting. After hearing that Trunks was relatively weak, Caulifla felt much more balanced. After a long time, the dishes ordered by Trunks were delivered and filled a large table. Caulifla looked at the delicious Earth food and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "Can I eat now?" "Of course," Trunks said. "Then let's eat, Kaya." After Caulifla finished speaking, she immediately picked up the food on the table and devoured it. She didn't eat much in the Kaioshin realm, and she had just consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Son Goten, so she was already very hungry. Trunks was shocked to see Caulifla eating. This eating style was just like Sun Wukong is exactly the same. "Goten, Trunks, you 2 are eating too." "Okay." After hearing this, Trunks and Sun Wushan immediately picked up the food on the table and started eating. They were not very hungry, so they did not eat very fast. Burp. Half an hour later, Caulifla burped a lot after eating. "Sun Wushan, the food on your Earth is really delicious." "Yeah," Sun Wushan nodded. "Okay, Sun Wushan, I think Kale and I should go back soon. We will come back to play when we have the chance." Of course, you can also come to our sixth universe to play. Son Wushan. Okay, then I will take you to the Kaioshin realm and let Lord Kaioshin send you back. Cauliflower nodded and looked at Trunks. Trunks, I will find you to spar next time I have the chance. Okay. Then, Sun Wushan used instant teleportation to bring the two to the Kaioshin realm. The two returned to the sixth universe under the teleportation of the East Kai. Time flies, and more than a year has passed in a blink of an eye. In this year or so, Goten's strength has increased a lot. In a few months, Goten will go to Orange Star High School, the high school where Gohan used to go. Because of his hard work, Marin has skipped 3 grades in the past few years and will soon go to high school. Baozi Mountain. Goten was lying on a piece of grass at this time, looking at the blue sky. I didn't expect that I, the strongest person in the universe, would have to go to school one day. As soon as the voice fell, a figure flew down from the sky. This person was Marin. Now Marin is almost 14 years old, and she has developed well in all aspects of her body, so she looks no different from a high school student. And she has inherited the beauty of Lazuli and is very beautiful. Marin, Brother Goten. Marin smiled and shouted to Goten. Son Goten nodded. Brother Goten, we are going to high school soon. Do you have the confidence to get into Orange Star High School? Yes, but studying is too boring for me. Then, Brother Goten, what do you want to do? I want to be a martial artist. My father also wanted to be a martial artist, but now he has become a traffic policeman. Sun Wushan smiled after hearing this. So your father is like this in your heart? No, my father is very great. He gave up being a martial artist for me and my mother. But I support Brother Wushan, because now you have surpassed my father. Sun Wushan smiled, but said nothing after hearing this. His current strength is far beyond Krillin, one because of blood and the other because of the system. If he was just an ordinary person, he might not be able to reach the height of Krillin. Zidu, Dr. Hyde's Institute. In the past year or so, Dr. Hyde and Android 21 created Gamma III, Gamma IV, and Gamma V. They look the same as Gamma I and II, and the numbers on their clothes are green, white, and purple respectively. After upgrading, their strength is much stronger than the original Gamma I and II. However, in this year, Gamma I and II have also been upgraded, so their strength has become similar to that of Gamma III and others. In addition, because Goten suggested that Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 help to maintain justice, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 are now famous heroes in the West. Dr. Hyde was very happy to see that the androids he created were regarded as heroes by everyone. West, Bulma's house. Trunks was practicing on the grass in the backyard at this time, and a man with purple skin and a white ponytail on his head suddenly appeared. The man had red eyes, wore a pair of light yellow glasses, and wore a black short t-shirt and yellow trousers. His name is Fu, and he is an artificial human synthesized by the genes of the demon android Myra and the demon god Tova. Who are you? Trunks paused his practice and looked at Fu, who suddenly appeared with a vigilant face. Fu sneered and rushed towards Trunks quickly. Ah! Trunks roared loudly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Swoosh! At this moment, Fu's figure suddenly disappeared. Trunks was startled and looked around quickly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then, Trunks' body returned to normal and he fainted. Fu looked at Trunks, who fell to the ground, and immediately took him away. At the 7th universe, destroying the divine world. At this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fighting on a piece of grass. A figure suddenly appeared under a big tree not far from the two of them. This person was Fu. Sun Wukong seemed to sense Fu's arrival and immediately stopped fighting with Vegeta and looked in the direction of the tree. Kakarot. Vegeta followed Sun Wukong's gaze and saw Fu slowly walking towards them. Who are you? How did you come to us? Vegeta asked. My name is Fu, I'm Trunks' friend. I'm here to bring you a message. Trunks has been captured. Vegeta, Trunks has been captured. Yes, he is now imprisoned on the prison planet. If you want to save him, go to the prison planet. HMPH, Vegeta snorted coldly. Why should we believe you? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I've already brought the message. After Fu finished speaking, his body immediately disappeared. You guy! Vegeta wanted to catch him and ask him a good question, but he had already disappeared. Sun Wukong, who was standing aside, said with a serious expression. Vegeta, I think we should contact Bulma now to see if Trunks is on Earth now. Okay, Vegeta nodded. After a while, Sun Wukong found Wise, and through Wise they contacted Bulma on Earth. Vegeta, Bulma, just now a guy named Fu said that Trunks was captured. See if Trunks is on Earth now. Trunks did disappear suddenly just now, but I'm not sure if he was captured. I'll contact Goten to ask. Okay, Baozi Mountain. Goten had already returned home and suddenly received a call from Bulma. Aunt Bulma. Well, Goten, is Trunks with you? No, Aunt Bulma. Trunks didn't come to see me today. What's wrong, Aunt Bulma? Vegeta, he just contacted me and said that someone named Fu told them that Trunks was captured and taken to the prison planet. Fu. Goten's eyes turned red after hearing this. Aunt Bulma, I'll go find Trunks now. Hey! Without waiting for Bulma to ask, Goten Tian had already hung up the phone. Fu. Goten took out a crystal ball from the system, and through the crystal ball, Goten saw Trunks tied up with chains. Goten moved instantly and appeared in the prison where Trunks was imprisoned. Goten took out a senzu bean from the system and fed it to Trunks, who immediately woke up. Goten! Goten nodded and tore off the chains on Trunks' body with his hands. Goten! At the same time, Fu, who was on the prison planet, saw Goten coming to rescue Trunks through the surveillance. Damn it! How could he find him so quickly? Just when Fu was angry, Goten had already run out of the cell with Trunks. Goten, where is this? Trunks asked. This place is called Prison Planet. Yes, Trunks, how did you get caught here? I was knocked unconscious by a guy who suddenly appeared and brought here. Is his name Fu? I don't know. Trunks shook his head. On the other side, Goku and the others have learned from Bulma that Trunks was captured. Damn it, Kakarot, let's go save Trunks now, Vegeta said angrily. No need, Vegeta, I think Goten has already gone. Whis said. Goku, Goten has already gone. Yes, he and Trunks are very good friends. Of course he will rush there as soon as possible. Vegeta, but don't worry, with Goten's strength, he can definitely save Trunks. Prison Planet Prison. After rescuing Trunks, Goten saw a man who looked very similar to Frieza after passing through a cell. This man was called Cooler, and he was Frieza's brother in the Dragon Ball movie. After Goten saw Cooler, he immediately opened the cell and took out a senzu bean for him to wake him up. You are a Saiyan. Cooler had never seen Goten, so he didn't know who he was. However, the Goten in front of him looked very similar to the Super Saiyan Goku who defeated him. Goten nodded. Who are you? Why are you imprisoned here? My name is Gyula, and I was brought here by Fu. Fu. Yes, he seems to have brought us here to do some experiments. Is that so? Are there other people imprisoned here? Goten asked. I don't know. Gyula shook his head. In that case, Trunks, let's go around in this prison. Go around the prison. Yes, it's not polite to come without reciprocity. Since Fu has attacked you, I will turn his prison upside down. Goten showed a hint of murderous intent on his face. Trunks is his best friend, and Fu has undoubtedly angered him by taking him away. Why do you need absolute strength in the Dragon Ball world? Because only with absolute strength can you protect your relatives and friends. Okay, Trunks nodded. I'll go with you too, Gyula said. Trunks, you. Yes, because you and I have a common enemy. Goten. Trunks looked at Goten. Whatever you want, just don't get in my way, Führer nodded. Then the two of them split up and circled the prison, but did not find anyone else. Goten, there seems to be other people in this prison. Shall we leave? Goten nodded and left the prison with Trunks and Führer. When the three of them walked out of the prison, Goten fired several destructive energies with both hands, destroying the entire prison. Damn bastard! Fu saw his prison being blown up, and he immediately became angry. Goten looked at the destroyed prison and was about to take Trunks away, but saw a tall figure standing right in front of them. The man had black hair on his head, a mask on his face, a silver armor on his body, and a long tail on his body. His name is Kamba, a Saiyan king in a certain time and space. He believes that evil is the essence and glory of Saiyans. He is an evil Saiyan who has fought with the Super Saiyan God in the past and is particularly sensitive to the Super Saiyan God. He was also captured by Fu and brought to this planet. At this time, Kamba's whole body exudes a lot of black and red breath, which is the unique breath of the evil Saiyan. "Be careful," Gyula said to the two. Sun Wushan didn't care about Kamba, but looked up at the sky. There is a translucent barrier above the sky, and on the barrier there are several chains tied to it. It is precisely because of this barrier that Gyula and others cannot escape from this planet. However, this barrier is ineffective against Sun Wushan's instant movement. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Sun Wushan's face. "Goten." Trunks looked at Sun Wushan with some doubts in his heart. At this time, Sun Wushan raised his right hand, and a huge destructive energy condensed in his hand, hitting the barrier in the sky. Soon, the destructive energy hit the barrier. The barrier vibrated violently due to the violent impact of the destructive energy. Fu's expression changed slightly. "What does this guy want to do?" Crack. As soon as the voice fell, the barrier was shattered by the destructive energy. How is this possible? Fu was shocked. Son Goten just used a destructive energy to break the barrier of the prison planet. It took him a lot of effort to complete that barrier. And as long as the barrier was broken, he would not be able to collect their combat data and energy. Thinking of this, Fu moved instantly and appeared above Son Goten and the others. "Fu!" Gyula clenched his hands hard, and a trace of incomparable anger appeared on his face. Trunks saw Fu and immediately recognized that he was the one who knocked out the man, and he couldn't help but clench his hands and said, "Goten, he was the one who knocked me out." After hearing this, Sun Wushan clenched his hands tightly, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, and he quickly rose up. "Ah!" With a loud roar, Sun Wushan transformed into Super Saiyan 5. "What?" Fu felt the powerful aura emanating from Sun Wushan, and his expression changed. Before coming to this time and space, he had investigated Sun Wushan. But he didn't expect that Sun Wushan's strength would be so much stronger than what he investigated. Swish! Just when Fu was surprised, Sun Wushan's body had disappeared from the original place and appeared behind him. Bang! Without waiting for Fu's body to react, Sun Wushan kicked Fu's body with his right foot. Fu's body immediately moved like a diagonal line. Was kicked hard into the ground. "Ah!" Just at this moment, Kamba roared loudly and rushed towards Trunks. Seeing this, Sun Wushan immediately teleported in front of Trunks and punched the rushing Kamba with his right fist as fast as light. Bang! Sun Wushan hit Kamba's abdomen with his right fist. Kamba screamed loudly, and his body was like light, hitting the mountain behind him hard. The mountain was immediately stirred up by a large piece of sand and dust. Sun Wushan turned around and looked in the direction of Fu. Fu had already used teleportation to escape. "You escaped quickly." Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Kamba and obtaining the power of the evil Saiyan. Just at this moment, a Sun Wukong in a red coat appeared. He was Sun Wukong from the Spacetime Patrol. Next to Sun Wukong from the Spacetime Patrol was another person. He was Vegeta from the Spacetime Patrol. Son Goku. Gyula had a great hatred for Son Goku, so he recognized him at a glance. However, he also knew that he was no match for the Time and Space Patrol Son Goku and his team, so he turned around and flew into the sky. The Time and Space Patrol Son Goku did not stop this, but landed in front of Son Goten with the Time and Space Patrol Vegeta. "We meet again, Goten." The Time and Space Patrol Son Goku said to Son Goten. "Again." "Who are Goten and Uncle Vegeta from other time and space?" Son Goten said. "Is that so? I said he looks exactly like Uncle Goku." The Time and Space Patrol Son Goku turned around and took a look at Kanbadao, who was beaten into the mountain. Goten, what happened? Why are you here? After hearing this, Son Goten immediately told everything to the Time and Space Patrol Son Goku and Vegeta. Fu escaped. Yeah, if that guy hadn't rushed towards Trunks, I would have killed him. The guy that Goten was talking about was, of course, Kanba. Time and Space Patrol Goku. Is that so? Now that the matter has been resolved, shall we go back first? Okay, but if you have any news about Fu, you can come to me and I can kill him. Okay. Time and Space Patrol Goku nodded. At this moment, a man with white skin, a huge X-shaped scar on his chest, brown hair, golden earrings, several sets of armor on his shoulders and arms, slightly pointed ears, and green goggles suddenly appeared in midair. Along with the man, there was also an irregular rhombus-shaped white crystal with several long black spikes around it, and a big red dot in the center of the white crystal. The man's name was Haz, and he was Kanba's accomplice. The white crystal next to him was called the Seed of the Universe, which could be used to create a new universe. After Haz appeared, everyone's eyes turned to the sky. Haz's figure flashed, and he appeared next to Kanba in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong of the Spacetime Patrol moved his body, trying to stop Haz from taking Kanba away. Haz put his right hand on Kanba's shoulder and disappeared into the prison planet with the Seed of the Universe. Uncle Goku, who is that guy? Trunks asked. I don't know, I think it has something to do with Fu. Then Goten, Trunks, shall we go back? Yes, Trunks nodded. Seeing this, Goku left with Vegeta. After the two left, Goten also left the prison planet with Trunks. Back on Earth, Bulma saw Trunks coming back safely and immediately stepped forward to give him a big hug. Are you okay, Trunks? I'm fine, Mom. After hearing this, Bulma immediately looked at Goten and said, Thank you, Goten. Nothing, Trunks and I are best friends. Then Goten, who is the person who took Trunks away this time, his name is Fu, he should be from another time and space. Another time and space. Yes, did you eliminate him? I didn't let him escape. Will he come back? I don't know, how about I let Gamma 1 live in your house and protect Trunks? Then I'll trouble you. Nothing. Goten, does your android army still need money, or I can invest some? No need, Aunt Bulma, the money is enough. It's okay, Goten, you don't have to be polite to me. Really no need. Okay, if you need money in the future, you can tell me. Yeah, Son Goten nodded. It's a pity that my bra is too young, otherwise I really want to marry her to you. Trunks, what are you talking about, Mom? Nothing, I'm just joking with Goten. Bulma laughed. Goten smiled after hearing this. This joke is really a bit cold. Then Goten, why don't you stay for lunch at noon? No need, Aunt Bulma. Just then, a colorful light descended from the sky. When the light faded, 4 figures immediately appeared inside. These 4 people are Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Wise. Dad, Trunks shouted to Vegeta. Yeah. Vegeta nodded. Trunks is the man who arrested you, the one called Fu. Yes, Dad. Did Goten destroy him? No, he didn't escape. Escaped? Trunks nodded and told Son Goku and the others what happened on the prison planet. Spacetime Patrol. After hearing this, Beerus touched his chin with his right hand. If what you said is true, then something big may happen in the universe. Trunks, something big. Yes, if someone messes with spacetime, it will definitely increase spacetime, and then these extra spacetime may be cleared. Beerus said seriously, Will our spacetime be cleared? Trunks asked. I don't know. Beerus shook his head. Speaking of which, it's all your fault. If you humans hadn't created the time machine, there wouldn't be so many extra time and space. Lord Beerus, although the time machine was created by us humans, we only added 1 time and space, but the other time and space were not created by us. Trunks said. Humph! Beerus snorted coldly. 1 time and space is not time and space. Okay, Lord Beerus, it's useless to argue now. We can't intervene in the matter of time and space, so we can only leave it to Goten and the others, Wise said. After hearing this, Beerus folded his arms and said, Anyway, if something happens to time and space, all of us will be finished together. Son Wukong and the others nodded. Then Goku, since you are back, come and have dinner together. Goten, you stay too. Then, okay. The 11th universe, on a blue planet. Haz, who took Camber away, is now in a city on this planet. On his left stands a girl about 15 years old. The girl is thin, with white skin, white hair sticking up like ice cream, red eye sclera, white pupils, red and yellow eyebrows, wearing a black one-piece tights and a dark red coat. Her name is Carmen, an artificial life form created by the civil people of the 6th universe. Because their creators fear him, their power wants to destroy them, Carmen's mentality is twisted. For revenge, he joins Haz's group and tries to destroy the whole universe. On the right side of Haz, there stands a boy who seems to be about 15 years old. The boy is thin, with white skin, white hair sticking up like ice cream, blue eyes, white pupils, red and yellow eyebrows, wearing a black one-piece tights and a dark blue jacket. His name is Oren, Carmen's younger brother. Like Carmen, he joined Haz because the civil people of the 6th universe feared them, Haz's team. In front of Haz, there stood a green man with a band-aid on his head. This man was the absolute god that Goten had destroyed. The reason why he looked like this was because Haz went back to the past and saved the absolute god when he was about to die. Although the absolute god was saved, he became as ugly as he is now. In order to avenge Goten, he joined Haz's team. In order to collect the energy of the seed of the universe, Haz brought them to the 11th universe, was ready to wreak havoc in this universe, attract the strong to fight, and then obtain their fighting energy through fighting. Haz looked at the noisy city in front of him, waved his right hand, and Kamin, Olean, and others immediately began to destroy the city. Boom, boom, boom. With huge explosions, a large number of buildings were blown up. After seeing this, the humans around immediately fled madly out of the city. After a while, two figures, one fat and one thin, appeared. These two people are Tispo and Topo. Who are you? Why are you destroying this city? Topo asked Haz angrily. My name is Haz, and I am the one who is going to change the world. Change the world. Yes, the king of all can decide the life and death of all mankind in a single thought, so I plan to overthrow the king of all and create a new universe. Do you want to join us? No, Topo shook his head and refused. Really? In that case, we can only be enemies. Ha! As soon as the voice fell, Carmine and Orange shouted loudly and rushed towards Topo as fast as the wind. Topo snorted coldly and rushed forward as fast as lightning. After seeing this, the absolute god immediately rushed towards Tispo. Tispo shouted loudly, and his body also rushed towards the absolute god. Swoosh! Bang, bang, bang. Soon both sides rushed to each other, and their fists and feet were as fast as light, fighting with each other. Huge clouds of dust immediately rose up around the battle. Bang! Topo clenched his right fist and hit Carmen hard, knocking her out. Carmen! Orange shouted angrily, and suddenly, like a phantom, he possessed Topo. Topo's eyes immediately turned blue, and he was controlled by Oren. Oren raised the corners of his mouth slightly and controlled Topo to rush towards Tispo. Topo! Tispo, who was fighting with the absolute god, saw Topo being controlled, and his face changed immediately. Ah! Just when Topo rushed to Tispo, Topo suddenly roared loudly and expelled Oren, who was possessed by him, from his body. What? Oren was shocked to see that he was actually expelled. Ah! Topo roared loudly and punched Oren in the face with his right fist with all his strength. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, Orion's body was like a thread, knocking a big hole in several buildings behind him. Haz frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect Topo's strength to be so strong that he could get rid of Orion's possession. Haz raised his left hand and borrowed the power of the universe seed in the sky to exert hundreds of times of gravity on Topo. Under hundreds of times of gravity, Topo immediately felt that his body became extremely heavy. However, he was a candidate for the god of destruction. Even thousands of times of gravity could not overwhelm him, let alone hundreds of times of gravity. has increased the gravity multiple again after seeing this. Ah! Topo roared loudly, stepped hard with both feet, and rushed towards Haz. But in the blink of an eye, Topo came in front of Haz and punched Haz with his right fist. Haz raised his left hand and blocked the punch directly. Ah! Topo roared loudly and pushed forward with his right fist. Under Topo's powerful force, Haz's body immediately retreated a few steps. Haz snorted coldly, and with a force of his left hand, he pushed Topo's body back. Ha! Just at this time, Carmen and Oren rushed towards Topo from the front and back. After seeing this, Topo had to pause and fight with Haz and defeat the two first. On the other side, because the absolute god's strength is very strong, even the super-fast Tispo can't get any benefits. After a fierce battle between the two sides, Topo and his team were finally defeated. Haz wanted to kill them, but Jill arrived with the Pride team. Because the other side was outnumbered, Haz chose to retreat with Carmine and his team. After seeing this, Jill came to Topo immediately. Topo, who are they? He said his name is Haz, and he wants to overthrow the Omni-King and create a new universe. Create a new universe? Yes, Haz nodded. Then why did he destroy this place? I don't know, I think it may be related to the crystal in the sky. Crystal? Yes. The next day, after resting, Haz and his team came to the sixth universe to destroy it. Cauliflower, Gabe, and Kale appeared and started an extremely fierce battle with Haz and his team. Just when their battle was about to come to an end, Hit suddenly appeared, causing Haz and his team to retreat again. However, although Haz and his team retreated, this battle allowed the universe seed to absorb a lot of energy. As long as they absorb the energy of two more universes, they can almost gather the energy of the universe seed. And his next target is the third universe. In the Tournament of Power, the strength of Anila in the third universe is very strong, so if they fight Anila, they will definitely be able to let the universe seed gain a lot of energy. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Because the distance between universes is too far, Sun Wukong and his friends don't know that other universes have been invaded by Hayes and his friends. West City, Bulma's house. Because Trunks was captured by Fu before, he is now fighting with Gamma 1 and wants to further strengthen his strength. He doesn't want Gamma 1 to protect him for life. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are worried that Fu will appear again, so they stay on Earth. Bang, bang, bang. Just when Trunks was fighting with Gamma 1, 4 figures and a huge crystal suddenly appeared above his house. These 4 people are Hayes, Carmine, Oren, and Absolute God. You are the guy who rescued the Saiyan. Trunks said as he looked at Hayes, who appeared in the sky. Hayes laughed immediately after hearing this. My name is Haz. Haz, yes, I'm here to invite you to join us. Join you. The king of all can decide the life and death of all mankind in a single thought, so I plan to overthrow him and create a new universe. How about it? Are you willing to join us? If you join us, I can give you a universe to manage. No, Trunks shook his head and refused. Although I don't know what you are planning, overthrowing a ruler will only bring in a new ruler, and I don't believe you. Okay, since you don't want to join us, then we can only become enemies. Where is Son Goku? Where is he now? As soon as the voice fell, Son Goku, Son Goten, and Son Gohan suddenly appeared beside Trunks. Goten! Son Goten nodded and rushed towards Haz in the sky. Haz sneered and raised his left hand, trying to use the power of the seed of the universe to apply gravity to Son Goten. At this moment, Sun Wuxian's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared next to the seed of the universe. Without waiting for Haz to react, Sun Wuxian touched the seed of the universe with his left hand and put it into the system's inventory. After the seed of the universe was taken away, a woman with pale blue skin, blue-green hair and eyes, a super long ponytail on her head, and a blue Cheongsam appeared. The woman's name is Lagos, a survivor of the extinct race, Glass Clan, who has the ability of vitrification and glass generation. Because of this precious ability, she has been strictly trained since childhood and her combat power is very high. She was originally in the seed of the universe, but because the seed of the universe was taken away by the system, she came out of the seed of the universe. The system cannot store living things. When Has saw the cosmic seed disappear and could no longer feel it, his face suddenly changed. Lagus, where is the cosmic seed? Number, I don't know. I only know that I was forcibly pushed out of the cosmic seed by an invisible force. Invisible force. Damn it, Has clenched his hands and looked at Sun Wushan standing in the sky with anger. Sun Wushan, where is my cosmic seed? Cosmic seed. Sun Wushan touched his nose with his right hand after hearing this. I don't know. I just touched it and it disappeared. Has gritted his teeth after hearing this. Sun Wushan, don't lie to me. You'd better hand over the cosmic seed, otherwise I will destroy your Earth. Are you threatening me? Sun Wushan said with a cold look. Yes, I am threatening you. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, a white light instantly appeared behind Has. Before Has could react, Has was blown out of the atmosphere at superluminal speed. Because Goten's attack was too fast, no one knew what had just happened. Only Goten, who was emitting a lot of silver-white aura, stood on the ground. Kakarot, what just happened? Number, I don't know. I didn't expect Goten's current strength to be so strong. The seventh universe destroying the divine world. At this time, Wise, who was watching the situation on the earth through the crystal ball on the staff, immediately became a little serious after seeing Goten's angry attack. Because Goten's attack just now has completely reached the level of an angel. Although Wise's younger brother, Myers, is strong, he is only a quasi-angel. Although the strength of a quasi-angel is strong, there is still a gap compared to a formal angel. Angels are unparalleled in combat power in the universe. Otherwise, the High Priest would not be able to become the steward of the Quanwang family. Goten is a human being, but he already has the fighting power of an angel at the age of 17. If he continues to grow at his current rate, he may surpass his father, the Great Priest, one day. However, no matter how strong Goten is, he is only a human being after all. The Omni-King can eliminate him with just a wave of his hand. So Wise is not afraid that Goten will be as strong as his father in the future. In ancient times, there were many gods, but in the end, only the Omni-King ruled all the universes, outside the earth. Has's head tilted to the side, and his body was completely without any breath. Goten's attack just now hit Has's chin. Because the force was too strong, the trachea on Has's neck was directly pulled apart, making him unable to breathe. Ha! Has! Lagus's expression suddenly changed because he suddenly couldn't feel Has's breath. Generally speaking, if you can't sense the other party's breath, then the other party is likely to be dead. After Goten killed Hayes, he looked at Gus and the others with cold eyes. Who else wants to destroy the earth? After hearing this, Kamin, Oren, and Lagus remained silent. Although they were confident in their own strength, Goten's strength was more terrifying than theirs. If they dared to stand up, they might end up like Hayes. They thought that their strength was not as good as Hayes. At this time, the absolute god stood up. Don't be afraid of him. He is just one person. If we all go together, we can still defeat him. Goten sneered after hearing this. Zamasu, you have become like this, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. After hearing this, Kamin, Oren, and the others were moved. When they were about to join Hayes' group, they already knew in their hearts that they might face death. At this point, they have no way out. Let's all go together, Kamin said. Yeah, Oren and Lagus nodded. After that, the four of them immediately rushed towards Sun Wushan in different directions. Sun Wushan moved his body and appeared in front of Carmen in a blink of an eye. Before Carmen could react, Carmen suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Carmen screamed loudly and fell to the ground. After Carmen fell to the ground, Sun Wushan knocked down Lagus and Oren at a very fast speed, and all this happened in just a few seconds. What? When the absolute god saw the three people suddenly fall to the ground, his face immediately showed a trace of extreme panic. At this time, Sun Wushan appeared behind the absolute god, and his right hand condensed a small destructive energy, facing the absolute god. Destroy. With a small, Goten released the destructive energy in his hand. The absolute god screamed loudly, and his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha! Goten breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and his body returned to normal. Trunks, who had been stunned for a long time, immediately came to his senses and walked over after seeing Goten's body return to normal. Go, Goten, what is your current strength? I think it should be close to Wise. Whis. Trunks was shocked after hearing this. Wise is Beerus's master, and Goten's current strength has reached the level of an angel. Thinking of this, Trunks felt sour in his heart. He was obviously born a year earlier than Goten, but Goten's current strength is already a height that he may never reach in his life. Of course this is just my estimate, because I have never fought with Wise. I guess. Trunks wanted to beat Goten up when he heard this, because no matter how he estimated, he couldn't estimate the strength close to Wise. Goten, please accept me as your apprentice. I also want my strength to be as strong as yours. Is it okay? Damn, you really want to be my master. It's not me who wants to accept you as my apprentice, you ask me yourself. Goten laughed. Then Goten, how do we deal with them? Gohan looked at Carmine, Oren, and the others. I don't know, how about sending them to the galaxy prison, but they may not be from our time and space. In that case, let's just eliminate them. Gohan looked at Goku and Vegeta. I think we should send them to the galaxy prison. Maybe we can find out something from them. Gohan nodded. Afterwards, Goku and the others contacted Jack and locked the three of them in the galaxy prison. Damn it. At the same time, Fu, who had been secretly observing the situation on Earth, was furious when he saw the universe seed being taken away. However, despite his anger, he also knew from this battle the terrifying strength of Son Goten. Goten. Fu said Goten's name, and he had already regarded him as the biggest obstacle in his heart. Because the universe seed was taken away, Fu had to go back to the past time and space to stop Has from going to the seventh universe. Although the universe seed is rare, it exists in time and can be found in time. For example, there are the current Omni King and the future Omni King. However, Fu's travel through time and space will inevitably increase time and space. The Kaioshin, who noticed the abnormality of time and space, asked the Time and Space Patrol to go to the time and space where Fu was and had an extremely fierce battle with him. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. After Lagos and others were detained for 2 days, Jack also learned something from them and told the news to Son Goku and others. The Galactic Patrol is only responsible for protecting some planets in the 7th universe. As for things outside the universe, they are not responsible for them at all, let alone time and space. Jack and his team didn't get much information. One was that Hayes wanted to create a new universe with the seeds of the universe, and the other was that they came from other time and space. The reason they followed Hayes was mainly because they hated humans and wanted to create a universe of their own. Earth. Trunks was greatly stimulated by Goten's instantaneous defeat of Hayes and his gang, so he spent the past 2 days practicing in the gravity room with Vegeta. Now his heart is full of infinite motivation to practice. Even if he can't surpass Goten, he has to become stronger, at least to protect himself. Although Bulma understands Trunks in his heart, he still doesn't want Trunks to become a training maniac. Otherwise, the family company can only be inherited by Bra. She originally thought that in a few years, Trunks would take over the company so that she wouldn't have to be so tired and could live a retired life when she was almost 60 years old. Baozi Mountain, Goku's home. Goku has been looking for him to fight because Goten showed his powerful strength. Finally, Kai stopped Goku from fighting Goten because Goten was going to take the entrance exam. Goten had been stuck in Super Saiyan 6 for a while, so he was going to go to Dragon Ball AF again today to improve his strength. Dragon Ball AF. After the evil dragon was defeated, Goku returned to Earth. Baozi Mountain, Goku's home. Goku was practicing outside his house when a figure suddenly fell from the sky. The man was Goten. Goten, Goten nodded. Long time no see, Dad. Are you the Goten who helped us defeat the evil dragon before? Yes, Dad. Then why are you here? I want to ask you and your brother for a favor. What favor? Goku asked. I want your brother to fuse and then fight me. Fuse? AF Goku was surprised. Yes, Goten nodded. Is it okay, Dad? I need to ask Gohan about this, and the fusion requires Patara earrings, and I may need to borrow earrings from Lord Kaioshin. I have earrings. Is that so? Then I'll ask Gohan. Okay. After a while, AF Goku found AF Gohan, and AF Gohan agreed to fuse with AF Goku and fight Goten. After the two agreed, they immediately put the Patara earrings on their ears to fuse. With an extremely dazzling white light, a person who looked similar to Vegetto appeared. This person was the fusion of AF Goku and Gohan, Super Goku. Then let's get started, Super Goku said to Goten. Son Wushan nodded and clenched his hands tightly. Ah! With an extremely loud roar, Son Wushan transformed into Super Saiyan 5. After Son Wushan transformed into Super Saiyan 5, his aura continued to rise rapidly. Boom! The entire Earth was affected by Son Wushan's aura and shook violently. AF Spacetime Krillin and others on Earth, feeling the extremely powerful aura emanating from Son Wushan, flew to where Son Wushan and others were, King of the Gods' Realm. At this time, God Jebbit and old King of the Gods' Realm in King of the Gods' Realm also felt the powerful aura emanating from Son Wushan. This aura. Could it be Son Wushan who appeared before? But how could he appear on Earth? I don't know, Ancestor. I only know that his aura is terrifying. Even if Goku and others transform into Super Saiyan 5, I'm afraid they don't have such a powerful aura. After hearing this, AF Time and Space Old Kai immediately used the crystal ball to check the situation on Earth. Grandmaster, who is he and why does he look like Goku? I think he should be the fusion of Goku and Gohan. Fusion. Yeah, didn't you see the earrings on his ears? You saw that it's the Patara earrings. Yeah, on Earth. At this time, Goten was emitting a lot of amazing strong winds all over his body, blowing away the sand and stones around. Ah! With an extremely huge roar, the hair on Goten's back became short and long, the hair on his body turned golden, and the pupils of his eyes also turned golden. And this is Super Saiyan 6. Goten shouted loudly and released the energy gathered in his body. This is Super Saiyan 6. Really? Well, I'll transform too. Ah, Super Goku said, clenching his hands, exuding an amazing breath from his body and quickly rising up. Zizzy. Bang. With an amazing momentum, Super Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Although it was only Super Saiyan 5, it was not an ordinary Super Saiyan 5, but the Super Saiyan 5 transformed by Son Goku and Son Gohan in AF time and space. Both of them have reached Super Saiyan 5, and their combined strength will be dozens of times that of Super Saiyan 5. Then shall we start now? Super Goku said. Okay. Goten nodded, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of Super Goku. Super Goku was startled, and his body immediately disappeared in the spot and appeared in the sky. Son Wushan's figure flashed, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot, appearing in the sky to fight with Super Wukong. Immediately, there were bursts of fierce fighting sounds in the sky. Because the two people moved too fast, they could not see their figures in the sky at all. They could only see the powerful momentum generated by the two people's battle colliding fiercely in the sky. At this time, Krillin and others arrived. They could not see the figures of the two people at all, so they only knew that one of them was Son Wushan, and as for the other one, they didn't know who it was. Bang! At this moment, a white light flew backwards like a meteor. This white light was Super Goku. Kakarot, Vegeta in AF time and space, saw Super Goku's face. Goku, Krillin in AF time and space asked. No, I think it should be the fusion of Kakarot and Gohan. Vegeta in AF Time and Space said. Fusion. Yes, he looks a bit like the fusion of Kakarot and me. I was wondering, how could such a strong aura suddenly appear on the Earth? It turned out that Goku and Gohan merged. Yeah, Vegeta in AF Time and Space nodded. In the sky. After Super Goku flew backwards for thousands of meters, he slowed down in the sky. Although he was beaten away by Son Goten, he was full of fighting spirit at this moment. Bang! With a sound of breaking through the air, Super Goku rushed towards Son Goten at super light speed. Son Goten clenched his fists and rushed towards Super Goku at super light speed. In just one breath, the two came to each other at the same time, punching and kicking as fast as flashes, fighting hard. Thunderous sounds were immediately heard in the sky, and whirlwinds were emitted from the hands of the two, forming a huge tornado around their bodies. The originally blue sky darkened, and there were a lot of lightning and thunder. The space around the two shattered, and a lot of cracks in the different dimensions appeared. Cracks in the different dimensions. AF Spacetime Krillin was shocked. This situation also happened when Vegetto and Big Boo fought. But at that time, Big Boo caused the cracks in the different dimensions in the sky through roaring, and now they are caused by the battle between the two. It can be imagined how terrifying the power of the two is now. Kaioshin realm. After seeing this scene, old Kai couldn't help but worry about the safety of the universe. Don't these two guys know that they are now powerful enough to destroy the universe? Ah! Goten saw the cracks around him, and his whole body suddenly burst out with an incomparable momentum, suppressing the cracks in the other dimensional space that appeared. Then, the two of them turned into gold and silver light and flew out of the Earth. If they continue to fight on the Earth may not be able to hold on for long. Swoosh! Goten and Super Goku stopped above the Earth at the same time. Super Goku smiled and looked at Goten. Goten, I never thought that your strength could reach this level. It's nothing. In our time and space, the strength of the High Priest is much stronger than mine. High Priest? Yes, he is the steward of the Omni King. Who is the Omni King? The god who rules the 12 universes. Really, if I have a chance, I really want to go to your time and space. Yeah, Goten nodded. Ah, seeing this, Super Goku roared loudly, and a lot of silver-white aura emanated from his body. Ah. Goten roared loudly, and a lot of gold emanated from his body. Bang! With a sound of breaking through the air, the two rushed to each other in the blink of an eye, and their fists and feet were as fast as flashes of light, hitting each other hard. Because the two moved too fast, from a distance, it looked like the sky was constantly flashing with gold and silver light. With a huge white light, the two people in the battle condensed a golden energy wave with their hands at the same time and hit each other. The two were pushed away by the aftermath of the collision. Hoo-hoo! Super Goku gasped and looked at Son Goten. Their battle seemed evenly matched, but in fact, Son Goten did not show his true strength to fight Super Goku, otherwise Super Goku would have been defeated long ago. In this case, let's use this move to decide the outcome. Super Goku said, and quickly put his hands back together. Came Pai Kai Gong, a deep blue wave of energy condensed from Super Goku's hands. After Son Goten saw it, he also gathered his energy with his hands back. Bow! With a loud shout, Son Goku hit Son Goten with Kamehameha. Seeing this, Son Goten also hit Super Goku with the Kamehameha condensed in his hand. Bang! With an extremely loud sound, the two Kamehameha Qigongs collided with each other, forming a huge water ball in the universe. Shocking strong winds emanated from the water ball and spread to the surroundings. Invisible ripples were emitted from the two Kamehameha Qigongs and spread to the entire universe. Some uninhabited planets nearby were affected by the spreading ripples. After the contact, they immediately turned into powder and dissipated in the universe. Kaioshin realm. Old Kaioshin looked at the planets disappearing in the universe, and he became more worried about the battle between the two. After a stalemate, Super Goku shouted and pushed forward with both hands. Son Goten shouted and pushed forward with both hands. The Kamehameha waves of the two were equal again. In this way, after the two had been stalemate for a long time, the Kamehameha of the two disappeared at the same time because of the exhaustion of energy. The two gasped and looked at each other. "I give up," Super Goku said to Son Goten. "Give up." "Yes, because I have used up all my strength, and you should not have used all your strength, right?" "Yeah," Son Goten nodded. "It is so." Super Goku smiled, and his body turned back into AF time and Space Son Goku and Son Gohan. Because the power of the fusion is too strong, even the Patara earrings cannot keep the two of them fused for too long. Of course, there is another reason, that the Patara earrings are earrings used by God. If they use the power of God, they may be able to last longer. Just at this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came to Sun Wushan's ears. "Ding, congratulations to the Master for defeating Super Goku and obtaining the Super Saiyan 6 full power card. Learn. Do you want to use the Super Saiyan 6 full power card?" "Use." "Yes, Master." After that, Sun Wushan landed on the Earth with AF Time and Space Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. "Goku, Gohan," AF Krillin shouted to the two. AF Time and Space Sun Wukong nodded. "Long time no see, Krillin. You seem to have aged a lot." Now Krillin is over 60 years old. Even if he is a martial artist, his appearance will still age. "Yeah, I'm not like you Saiyans, who have such a long puberty. No, in fact, we Saiyans are getting old," AF Spacetime Vegeta said. "By the way, Goku Gohan, how come you fight Goten?" AF Spacetime Krillin asked. "No, Goten came to us and said he wanted to fight with us to improve his strength." AF Spacetime Krillin was speechless after hearing this. He is old, and his strength has greatly declined. He has worked hard all his life, but his strength has not reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Goten has now cultivated to Super Saiyan 6, and he is still trying to improve. "Then Dad, brother, the battle is over, and it's almost time for me to go back." AF Time and Space Goku, "Going back?" "Yes," Goten nodded. "Then if there is a chance next time, let's fight again. Then I will go back." Goten said goodbye to everyone. Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Goten teleported away from the Earth and returned to the main time and space. His strength has now reached the full power of Super Saiyan 6, and with the Ultra Instinct, he should be able to fight Wise. If he defeats Wise, he may get a Super Saiyan 7 advanced card. But whether Wise will fight him with all his strength is a question. As for the other angels, Goten was not familiar with them, and they probably would not fight Goten. Bardo's was Wise's sister, and her strength was above Wise. Even if Bardo's agreed to fight him, he would not have much chance of defeating Bardo's. Time passed in a flash, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. Everything was very peaceful during this month. Baozi Mountain. Goten was sitting on a piece of grass at this time, meditating and practicing. Suddenly, a big golden bird flew into Goten's arms. This bird was called Toki, and it was a bird that controlled time, which was very important for time and space. Toki usually followed the Kai of Time and lived with the Kai of Time. Toki. Goten opened his eyes and saw Toki. Others might not know Toki, but as a time traveler, how could he not know that he was Toki? Toki appeared in a game promotion animation of Dragon Ball Heroes. The plot of the anime, Dragon Ball Heroes, mainly revolves around time and space. Son Goten remembered that in the anime, Dragon Ball Heroes, Toki appeared in the main time and space, as if it ran out of the nest of time. Later, the 12 gods of destruction appeared and wanted to fight with Son Goku and his friends. Later, the cosmic tree cultivated by the cosmic seed appeared to resolve the crisis. The cosmic seed can absorb cosmic energy, and ordinary energy cannot destroy it at all. The cosmic tree absorbs the cosmic seed, and it itself is equivalent to the universe. After thinking for a while, Son Goten suddenly looked at the Toki in his arms. Toki is a bird that controls time. If he defeats it, he may get the power to control time. Thinking of this, Son Goten looked at Toki with a smile. Toki, in order to save the universe, I will wrong you, Son Goten said, pressing the index finger of his right hand on the thumb and flicking it towards Toki's body. The bird screamed loudly, and its body flew backwards. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating the bird and gaining the power to control time. I learned. Just at this moment, the bird stared at Sun Wushan with an angry face. With a loud bird cry, the bird rushed towards Sun Wushan like an arrow. Sun Wushan jumped up and flew to the sky. The bird flapped its wings, and Sun Wushan's body instantly returned to its original place. Time goes back. Sun Wushan was shocked. The next second the bird pecked hard. Sun Wushan subconsciously raised his arms to block. Because Sun Wushan's body was thick, the bird pecked at Sun Wushan's hand with its beak. Sun Wushan was fine, but the bird felt like it had pecked on an iron plate. The bird retracted its beak and glared at Sun Wushan. You are not angry anymore. As soon as the words fell, Toki opened its mouth and bit Goten's nose. Goten's figure flashed, and he used the healing technique with his right hand to heal Toki's wound. After Toki felt the wound on his body, although the anger in his heart subsided a little, he still glared at Goten. It was the first time he saw such an rude guy like Goten. Just when the man and the bird looked at each other awkwardly, two figures, one black and one red, appeared. These two people are Trunks of the Spacetime Patrol wearing a black coat and Zyrofang of the Spacetime Patrol wearing red clothes. The hair of Trunks of the Spacetime Patrol is purple, and the hair of Trunks of the main Spacetime is blue, so the hair colors of the two are a little different. Also, Trunks of the Spacetime Patrol looks much more mature than Trunks. Trunks. Trunks of the Spacetime Patrol nodded. Are you the Goten who defeated Mechacapra? Yes, Goten nodded. When Goten destroyed the people of the Dark Demon Realm, he had met Trunks from the Spacetime Patrol. Zyrofang and I are from the Spacetime Patrol. This time we came to your spacetime to bring the Tata bird back. Tata bird? Goten pretended not to know Tata bird. Yes, it's the golden bird in front of you. So this bird is your bird, take it away. Okay. Trunks from the Spacetime Patrol nodded. After hearing this, Zyrofang from the Spacetime Patrol immediately stepped forward and wanted to catch the Tata bird. The Tata bird flapped its wings forward and flew into the sky. Tata bird. After seeing this, Zyrofang from the Spacetime Patrol hurriedly chased after it. At this moment, 24 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These 24 figures were the gods of destruction and angels of the 12 universes. It appeared again, Sun Wushan said in his heart. At this moment, Zyrofang from the Spacetime Patrol caught the Time Bird and held her in his arms. All the gods of destruction looked at Sun Wushan, and then looked at the Time Bird in Zyrofang's arms. Look, is the bird in her hand the bird of doom that the prophecy fish said? Xiangpa pointed in the direction of Zyrofang from the Spacetime Patrol and said. After hearing this, they immediately looked at the Time Bird in Zyrofang's hand. Bird of doom. When Trunks of the Space Patrol, who didn't know what was going on, heard this, he felt something was wrong and immediately flashed in front of Zyrofang of the Space Patrol. Zyrofang, protect the Tokotoko. Zyrofang of the Space Patrol nodded heavily and retreated with Tokotoko in both hands. After seeing this, Trunks of the Space Patrol immediately pulled out a sharp sword from the scabbard behind him. Then Beerus, let's do it, Xiangpa said. After hearing this, Beerus hesitated for a while and nodded. Then the 12 gods of destruction simultaneously condensed a purple destructive energy, aiming at Trunks of the Space Patrol and Zyrofang. Lord Beerus, what are you going to do? Goten asked loudly. Goten, that bird is the bird of doom that will bring destruction to the universe, so we must destroy it, Xiangpa said. Bird of doom. Yes, that's what the prophecy fish told us. Goten, go away, or we'll destroy you too. Master Xiangpa, this bird is not the bird of doom, it's the Time Bird. Xiangpa, Time Bird. Yes, he's a very important bird to time and space. No matter what you say today, we'll destroy him too. After Xiangpa finished speaking, He immediately prepared to hit the time bird with the destructive energy in his hand. The time bird suddenly flew up from the arms of Xiaorofang, a member of the Time and Space Patrol, and transformed into a big bird. It flapped its wings forward and sent out a huge gust of wind. The destructive energy condensed in the hands of the 12 universe destroyers disappeared instantly. Looking at the destructive energy disappearing in their hands, all the destroyers showed a trace of surprise at the same time. Destructive energy is not an ordinary energy, and ordinary people can't resist it at all. But the time bird in front of them flapped its wings and made all the destructive energy disappear. This is enough to show that the time bird may pose a threat to the universe. This also made them more determined to destroy Tokrami. Beruz, Xiangpa looked at Beerus. The seventh universe is the universe that Beerus manages. Logically speaking, he should be in charge of Tokrami's affairs. After hearing this, Beerus looked at Goten with a serious face. Although he had a good relationship with Goku and the others, this matter involved the universe, and he could not tolerate partiality. Goten, get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude. No. After hearing this, Beerus raised his right arm and said, "This is the business of my seventh universe, don't interfere." Xiangpa and the others nodded after hearing this. Seeing this, Beerus immediately rushed towards Trunks of the Spacetime Patrol. Ah! Goten roared loudly, and his body immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 5 and flashed in front of Trunks of the Spacetime Patrol. Ah! Beerus shouted and punched forward with his right fist. Goten raised his arms forward and was knocked back a distance. Goten! Seeing this, Time Patrol Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed towards Beerus. Soon, Time Patrol Trunks came in front of Beerus and slashed at Beerus with his two-handed long sword. Beerus raised his right hand and grabbed the blade of the long sword with his index finger and thumb. What? Time Patrol Trunks was shocked. Beerus exerted force with his index finger and thumb and threw Time Patrol Trunks and the two swords he held in his hands away. Goten flashed and went behind Beerus. Beerus looked back with his right eye and seemed to have noticed Goten. Although Beerus discovered Goten, the distance between them was so close that he was too late to dodge. Bang! Goten pushed forward with his right knee and hit Beerus back hard. Beerus screamed and flew forward like the wind, but soon he stopped and turned to look at Goten. Ah! Beerus screamed, and a lot of purple aura emanated from his body. Goten clenched his fists, and a silver-white aura rose from his body. The two looked at each other and were about to fight. Two figures suddenly appeared on the ground. These two people were Goku and Vegeta from the Spacetime Patrol. Goku! Goku from the Spacetime Patrol looked the same as Goku except for his clothes, so Beerus mistook him for Goku from the main Spacetime at first sight. Son Wukong. At this time, the universes standing in the distance watching the battle also saw Son Wukong of the Spacetime Patrol. Everyone, please look up in the sky. Son Wukong of the Spacetime Patrol said to everyone. The sky. Xiangpa looked up and found that many huge roots appeared out of thin air in the sky. These roots are now absorbing the energy of the earth and them. What are these? Quetra asked. These are the roots of the tree of the universe. He is absorbing the energy of the universe, not only the earth, but now such roots appear everywhere in the universe. After hearing this, Xiangpa immediately said to Bardos on the side, Bardos, hurry up and tell us if this is the case in our universe. It is Lord Xiangpa. After hearing this, Bardos immediately used his staff to check the situation of the sixth universe. After seeing this, the gods of destruction of other universes also asked the angels who followed to check the situation of their own universes. The angels from various universes checked and found that it was the same as what Son Wukong from the Spacetime Patrol had said. There were cosmic trees everywhere on the planets in the universe. Bardos, Lord Xiangpa, our universe is full of such tree roots now. Then what are we waiting for now? Go back quickly. It's Lord Xiangpa. The gods of destruction and angels from other universes left after seeing this. Only Beerus and Wise were left. After seeing this, Sun Wushan immediately changed his body back to normal. Seeing this, Beerus gathered purple destructive energy in his right hand and hit the roots of the cosmic tree. Boom! With a huge explosion, the destructive energy hit the roots of the cosmic tree and exploded in the sky. The explosion produced a lot of thick smoke, covering the roots of the cosmic tree. After a while, when the smoke dissipated, the roots of the cosmic tree were not only not destroyed, but became thicker than before. It's useless. If you want to stop these roots from absorbing the energy of the earth, you must find the cosmic tree and destroy it. Sun Wukong of the Time and Space Patrol said, Goten. After hearing this, Beerus immediately shouted to Goten, Then Goten, I'll leave this to you. Leave it to me. Yes, Goku and the others are still on my planet, so of course I can only leave it to you. Okay, Beerus, Goten said, looking at Goku of the Space-Time Patrol. Then, Dad, do you know where the cosmic tree is? I don't know much about this either. I have to ask Toki to help lead the way. Really? After hearing this, Goten immediately looked at Tokito. Tokito flapped its wings forward, opened a black space entrance, and flew in. After seeing this, Goku and the others of the Space-Time Patrol immediately followed. After seeing this, Goten also followed. Through the black entrance, Goten and the Space-Time Patrol came to a place full of mountains. A black figure suddenly appeared above everyone. This person is the planner of this incident, Fu. Fu smiled and said to the Space-Time Patrol, Sun Wukong. After hearing this, Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol clenched his hands and said, Fu, what do you want to do? Nothing, I just want to create a universe that belongs to me. Fu smiled. Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol, Fu, we won't let you succeed. Really? Then let's see if you have the ability. After Fu finished speaking, two figures immediately appeared in the sky. These two people are Dals and Slug in the Dragon Ball movie. Time Patrol Team Goku, Dals. Long time no see, Goku. Dals smiled and greeted Goku. Vegeta, let's go, Goku said to Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and rushed towards Slug. Goku looked at Dals and immediately rushed towards Dals. Seeing this, Fu immediately looked at Goten. Trunks' strength is not to be feared, but Goten's strength makes him feel daunted. However, since he plans to create a new universe, he naturally takes Goten into account. Although Goten is strong, he still feels that he has the strength to fight. Goten, Fu, we meet again. Yes, we meet again, Fu said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black bird appeared with yellow eyes and a cross in its eyes. This bird is called Keek Bird. In order to compete with Kain for the position of the King of Time, Mechacapra once created an evil, fake Toki bird, but it failed in the end and was sealed in the crack of time and space. Time Patrol Trunks, this bird is. After hearing this, Fu did not reply to him, but showed an evil smile on his face. Suddenly, the time around the four sides stopped, and the body of the Time Patrol Goku who was fighting suddenly became unable to move. Not only the Time Patrol Goku, but others as well. My body is unable to move. Time Patrol Trunks gritted his teeth. Fu chuckled, and a golden whip condensed in his right hand and swung it at the Shishi bird in the sky. Shishi bird. Zyro Fang from the Space-Time Patrol was startled and wanted to move her body, but there was no way to move. At this moment, Sun Wushan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Shishi bird, grabbing the long whip swung by Fu. Fu was shocked. You. How can you still move? Sun Wushan smiled. Why can't I move? Ah, Sun Wushan said, clenched his hands hard, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing breath and quickly rose up. Zizzy. Bang. With an extremely amazing momentum, Sun Wushan transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Fu sneered. You plan to fight me, so in this case, I will see how strong you are. As Fu said, his body immediately turned into a purple light and rushed towards Sun Wushan. Bang. Sun Wushan stomped his feet hard on the ground and rushed towards Fu. In just one breath, the two came to each other at the same time, and their fists and feet hit each other hard like light. Bang! Sun Wushan hit Fu's abdomen with his right fist. and knocked him out. With a loud bang, Fu's body hit a mountain behind him like a ray, and a lot of sand and dust were immediately smashed out of the mountain. At this time, the 4-week time was restored, and the body of the Space Patrol resumed movement. Space Patrol Son Wukong, can the body move? Space Patrol Vegeta nodded, clenched his hands hard, and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Space Patrol Son Wukong saw this and also transformed into a Super Saiyan. But, damn it! Fu gritted his teeth and climbed out of the mountain. At this moment, Sun Wushan flashed in front of Fu, and his right hand condensed a purple destructive energy, facing Fu. Destruction! With a light shout, Sun Wushan released the destructive energy in his hand. Fu screamed loudly, and his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. No! Fu roared in his heart with great reluctance. The tree of the universe is already absorbing the power of the universe. As long as the tree of the universe grows completely, he can create a new universe. But as the creator of all this, he was destroyed by Sun Wushan at this time. How could he be willing in his heart? But no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he could not change his fate of disappearing. Fu's body turned into purple particles and dissipated in the universe. After destroying Fu, Sun Wushan immediately looked at the bird in the sky. The bird looks a bit like a crow, so he should be the bird of doom mentioned by the prophecy fish. As for why Beerus and the others misunderstood the tattoo, Keek Bird raised his head and said, "Time seal." As soon as the voice fell, a golden circular pattern appeared in the sky, and a large number of silver chains flew out from the pattern, tied up Keek Bird's body, pulled it into the golden pattern, and disappeared together with the golden pattern. After seeing this, the Spacetime Patrol team all showed a trace of surprise, but did not ask more questions. Then Trunks lets go first, and leave this to Uncle Vegeta and the others. Oh, okay. After saying that, Spacetime Patrol Team Trunks and Zyrophang immediately followed the Time Bird with Son Goten and moved forward. After a while, the two came to a space full of candy. This is exactly the same space where Son Goten fought with evil thoughts. Spacetime Patrol Team Trunks, where is this? I think it should be in the space of evil thoughts, Son Goten said. Evil thoughts? Yeah, Son Goten nodded. As soon as the voice fell, a black figure appeared. This person was the evil thoughts that Sun Wushan had defeated before. However, the evil thoughts that appeared now was different from the original evil thoughts. It turned out that the armor on the second form of evil thoughts was pink, while the armor on the evil thoughts in front of him was blue-black, and there were raised curved spikes on the armor on the shoulders, and pure black and shiny wrist guards on the wrists and ankles. In addition, the aura of the evil thoughts in front of him was many times stronger than that of the original evil thoughts. Just at this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the Spacetime Patrol arrived. Evil thoughts. Although the upgraded version of evil thoughts had some changes compared to the original, Sun Wukong from the Spacetime Patrol still recognized him at a glance. At the beginning, he and Vegeta merged to defeat evil thoughts. After hearing this, evil thoughts laughed evilly, and his body rushed towards Sun Wushan as fast as light. Sun Wushan clenched his hands and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 5, rushing towards Zai Nyanbo. In the blink of an eye, the two of them came in front of each other at the same time and fought together. Bang! With a loud sound, Sun Wushan punched Zai Nyanbo's face with his right fist, knocking him out with one punch. Zai Nyanbo clenched his fists and quickly stopped in the air. Ah! Zai Nyanbo roared loudly, and his hands fired a large amount of energy waves, attacking Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan moved to both sides and dodged. Zai Nyanbo clenched his fists and rushed towards Sun Wushan again. Sun Wushan's figure flashed, and his body came in front of Zai Nyanbo in a blink of an eye. His fists were as fast as flashes, and he attacked Zai Nyanbo. Zai Nyanbo roared loudly, and his fists attacked Sun Wushan just as fast. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them hit their fists together, and their hands emitted a series of extremely amazing gusts of wind. Bang! After the two fought for a while, Sun Wushan pushed forward with his right knee and instantly pushed Zai Nianbo's body out. Zai Nianbo clenched his fists, quickly stopped in midair, and looked at Sun Wushan with anger on his face. He saw a figure appear under him and hit him with his right fist. This figure was Sun Wushan. Bang! Sun Wushan hit Zai Nianbo's chin with his right fist. Zai Nianbo screamed loudly, tilted his head back, and stepped back a few steps. Sun Wushan flew forward, raised his right foot, and kicked forward vigorously. Bang! With a violent sound, Zai Nianbo flew backward again. Sun Wushan took this opportunity to quickly put his hands together and said, "Turtle Sect Kai Gong Wave." A deep blue Kai wave condensed from Sun Wushan's hands and hit Zai Nianbo. Zai Nianbo was startled, and it was too late for him to dodge. Boom! With a huge explosion, Kamehameha hit the evil thought wave and produced an extremely violent explosion in the sky. A large amount of smoke from the explosion immediately appeared in the sky. Did it? Was it eliminated? Zyrofang from the Spacetime Patrol asked. I don't know. Tranks from the Spacetime Patrol shook his head. After a while, when the smoke in the sky dissipated, the evil thought wave disappeared in the sky. Seeing this, the Spacetime Patrol continued to follow the Tok'ra army. After a while, Son Goten and the Spacetime Patrol came to a blood-red sea. An old man with red glasses on his right eye and a white coat appeared. The old man's name was Dr. W. His real identity was Dr. Willow, who was defeated by Son Goku in the Dragon Ball movie. Spacetime Patrol, you are here, Dr. W said. Who are you? Son Goku from the Spacetime Patrol asked. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that we are your enemies. Dr. W said, Really? In that case, Goten, you guys go first, let me and Vegeta deal with this guy. Goku from the Time and Space Patrol said to Trunks from the Time and Space Patrol. Okay, then Uncle Goku and Dad will leave this to you. Goten, Zyrofang, let's go. Yeah, the two nodded. After seeing this, Dr. W raised his right hand and tried to stop them. Goku from the Time and Space Patrol immediately appeared in front of Dr. W and said, Your opponent is me, Dr. W snorted coldly after hearing this and stepped back a few steps. In that case, I will deal with you first and then kill you. As Dr. W said this, a translucent aura rose from his body. Ah! Goku from the Time and Space Patrol roared loudly, and his body transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta of the Space Patrol, who was standing not far away, also transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. With a loud shout, the two rushed towards Dr. W. On the other side, Sun Wushan followed the Space Patrol Trunks and others and came to a big tree emitting colorful light. This big tree is the Cosmic Tree. Is this the Cosmic Tree? Space Patrol Trunks said. I don't know, I think it should be. Space Patrol Zyrofang said. After hearing this, Space Patrol Trunks immediately looked at the Cosmic Tree in front of him and said, Then how can we destroy this Cosmic Tree? After hearing this, Space Patrol Zyrofang looked at the Takedo flying in the air. Takedo shook his head. Although he controls time, the Cosmic Tree has now absorbed cosmic energy. Even if he uses the power of time, he cannot destroy the Cosmic Tree. At this time, Sun Wushan stood up and said, Perhaps I have a way to destroy the Cosmic Tree. Do you have a way? After hearing this, Sun Wushan nodded, and a huge golden ball of light condensed in his right hand and hit the Cosmic Tree. Bang! The golden light ball violently collided with the Cosmic Tree, and a large amount of time power was emitted from the golden light ball, causing the energy originally absorbed by the Cosmic Tree to return to the original cosmic planet. Immediately afterwards, the roots of the cosmic trees that appeared in various universes disappeared, and the cosmic trees that were originally like towering trees began to shrink and turned back into a sapling. At this time, the golden light ball also disappeared. The cosmic tree has turned back into a sapling. Trunks of the Spacetime Patrol was shocked. Yeah, Zyrofang of the Spacetime Patrol nodded. Son Goten flew to the sapling of the cosmic tree, used the power of time, turned him into a seed, and received it in the system's inventory. "Where is the cosmic tree?" Zyrofang of the Spacetime Patrol asked. "I destroyed it," Son Goten replied. "Destroyed." After hearing this, Zyrofang of the Spacetime Patrol was half believing and half doubting. She had just seen the seeds of the cosmic tree disappear in Goten's hands. "Yeah," Goten nodded. "What was that golden ball of light you just saw?" Time Patrol Zyrofang continued to ask. "That ball of light is called the Time Ball of Light. It can make people rejuvenate." "Rejuvenate?" "Yes, do you want me to turn you back into a child?" Goten laughed. "I don't want to." Just as the two were chatting, Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta flew over from a distance. "Grandpa!" Time Patrol Zyrofang shouted to Time Patrol Goku. Time Patrol Goku nodded and landed in front of Time Patrol Trunks. "Trunks, where is the cosmic tree?" "Uncle Goku, the cosmic tree has been destroyed by Goten," Time Patrol Trunks replied. "Really? That's great." "Yeah," Time Patrol Trunks nodded. "Then Uncle Goku, Dad, let's go back." "Yeah," the two nodded. "Then Goten, we'll see you later." Time Patrol Trunks said goodbye to Son Goten. "See you later." After saying that, the Time Patrol left with Tokotoko and left the main spacetime. Seeing this, Son Goten teleported back to Earth.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.